I opened a travel agency in the world of cultivation. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Escape. It's not a puppet, it's a statue. We have to be careful, it's not easy to deal with. King Muzenran's words were muffled and solemn. Senior, can't you send me out first? This is too close. Yang Zhao thought that it would be better to stay away from the battlefield to avoid any trouble. It's not easy to send. I didn't expect that they actually refined the statue. Do these people really want to fight for the position of God? Listening to King Muzenran mumbling in his stomach, Yang Zhao felt a little overwhelmed. His words were unclear and made people feel a little confused. At this moment, she felt a chill on the back of her head. Before her brain could react, her legs had already rolled down the ramp with force. There was a loud cracking sound above her head, and the scattered branches and stones crashed all over Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao looked up and saw that the statue of the god who had entered the sea of fire strangely appeared behind the big tree she had just leaned on. The statue's eyes were wide open, and it slapped the big tree with a slap, breaking a branch. The statue is here. Hurry up and grab a blade of grass. Let's go. Yang Zhao followed the instructions of King Muzenran, stretched out her hand to hold the nearest blade of grass in front of her, and suddenly her eyes went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she had already run to another hilltop. But before she could catch her breath, Yang Zhao watched a huge stone head appear on the ground. This sudden change made her head numb. Lean on the tree. Go. King Muzenran shouted, and Yang Zhao disappeared again. The game between the two sides was very fast, and Yang Zhao's eyes went dark and bright, just like the flashing of a bad light at night. She simply closed her eyes and let King Muzenran do it. After a period of flashing, she finally felt that she had stayed in one place for 10 seconds. Yang Zhao opened her eyes and found herself in the bushes on the top of a mountain. Looking around, the temple at the foot of the mountain has collapsed for the most part, and 8 statues of gods in different shapes have appeared on the surrounding mountains. Some of them have their eyes open or closed, some walk straight, and some sit cross-legged on stone beasts. Although their shapes are different, their goals are the same, and they are madly chasing and intercepting Yang Zhao. And Yesha and the others are floating in the air with seals in their hands. Senior King Mu, we are always being chased like dogs. Can't we fight back? Yang Zhao had no spiritual power left after being sucked dry by Yesha's magic weapon along the way, but Master King Mu was not affected at all. There is no way. This is a statue of gods raised by incense and carries the wishes of all living beings of the pilgrims. It is okay for me to fight back, but the pilgrims on the other side of the incense will suffer from the unforeseen disaster. This kind of thing requires the court to take action. Yang Zhao was shocked by his words, and his heart skipped a beat. You know, Yang Zhao also has incense on him. If he suffers from the unforeseen disaster in the future, will his fans also be in trouble? Senior, how could there be a problem with the incense people? King Muzenran said without any nonsense. Do you still want to attract other idle guests? Let's go. In a flash, Yang Zhao's eyes were already red. They returned to the tree that was set on fire. The blood-red tree was still growing branches and leaves. When the fire burned off a layer, it would grow another layer. It was precisely because of its rapid growth rate that Yang Zhao had a place to live. But being able to live doesn't mean that this place is good. It's too hot here. After Yang Zhao stayed in it for a while, he felt that his skin was about to crack. I say senior, if this goes on, I will be roasted dry. Do we have to entangle with them here? Can't we go out? You are afraid of heat. Just tell me earlier. I will help you. I don't know what King Muzenran did. Yang Zhao felt that the temperature around him slowly dropped. Please bear with me for a while. I'm afraid that if we run away now, the other party will see the news leaked and run away. My student hasn't arrived yet. If they run away separately, we won't be able to catch them all. King Muzenran's words were mixed with some inexplicable things. Yang Zhao had never felt that his mind was as sharp as it was today. You mean, if these people run away separately, will they cause trouble to me if one or two escape? King Mu Zenran, I'm not sure, but the other party must hate you now. Yang Zhao believed this. Although Liu Sheng and his men were the ones who started this matter, in their opinion, Yang Zhao would be guilty of a heinous crime, as long as he resisted. Moreover, now that their temples have been destroyed, he may be wanted by the Great Zhao Court in the future. At this time, Yang Zhao heard the surprised murmur of King Mu Zenran from the attached middle school. What does this mean? They want to run away. The surrounding branches and the fire blocked Yang Zhao's sight, so that she could not see the scene outside. Yang Zhao felt the tree behind him suddenly shake, and then it also stretched out quickly, and the flames that filled the sky left the tree and rushed to the sky. The night sharks, who were originally told to retreat, were caught off guard by the flames. They each raised their weapons to cover themselves, and then flew towards their own statues. The statue shrank to the size of a palm with a whoosh, and automatically flew into the hands of the night sharks. Then several people fled without looking back. Master, Master, wait for your disciple. A shrill voice came, and Yang Zhao saw that it was Liu Sheng. Her master Wang flew faster, and in the blink of an eye, he left Liu Sheng behind by a large distance. Chapter 302, Flying Leaves. It seems that Liu Sheng was abandoned by his master. If Yang Zhao's spiritual power was not exhausted, he would definitely go over and add insult to injury. At this time, King Mu Zenran asked Yang Zhao to open his mouth. I will set up a spell here to protect you. You should quickly adjust your breath and recover your spiritual power. I will go to intercept them, and I can't take care of you for the time being. Don't leave this tree. If you encounter danger, just call me loudly. As he said, the green insect flew out of the mouth and flew out of the body. The green light fell to the ground layer by layer, covering Yang Zhao and the blood-red tree behind her that had just been put out of fire. In the glassy ground around the tree, a layer of green grass emerged in the blink of an eye. The grass leaves were fresh and green. If you look closely, you can see that these grasses grow in a regular pattern. Finally, the green insect fell to the ground stiffly. Yang Zhao picked up the green insect and held it in his palm. Senior Aoki, please go without worry. I will protect myself. Okay. The people in the sky fled in all directions. They were about to disappear. At this moment, the plants on the ground suddenly went against the season and grew wildly. The grass on the ground grew into shrubs, the young saplings grew into big trees, and the big trees were broken into pieces. The leaves were blown into the air by the wind, like green grass dragons, chasing and intercepting the night sharks. The night sharks were not easy to mess with. When they noticed the movement, they took the initiative to use means to speed up their escape or fight savagely. At first, the grass dragons were still very young and could easily be thrown off and beaten by them. But the plants on the ground were still growing and breaking, and endless green flew into the bodies of the grass dragons. The tiny figures grew a lot in the blink of an eye. As time passed quickly, these grass dragons became bigger and bigger and gradually had the power to cover the sky and the sun. The night sharks were like young animals trapped in a swamp. They struggled hard, but could not escape the mud and fell involuntarily. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wind and clouds, and the green sea was surging. There were also those who were unwilling to give up and wanted to use fire to overcome wood. Various fire spells were surging in the green sea. The grass dragon caught fire, and the flames spread from the dragon head to the dragon tail in the blink of an eye. The flames were like an infectious disease. The strong wind carried the sparks and blew to other grass dragons. In the blink of an eye, all the grass dragons in the sky turned into fire dragons. Yang Zhao was terrified watching from below, and he didn't dare to breathe, for fear that his heavy breathing would affect the battle in the sky. But things did not develop as Yesha and the others expected. The fire only prevented the grass dragons from continuing to grow. With the support of the vegetation on the ground, these fire dragons continued to chase and intercept them with overwhelming momentum. They had no choice but to sacrifice the statue again. The earth was covered with green and flew to the sky, and the statue danced with the fire dragon. As the sun set in the west, under the pressure of the huge planet hanging in the sky, this scene in the sky was like an ancient myth. Yang Zhao on the ground didn't care about recovering her spiritual power. She took out her mobile phone from her Kayankan bag, turned on the camera function and started recording. At this time, she hated that she didn't have a camera, otherwise she would have set up a camera. She had never seen such a thrilling scene in her life, and she was sure that none of the 8 billion people on the earth had ever seen it. She had also secretly speculated about the cultivation level of King Muzenran in her heart, but now it was not easy to draw conclusions. When Yang Zhao was distracted, she suddenly heard a whistling sound of wind in her ears. She rolled to the side, but missed it. There was a clang, and Yang Zhao looked down and found a flying shuttle falling to the ground. Yang Zhao looked around and saw Liu Sheng in the air. She pinched the spell and the flying shuttle on the ground flew back to her side, and then it shot towards Yang Zhao again with a whistling sound of wind. Unfortunately, the formation left by King Muzenran was not something that Liu Sheng, a small foundation building cultivator, could break. Liu Sheng's face flushed red, and the shuttle had failed several times. Yang Zhao sat upright with his back against a big tree. Seeing this, he couldn't help but tease. You can tell from the situation in the sky that Yesha and the others are finished. Now why are you wasting your time with me instead of running away quickly? Why do you feel so reluctant to leave me when I'm so beautiful? Bah. Liu Sheng's eyebrows were raised and his eyes were wide open. If you have the ability, come out and fight me alone. What's the point of hiding and talking nonsense inside? It seems that you didn't dare to run away just now because you were afraid that King Muzenran's grass dragon would notice you. Yang Zhao moved his body and changed to a more comfortable position under Liu Sheng's hopeful eyes. Have you found that you can't run away at all, so you want to take me as a hostage? I think your idea is very dangerous. If you can't run away, you'd better find a place to hide quietly and wait for the government to come and surrender yourself. Only in this way can you reduce your guilt. The battle in the sky was in a stalemate, but it was also exciting. Yang Zhao stared at the sky with his eyes, and he was a little absent-minded when he spoke. You still want to take me as a hostage to negotiate with the government? Isn't that a mistake on top of the crime? Besides, don't you think that as a foreign cultivator, I have so much weight to make the government compromise? Liu Sheng's shuttle swam around Yang Zhao like a fish, trying to find the weakness of the formation. But it was useless. As I said before, she was a foundation building cultivator and couldn't see the flaws of King Muzenran's formation. What's more, she was a foreign cultivator and probably hadn't learned the basic knowledge of the formation. Seeing this, Liu Sheng's face changed again and again, and he could only glare at Yang Zhao fiercely. Yang Zhao, don't look like a villain who has succeeded. These two mountains don't meet, but two living people will always meet. When I meet you next time, you will still be my prisoner. She flicked her sleeves, looked in a direction, and fled again. Yang Zhao shouted to send out the voice. I'm afraid that, when we meet again, you will have become a prisoner of the government. It has come to this point. Why are you still saying such harsh words? Liu Sheng's back staggered and almost fell from the sky. She steadied her body, took out something from her arms, threw it fiercely towards Yang Zhao, and finally flew away without looking back. When the thing came close, Yang Zhao saw that it was a small porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle hit the formation and broke into 8 petals with a click. The ink-colored liquid inside fell to the ground, and the grass instantly withered and turned black, and a dark green smoke came out. Gradually, the smoke grew thicker and thicker. Wherever the smoke passed, the grass turned into ashes, as if it had been burned by fire, revealing the crystal clear glass ground. But the smoke could only spread in the periphery, and not a single bit could reach Yang Zhao. Chapter 303, Shunalan. Yang Zhao could tell that the smoke was poisonous. She weighed her spiritual power and summoned a few breezes to blow away the dark green smoke. This thing really blocked her sight, especially the angle from which she was shooting the video. When the smoke became smaller, she continued to hold up her phone with great interest to shoot the battle in the sky. Being on the battlefield, Yang Zhao didn't dare to calmly practice breathing to restore her spiritual power. Although the formation left by King Muzenran could withstand the attacks of the foundation building cultivators, she was not sure it could withstand the strong attack of Yesha and others. It's better to be careful, and being cautious can save your life. At this time, the battle situation in the sky changed again. The addition of the statue made King Muzenran a little timid. The fierce offensive of those fire dragons suddenly weakened and gradually became trapped without attacking. On the battlefield, either the west wind overwhelms the east wind, or the east wind overwhelms the west wind. When King Muzenran was weak, Yesha naturally suppressed those fire dragons. They didn't want to get entangled here, and they wanted to escape from here. As they fled in all directions, the originally crowded sky became somewhat empty. If the students of King Muzenran don't come again, then some of these people will have to run away. Yang Zhao muttered to himself while recording the video. At least the old man in white robe had run far away. If there were not several big fire dragons surrounding him, she estimated that she would not be able to see his figure. At this time, we can see the depth of their cultivation. For example, the woman who is good at illusion, even if she has sacrificed the statue, is just no longer forced to retreat by the fire dragon. It is extremely difficult to run far away. And the handsome man who wants to use Yang Zhao as a furnace is only a little better than that woman, but his running speed is not much faster than that turtle. But Yesha is on par with the old man in white robe. At this moment, only the body of the fire dragon can be seen, but his figure is not seen. As time went by, the few people who were trapped in the same place and couldn't walk far could not help but feel a little anxious after seeing that the others had already run a distance. Some people saw that they couldn't get through the air, so they plunged into the ground. But not long after, he came out of the ground in a mess and flew into the air again. The huge roots behind him also rushed out from the area where he came out. They stretched out their bodies that would never see the light of day in this life on the ground. But that person flew very high, and the roots couldn't reach him, no matter how hard they stretched, so they could only retract into the ground again. And that person was entangled by the fire dragon again, unable to move. Another handsome guy who wanted to use Yang Zhao as a furnace was the first to lose his temper. He screamed with a hideous face, "You force me to do this." As soon as the voice fell, countless lines suddenly appeared on the body of the statue next to him, and then with a bang, the fragments of the statue sprayed everywhere like arrows from a string. The fire dragons surrounding the furnace monk disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if they were erased by an eraser, and the monk in the air also disappeared. Yang Zhao stood below, his eyes roaming around in the sky. After a while, in the distant sky, several green grass dragons were successfully formed, and then pounced on a black dot. Obviously, the furnace monk did not escape the eyes of King Muzenran. He was about to escape, but was stopped by the grass dragon. This scene made the female monk who was good at illusions grit her teeth and her face turned pale. Uncle Kyan, look down." A strange call came from far below. She lowered her eyes and saw a girl flying above the ruins of the temple. She looked closely and recognized the person who was not attacked by the grass dragon. It was the good disciple of junior brother Wang, Liu Sheng. She flew low over the ruins, and her arms were still gesturing there. The female cultivator surnamed Kyan looked in the direction he pointed and found a leisurely figure standing under a blood-red tree. There was endless war in the sky, but she was living a peaceful life there, which made people angry. The female cultivator surnamed Kyan looked at Yang Zhao, and the struggling expression on her face flashed away. Then she stopped breaking through and slowly retreated towards the temple along the force of the fire dragon's encirclement. Yang Zhao had been paying close attention to the battle from the beginning, and she naturally saw Liu Sheng, who had just jumped in the air for a while. When it seemed that someone was coming back, her heart was lifted up all of a sudden. Yang Zhao stuffed the recording phone into the Kyankan bag, backed up and leaned against the tree, ready to call King Muzenran at any time. After the female cultivator surnamed Kyan came to the sky near the temple, she began to rush down with the statue. Zenran King Mu was not given for nothing. He might not have known the logic of the female cultivator surnamed Kyan's actions at the beginning, but now it was clear, and the tumbling fire dragon naturally tried to stop her. The female cultivator launched several attacks, but was suppressed by the fire dragon every time. Boom. A deep drumbeat resounded through the heaven and earth. Wherever the drumbeat reached, everyone froze. It seemed that even the heaven and earth were frozen by the drumbeat. Boom. Boom. Shumian City Lord Zhao Mu is here. Why don't you surrender? This voice was close to my ears, like the whisper of someone beside me, but everyone heard it. The student of King Muzenran finally came. Who in the sky would listen to the words of Shuniuan City Lord? This sentence was like the evil ghost chasing people away, making them even more reckless. For a while, all kinds of magic tools, spells, palm thunder and other things were thrown out like crazy, as if they were free. What's more, some people directly blew up their own statues, just to get rid of the entanglement of the fire dragon. For a while, most of the fire dragons in the sky were cleared, but in a flash, grass dragons took shape in an instant, and wandered in the sky. In the distant sky, black dots flew over quickly. When they got closer, Yang Zhao realized that they were flying boats. 3 flying boats formed a team. They passed through the flying leaves and headed towards those struggling in the mud. I tried to persuade you with kindness and courtesy, but you didn't appreciate it. In that case, I'll have to show you my skills. Zhao Mu, the lord of Xinyan City, shouted. Where is the government army? A deafening response rang out from all directions. I'm here. Form a formation, and follow me to capture the thief. Yes. For a moment, the flying boat shone brightly, surrounding those people in a corner. On this side, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of Ms. Khan, and she pinched her hands, and opened her thin lips. Wang Xiang Shen Luo. For a moment, the golden light on the body of the statue protecting her shone brightly, dazzling people's eyes like the sun, but in a moment it disappeared like foam. Yang Zhao felt a pain in his eyes, and tears involuntarily blurred his vision. Senior King Mu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Eye Disease. Yang Zhao was transferred to another place by King Mu Zenran. She did not see what happened afterwards. She could only hear the sounds of fighting, and the chaotic shouts of killing. She leaned against a big tree, her eyes were sore and painful, that she could not open them. In a trance, she seemed to see a golden light rushing in her eyes. Yang Zhao, what's wrong with your eyes? King Mu Zenran's voice appeared in her ears. Yang Zhao injured the pain. Just now, a female cultivator who is good at illusions, blew up the statue on my head. It was like a moving steel needle drilled into my eyes. It was so sore and painful that I couldn't open my eyes. It's a bit troublesome to hear you say that. I don't know how to treat you. I can't treat you. A breeze blew by, and Yang Zhao felt that there was another person beside her. Then you sit down and practice your skills to restore your spiritual power and see if your eyes will feel better. My real body will be here to guard you. Then I'll trouble Senior King Mu. Yang Zhao sat cross-legged, took out a meridian forging pill from his arms, and stuffed it into his mouth, calmed his mind, and practiced the 3 pure ones and the true Yang meridian. The flames burned fiercely in the meridians. Without the nourishment of spiritual power, this time of cultivation seemed more painful than other times. In comparison, the soreness of the eyes was a bit embarrassing. The noisy sounds from the outside world gradually faded away, and only the fire remained in Yang Zhao's world. When it was time to finish the practice, there was silence all around, with only the sound of wind blowing through the grass and trees, and not even the sound of small insects. At this time, Yang Zhao could no longer sit still. She lay on the ground exhausted and gasped for breath, letting the mud stick to her sweaty face. At this moment, she felt the greasy feeling all over her body disappear, and the sticky things on her body disappeared in an instant. Who gave you the elixir? The medicine is so powerful. It was the voice of Master King Mu, and there was dissatisfaction in the voice. Isn't this nonsense? You are a little cultivator in the foundation building period. You endure the pain to practice. Aren't you afraid of losing your energy and going crazy? Yang Zhao tried to open his eyes, and there was still a golden color in front of him. I'm used to it. I'm just a layman. How can I not suffer a little? Who taught you this? Is there any teacher like this? King Mu Zenran's words were mixed with anger, but his movements were very gentle. He waved his hand, and a layer of fine and fluffy grass grew from the ground under Yang Zhao's body. These grasses lifted her up with their weak bodies, to prevent Yang Zhao from lying on the hard ground. Then he summoned a water bowl, took out a handful of tea leaves from his arms, threw them into the water bowl and slowly heated them. A faint fragrance rose from the water bowl. The tea leaves spread out in the water bowl, and the water bowl gradually turned golden. King Mu Zenran stopped eating and cooled the water ball slightly. Finally, he controlled the water ball to fly to Yang Zhao's mouth. Take a sip. Yang Zhao smelled the fragrance and sipped the warm tea. The light warm current slid down the esophagus into the stomach, injecting new vitality into the tired and dehydrated body. The water ball was not big, and she finished it in a few gulps. Yang Zhao even chewed and swallowed the tea leaves inside. Afterwards, King Mu Zenran stuffed a few fragrant little insects into her mouth. Yang Zhao ate all of them without refusing. Seeing that she was still in the mood to eat and drink, Zenran King Mu was relieved. Alas, you can't act rashly on the road of cultivation. It's like walking on a tightrope. If you lose control and get distracted during cultivation, you will fall to pieces. Why are you so anxious at such a young age? Waiting for the pain in her body to gradually dissipate, the soreness in her eyes gradually appeared. Yang Zhao supported herself and sat up, turning her head in the direction of the voice. Thank you for your care, Senior King Mu. I'm very grateful. Alas, you think I'm nagging, right? You young people don't like to listen to us old people talk. Zenran King Mu observed Yang Zhao's demeanor. Seeing her dull eyes, he knew that her eyes were not healed yet. I won't say much about cultivation. Does your eye still hurt? Yang Zhao nodded. It hurts, and I can't see clearly. There is a golden light flashing in front of my eyes, and this golden light is becoming more and more familiar to her. She always feels that it is like incense, but it is different from incense. Of course, she can't tell King Mu Zenran about this matter in detail. Then let's go. I asked Shunio and Mansion Lord to find the doctor, to wait in a nearby city. A force gently lifted Yang Zhao up, and the breeze blew on their faces. The two of them had already reached the top of a mountain. There was a flying boat parked here. King Mu Zenran took Yang Zhao in. A young man saw the two of them and came out to greet them. Teacher, you are here. Please come this way. We have reserved a cabin for you. Well, has the doctor I asked to invite been ready? Okay, the doctor you asked to invite is already waiting in the city lord's mansion. When she arrives, he will treat her immediately. Okay, then let's go. The flying boat started, flew lightly into the air, and disappeared. When they arrived at the place, Master King Mu helped Yang Zhao, who had difficulty seeing, get off the flying boat. A burst of noise flooded into the eardrums, and the nose was filled with the faint smell of fireworks. This should be the time when everyone is eating. It seems that it is already evening. Perhaps because she can't see, her sense of smell and hearing are now particularly sensitive. As soon as they got off the boat, someone came to greet them. From the sound of the voice, it was a woman in armor. Senior King Mu has worked so hard. The city lord is still leading the army to hunt down fugitives. We can't welcome you in person. It's really neglectful. If there is any lack of hospitality in the city lord's mansion, please speak up. Master King Mu's expression was gentle. The city lord is doing official business. There is no room for neglect. I wonder if the doctor has arrived. He's waiting in the guest room. At this time, the student on the boat said goodbye to Master King Mu. Teacher, I have official business to attend to, so I won't accompany you. King Mu Zenran waved his hand nonchalantly. You go, be careful and obey orders. Yes. A small buzz sounded, and with the sound of wind, the flying boat disappeared. The woman in armor asked King Mu Zenran politely. Senior, I will take you to the guest room. Yang Zhao couldn't see her all the way, and when she entered the room, she keenly noticed that there were still a few people in the room. King Mu Zenran exchanged greetings with the people in the room, and then placed Yang Zhao in a seat. My junior was injured in the eye while chasing a suspect. Please ask Dr. Sun to treat him. Senior, you are polite. The voice sounded quite young, but the world of cultivation does not determine age by appearance, nor can it be determined by voice. Dr. Sun walked in front of Yang Zhao, stretched out his hand to pull open Yang Zhao's eyelids and carefully examined them, and then began to ask Yang Zhao how his eyes felt. Chapter 305, Medical Tower. Saw painful golden light spinning around, can't see anything. Yang Zhao described his true feelings. To Dr. Sun, this answer was a bit too simple. Only the eyes. Does your head hurt? Do you feel anything abnormal with your spiritual power? Yang Zhao shook her head. She was hungry and hungry now. Apart from the handful of insects given to her by King Mu Zenran, She hadn't eaten for 2 meals. After hearing Yang Zhao's answer, Dr. Sun nodded and took out a little guy from his sleeve. The little guy was the size of a thumb and looked a bit like a mouse. It had a pair of unusually large eyes, a pointed nose with a pink color, and messy black and gray hair all over its body. It didn't look like a domestic pet at all. Dr. Sun stuffed the little guy into Yang Zhao's hand. Use your spiritual power to comb the little guy's hair. Be careful. This thing can easily die. Let me check your eyes. The little guy was a bit too small for Yang Zhao to see. She only felt a warm and furry little guy clinging to her fingers. She felt the little guy's head and tail, carefully stretched out her finger, and used her spiritual power to comb its hair from head to tail. Dr. Sun, what's the use of me combing this little thing's hair? I will use my magic tool to check your eyes later. This process is not very comfortable, and it is likely to cause the self-defense of your spiritual power. Dr. Sun took out a bunch of odds and ends from his arms and assembled them together, finally forming a knife-shaped operating platform about 20 centimeters long and wide. The red-nosed rat is very fragile. If your spiritual power is slightly disordered, it will die. Just concentrate on combing its hair with your spiritual power and don't let it die. Yang Zhao's hand stroking the mouse froze slightly, and the trembling heartbeat of the red-nosed rat hit her fingers again and again. What if I can't control my spiritual power and it dies? It's okay. Just pay the silver. I have raised more than 10 liters, which is enough. Dr. Sun didn't care much about this matter. Concentrate your attention. I'm going to use the medical tower to check your eyes. Okay. Watching Yang Zhao start to stroke the red-nosed rat's fur, Dr. Sun operated the medical tower and shot a hazy green light at her eyes. Yang Zhao frowned at the green light, and her spiritual power surged. The red-nosed rat on her finger made a chirping sound. Although the cry was miserable, fortunately it was not dead. Dr. Sun ignored it and continued to check. He stared at the changing light on the medical tower and adjusted it with both hands. After a while, he frowned and stopped the medical tower. Seeing this, King Mu Zenran, who was sitting next to him, asked hurriedly, Dr. Sun, how is Yang Zhao's eyes? Dr. Sun dismantled the medical tower and put it into his Kayankan bag one by one. The condition is still quite strange. At least I have only seen it once in my life. Simply put, there is a god living in her eyes now. This sentence was like a bomb thrown in the room. Yang Zhao's hand trembled, and the red-nosed rat in her hand screamed shrilly, and then there was no heartbeat. Oh my, let go, the blood is all over your hands. Dr. Sun skillfully took the dead red-nosed rat out of her hands and threw it into the bucket and cast a spell with one hand to clean up the remaining blood on Yang Zhao's hands. Don't be afraid, it's not some powerful god. It should be this god who wants to take your body, but your soul land should have strong protection. She didn't break in, and she was unwilling to come out, so she can only stay in your eyes. To be honest, you little girl can really endure it. If this thing is put into the eyes of ordinary people, they will want to dig out these eyes to feel better. After hearing Dr. Sun's conclusion, Yang Zhao estimated who broke into his eyes. The female cultivator named Kyan, who was good at illusion, was the biggest suspect. After all, it was her statue that was broken at that time, and he felt pain only after looking directly at it. King Mu Zenran also knew about this matter. After all the fire dragons in the field were under his control. He dragged those wild gods in place with the power of a tree. But her soul protecting oil lamp has not been lit yet. Can it resist the invasion of the gods now? Although this god is not so serious, his cultivation has only reached the golden elixir. Dr. Sun, is there any way to treat it? Your case is a difficult and complicated disease. The best treatment is naturally to invite her out. Otherwise, if she plays tricks in your eyes for a long time, your eyes will be useless. Don't worry, I won't go out even if I die. A charming female voice suddenly came from Yang Zhao, like a gust of cold wind blowing through the house, making people's backs cold. But her voice also made the three people present feel at ease. King Mu Zenran stared straight into Yang Zhao's eyes. In this kind of matter, the only thing to worry about is that the person involved does not speak. As long as he speaks, there is still room for negotiation. She took the lead in communicating with Yang Zhao and others, which shows that she is very willing to cooperate. And what is missing? is only the conditions that both parties can agree on. Why bother, fellow Daoist? You are like a trapped beast if you stay in her eyes. If you are willing to come out, I will ensure that you can leave Shuniyuan City safely. Humph, do you think I'm a fool? As soon as I left, you caught up with me. It is safer for me to stay in her eyes. The female cultivator surnamed Kyan spoke slowly. I don't know what position you hold, senior. Can you make the decision on this matter? I'm a teacher at Lijiang Prefecture School. I can't make the decision on other things, but I do have the ability to send you out of Shuniyuan City. Lijiang Prefecture School. These 4 words seemed to have magic power, and the female cultivator surnamed Kyan kept chewing them back and forth in her mouth. Okay, my condition is that I want Lijiang Prefecture School to accept me as a student. Ha. This sentence made Master King Mu laugh. Then you really think highly of me. If your condition is this, we don't need to talk. You continue to act crazy in Yang Zhao's eyes, and I will quickly go to find my relatives and friends. Let's wait and see. These words were said in a decisive manner, leaving no room for negotiation. But his attitude also annoyed the female cultivator surnamed Kyan. Why not? I established my foundation at the age of 17. Even without a master, I have already formed a pillar at the age of 45. My qualifications are fully capable of entering the Lijiang Prefecture School. Is it just because I was born in a poor family? Not to mention, being born in a poor family, even people born in commoner families can pass the exam to get in. Don't talk about your background and pretend to be pitiful every day. A fugitive like you still wants to enter my Lijiang Prefecture School. Are the teachers of our prefecture school blind? King Mu Zenran took out a handful of emerald green caterpillars and stuffed them into his mouth, and did not forget to stuff Yang Zhao with a handful of fried beetles. Eat something first to fill your stomach. The food in Chengdu Prefecture should be ready soon. Let's have a good meal. I will invite people for you tomorrow. Chapter 306. Wild God Incense. Yang Zhao smelled the burnt aroma in her hand, and her saliva could not help but flow out. She was really hungry. Although she could not see what the bugs looked like, she threw them into her mouth one by one. Smell. Really smell. As expected, eating when you are hungry is the most delicious. The room became quiet, with only the sound of chewing. Even Dr. Sun was stuffed with a handful of snacks by the enthusiastic Master King Mu. The one hiding in Yang Zhao's eyes snorted coldly several times in succession. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, she could only speak for herself. Since you can't accept me into the government school, just make sure that the government will not want me from now on. Master King Mu on the other side simply ignored her and took out the messenger to ask someone to serve the food. Such a simple request is not acceptable. As long as you release me secretly and then erase my information from the Shuniyuan City government, it will be fine. Senior, you are the teacher of the Shuniyuan City Lord. This should be easy. This condition is even more excessive. Although it is simple to implement, if the matter of releasing wild animals to sacrifice to wild gods is leaked by someone with ulterior motives, King Mu Zenran may not suffer much loss, but the Shuniyuan City Lord, who is in the political circle, will be implicated. So King Mu Zenran simply didn't bother to waste his saliva. The city lord's mansion moved quickly. After a while, a large table of food was served. The servants in the city lord's mansion saw that Yang Zhao's eyesight was not good, and they specially assigned a maid to take care of her meals. Yang Zhao had never enjoyed such treatment, since she could eat by herself at the age of 4. For a while, she was actually a little flattered. Thank you, little sister. Girls of unknown age are always called sister first. Calling someone sister directly is suspected of being arrogant. The little maid picked up a few pieces of shrimp and put them in her bowl. Miss, you are so polite. Please try this dish of shrimp with Chinese cabbage. The seafood in Shuniyuan City is unique. They are all fished from Wukiyuan. They are most delicious when eaten on the same day. You can't get them anywhere else, even if you have money. Listening to the introduction of the little maid beside him, Yang Zhao took the rice bowl and spoon and started eating. Over there, Master King Mu and Dr. Sun drank a few glasses of wine. Ignoring the shouting of the female cultivator surnamed Kyan, they began to introduce Wukiyuan to Yang Zhao. The origin of Wukiyuan is also quite legendary. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the turmoil in the Great Zhao dynasty had not yet subsided. A wild god relied on his high cultivation and led nearly 10,000 Xiang people to take a detour. He wanted to take advantage of the emptiness of the court to break through Lianjing and reset the court. When he arrived at Juanan city, he was discovered by the local officials and led his army to stop him. The wild god originally thought that with his cultivation and tens of thousands of troops, it should be easy to defeat the court. Unexpectedly, he overestimated himself, and tens of thousands of rabble were crippled by the local government army in a few rounds. These fled in all directions, leaving only a few hundred die-hard incense followers who still refused to leave. But this wild god was unwilling to surrender. After the incense followers fled, he used his statues made with incense as a guide to sacrifice all his incense followers. Hundreds of thousands of people, equivalent to the population of a medium-sized city. The battle was very tragic. The government army of Juanan city had no chance to survive, and the land where the battle took place was corroded by the sacrifice of the wild god into a bottomless pit. Because of the deep resentment of hundreds of thousands of incense followers, it rained heavily in Juanan city for a month, and the rain filled the deep pit. This big puddle was named Wukiyuan. The Juanan city next to Wukiyuan was renamed Chunyuan city. It is said that, because the pit is deep and divine blood is overflowing from the bottom of the pit, there are many ferocious beasts in Wukiyuan. In order to maintain peace in the surrounding area, the court has deployed heavy troops in Chunyuan city to guard it. Dr. Sun was very emotional when he talked about this. Yang Zhao was very interested in this matter and asked in his busy schedule, "So those who went to arrest people today are guarding Wukiyuan?" "Yes, otherwise no city's government army would have so many flying boats to use. In a body of water, if you use the air force to defend, shouldn't you use the navy?" Yang Zhao was not very familiar with military affairs, and she didn't embarrass herself. If she couldn't figure it out, she didn't think about it. The three of them had a big appetite. The maids outside were rearranging the dishes on the table like a buffet, and they didn't stop eating until there was silence outside. Yang Zhao rinsed his mouth with tea and began to ask some questions that interested him. So, that wild god, like Night Shark and the others, also used incense to refine the statue, which enabled him to sacrifice his own followers? King Mu Zenran took out a handful of pink beetles as snacks and said while eating, "Yes, using incense to refine the statue is an evil way. Cultivation is against the will of heaven, and there is no smooth road on this road, and incense can support the cultivators so that they will not fall from this road. But incense is another kind of thought of sentient beings. Only those who keep a righteous mind and reflect on themselves from time to time cannot be swayed by incense, otherwise it is easy to change their temperament." King Mu Zenran stared at Yang Zhao's eyes indifferently. These wild gods who use incense to worship the statues have gone astray from the beginning. Incense is both a great tonic and a great poison to them. They thought of a way to use incense to commemorate the statues and then transfer the incense from the statues. But this method is equivalent to creating gods out of thin air. Such gods have no origin and no destination. The only bond between heaven and earth is with the incense worshippers. If the statues meet with an accident, the incense worshippers who have contributed incense will be attacked. The young and strong will get sick for several months, and the weak will probably die in a few days. Yang Zhao frowned after hearing these words. Then is there no solution? Yes, as long as the statue is nourished by incense for a few hundred years, it will develop divine intelligence, and the first batch of incense worshippers who supported it like parents have already died, so there is no risk of backlash. These words really came from Yang Zhao's eyes. So, my way is not evil. Humph. King Mu Zenran next to him snorted coldly and interrupted the words of the female cultivator surnamed Kyan. When that time comes, they will use the back door they left on the statue to seize the body of the god, and the incense holders will not be in a good situation either. Righteous cultivators cultivate themselves first and rely on their own cultivation to ascend to the throne of God. Although incense is a priceless treasure, it is best to play a supporting role. You still have to walk down to earth on this road. This makes sense. Yang Zhao remembered that Grandmaster Shenroi revealed this meaning in his daily teachings. It's easy for you to say that. You, the cultivators of the prefecture school, have everything, so you can talk without any worries. If we, the outsiders, don't have the help of incense, it will be difficult to form a pill. The female cultivator surnamed Khan sneered again and again. If you don't hunt us down everywhere, we will go crazy and destroy the statue. Today's disaster is not unrelated to you. Chapter 307, Nightmare. Faced with the indignation of the female cultivator surnamed Khan, Master King Mu remained indifferent. After the buffet was cleared, he earnestly instructed Yang Zhao. Don't be misled by her words. Just think about it. In order to quickly gather incense for the statue, they use crazy words to deceive the incense worshippers. There was a bit of disdain in his words. This has led to the incense worshippers under their seats being irrational. Some even killed people for a word they didn't agree with. The cause and effect are too deep. You are a good child. You can't go astray. Yes, senior. Let go. A burst of pain came. Yang Zhao reached out to cover his eyes, but the tears in his eyes had already flowed out. Yang Zhao, what's wrong with you? Master King Mu rushed over. Did she toss in your eyes? Yang Zhao took a deep breath to calm down, and finally used his sleeve to wipe the tears from his face. It's okay, it just hurts. HMPH, Yang Zhao, I'm warning you, others don't care about me because I'm in your eyes. If you don't take this matter seriously, you'll be the one who suffers. The female cultivator surnamed Khan threatened in her tone. I may not survive, but I'll definitely let you die with me. King Mu Zenran frowned, but didn't provoke her again. The first two conditions were too high. I'm just a teacher at the prefectural school. I really can't meet your conditions. Changed to a more reliable condition. The female cultivator surnamed Khan looked a little anxious. Okay, first, prepare a set of magic tools to cover my breath for me in modern times, and second, give me 1 month to escape. The government can only arrest me after 1 month. 1 month. Not to mention 1 month. Even if there is only 1 or 2 days, it is enough for this person to take a spirit boat and escape thousands of miles away. But this disaster was caused by King Mu Zenran's greed. If he had come forward to rescue, when he met Yesha, Yang Zhao and the others would probably have been eating at Chan's Haofutsu by now. Now his students have received the benefits, but Yang Zhao has to bear the risks. I agree. A steady voice came from outside the house. Yang Zhao recognized it as the voice of Zhao Mu, the lord of Xuniuan City. I can give you what you want now, and I will also give you the 1 month you want. You can leave if you get out of this little girl's eyes now. If you don't believe me, we can sign a written contract. The voice came from far away and approached. Before the voice fell, the person had already entered the house. Listening to the sound of footsteps, Yang Zhao recognized that there were 4 people entering the house. Zhao Mu, the leader, came in and greeted Master King Mu first. Sir, you have been tired today. It is my fault for not treating you well. Let me solve this matter first, and then I will talk to you properly. Master King Mu looked at the high-spirited student in front of him and felt comforted. Okay, you are already the lord of a city. I will not interfere with your actions. Lord Zhao and Dr. Sun exchanged greetings again, and then turned to look at Yang Zhao, who could not stop crying. I agree to all your conditions. Let's sign the written contract now. He agreed straightforwardly, which made the female cultivator surnamed Khan stunned for a while. How do I know if you will do something to the contract? Everyone knows that there is no perfect contract in the world. There will always be loopholes for people to exploit. Just because I'm the lord of a city, I can't let you, an unknown junior, delay my path. City Lord Zhao said this impolitely. Yang Zhao heard the female cultivator surnamed Khan grumbled a few words with gritted teeth, and finally agreed. She still wanted to live. If she dragged on for too long, they would invite a master who could control her, and she would really be unable to escape. Since both parties agreed, the next thing would be easy to handle. City Lord Zhao brought the contract. The terms were written very simply. Both parties did not say anything. He signed his name, and the female cultivator surnamed Khan used her spiritual power to grab the pen, and signed her name. The contract turned into ashes, and the contract was reached. Then Yang Zhao was taken out of the city. When he arrived at the place, Yang Zhao felt that the night wind was a bit strong. This should be the place where people live on the top of the mountain. Come out. This is an unnamed hill in the north of Xuniuan City. I have prepared my magic weapon for you. You can take it and leave. I will not put you on the wanted list within a month." Yang Zhao felt pain in her eyes, and tears flowed silently again. But she did not dare to cover her eyes, for fear of blocking the way of the female cultivator surnamed Kyan. In the blink of an eye, Yang Zhao felt something in front of her. It seemed that the person had come out. She quickly grabbed her sleeves to cover her eyes, letting her tears soak through her sleeves. HMPH. A cold snort went straight into Yang Zhao's head, giving her a splitting headache. "What are you doing?" King Mu Zenran suddenly blocked in front of Yang Zhao. "Nothing, just teaching a lesson to the ungrateful villain." Dr. Sun hurriedly came up to check Yang Zhao, stuffed a pill into Yang Zhao's mouth, watched Yang Zhao swallow it, and smiled at King Mu Zenran and the others. "It's nothing serious. I was just shaken by her spiritual power. I'll be fine after a good sleep." The female cultivator surnamed Kyan who came out at this time no longer had a physical body. Her soul was glowing. She didn't look like a human, but more like a stone sculpture. Her expression was stiff and unnaturally kind. She was not polite either. She took the concealing magic weapon prepared by City Lord Zhao for her, and turned into a ball of light and flew out. She flew very fast, and disappeared in a few seconds. "You let her go. Aren't you afraid that your boss will find trouble with you?" Master King Mu stared at the place where the female cultivator surnamed Kyan disappeared, with a different wave rolling in his eyes. "Don't worry, sir. These small fish and shrimps can't cause big waves. Miss Yang suffered this disaster because of my business. I can't let her fall into danger." City Lord Zhao's tone was calm. He walked over to ask about Yang Zhao's condition. Yang Zhao injured the headache and tried to open his eyes. He found that there was still a blur in front of his eyes, but compared with before, he could see dark shadows. "I still can't see clearly, but it's better than before." City Lord Zhao turned to look at Dr. Sun in confusion. Human eyes are very delicate, unlike other parts of the body. A god has been stirring things up in the eyes for a long time. Miss Yang may need to recover for a few days before she can see things clearly. City Lord Zhao nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble Dr. Sun to come and see Miss Yang every day in the future." Dr. Sun, no trouble, no trouble. This is the duty of a doctor. City Lord Zhao turned his head and looked at Yang Zhao's face that was stained by tears and realized that he had used a cleaning spell on her. "I'm sorry for making you suffer this time. You should rest in the City Lord's mansion for a few days. When your eyes are better, we can talk about other feasible options." Yang Zhao nodded obediently, and the group took Yang Zhao back to the City Lord's mansion. Dr. Sun left 2 pills for headaches and went home. Yang Zhao was also helped by the maid to wash and go to the guest room to sleep. She slept very restlessly this time, and her dreams were full of strangers. Some people worshipped under the statue of the god for several days without eating or drinking. Some people offer their children to the gods to show their piety. Some people kill people with knives because they think that others blaspheme the gods with a casual remark. Others sell all their belongings and donate all the money to the temple. But more people just believe in the gods because others believe in them. They give a lot, so they naturally want more. Some of them ask for money, some ask for sex, some ask for children, some ask to become gods to manage the incense, some ask for self-healing, and some ask for immortality and eternal youth. All kinds of people kept talking in Yang Zhao's head, making her sink deeper and deeper into the nightmare and unable to escape. Yang Zhao was awakened by a needle. She opened her eyes with a stiff head and looked at the person in front of her bed blankly. "Miss Yang, do you know who I am?" Yang Zhao looked at him blankly. The man in front of her looked hazy. She had never seen him before, but his voice sounded very familiar. Her stiff brain seemed like a rusty gear, and it took a long time for it to turn. "Dr. Sunday." Dr. Sun smiled and took out a sky blue gem and placed it in front of Yang Zhao. "Come, Miss Yang, hold it in both hands and go to sleep. You will be fine when you wake up." Yang Zhao slowly moved his eyes from Dr. Sun's face to the gem. After a long pause, he trembled and reached out to take the gem. He held it with both hands and looked at Dr. Sun woodenly, as if waiting for his next order. "Just close your eyes and go to sleep. You will be back to normal when you wake up. Don't worry, this will definitely be a good dream." Yang Zhao stared at him for a while and slowly closed his eyes. Dr. Sun pinched his left hand with one hand, put his index finger and middle finger of his right hand together, and slowly pressed them on Yang Zhao's brow with a little light. After a while, he withdrew his hand and took 2 steps back. Seeing this, the little maid next to him rushed forward to tuck the corner of Yang Zhao's quilt. Dr. Sun took out a small bottle from his sleeve. This bottle contains the juice of Artemisia capillaris. Every time a cup of tea passes, you should pour a drop from it onto the jade in Miss Yang's hand. This is the amount for 3 times. Come back to me after you finish pouring. The maid took the bottle with both hands. Don't worry, I will take good care of Miss Yang and will not delay anything. Dr. Sun nodded and led by another maid out of the house. In the small pavilion outside the house, King Mu Zenran and City Lord Zhao were waiting here. When they saw Dr. Sun coming, they stood up and asked, "How is she now? Why did she have a nightmare today?" Miss Yang should be affected by the incense of the god. I don't know much about the incense of this wild god, and I don't know why it can affect others. Dr. Sun was also a little confused. I feel that it may be that Miss Yang's physique is special, and she intercepted a little bit of the other party's incense, but it's not a big problem. I gave the jade to Miss Yang, and she will be fine after a good sleep. City Lord Zhao next to him was wearing an official uniform. That's good. I have an unwelcome request. I would like to trouble Dr. Sun to stay in my house for a day and wait for Miss Yang to recover. Is that okay? What's the trouble? City Lord, please go and rest assured. I will take good care of Miss Yang. City Lord Zhao said rudely to Master King Mu and strode out. He had just captured the wild god yesterday, and he still had a lot of things to do today. Whether it was interrogation, placement of the statue, or finding the deceived incense worshippers, it was a big project. If the little maid in Yang Zhao's room hadn't rushed over in the morning because she couldn't wake up, he would have gone to work long ago. When Yang Zhao opened her eyes again, she was awakened by her rumbling stomach. As soon as she woke up, a little maid sitting in front of the bed ran out of the room quickly to find Dr. Sun. After a while, Dr. Sun followed the little maid in and examined her. "Miss Yang, how do you feel now?" Yang Zhao wanted to raise her hand to touch her head, which was still a little painful, but she found that she was holding a strange object in her hand. She changed her hand to touch it, but she didn't find any wound on her head. "I'm very hungry, my eyes are still a little blurry, and my head hurts a little, but everything else is fine." Dr. Sun smiled as soon as he said this. "That's good, Miss Yang, your head will not hurt in a while. I prepared a ribbon for you to protect your eyes. Don't expose your eyes to light for the next 2 days. After the medicine on the ribbon is absorbed by your eyes will be able to see clearly." Yang Zhao got up from the bed and handed the thing in her hand to the little maid next to her. "Thank you for your treatment this time, Dr. Sun. I wonder how long I should wear this ribbon?" 7 days is enough, Miss Yang. You don't have to thank me. The lord of the city gave me money, and it is my duty to treat you. Dr. Sun took back the Fulingai with a smile, handed a black ribbon with a smell of medicine to the little maid, and turned to leave the house. In the following days, Yang Zhao stayed in the lord of the city's mansion. Here, she was served by maids for food, clothing, shelter and transportation. Besides practicing, she had to chat with King Mu Zenran every day. Except for some inconvenience in her eyes, everything else was fine. King Mu Zenran was afraid that she would go astray, so he told her many examples of wild gods who did evil and died badly. He told her about the examples that were scary and bloody, and the main purpose was to scare people. Although Yang Zhao knew that these examples were deliberately picked by King Mu Zenran, it was impossible for all of them to be like this. But these things are true, and these things are told one by one, which makes the matter of offering sacrifices to wild gods bloody. Don't think I'm scaring people. If it weren't for the increasing influence of the court in the past few hundred years, there would be countless wild gods of all sizes on this land, including those that want to eat boys and girls, and those that want to cast their bodies in gold and silver. King Mu Zenran's heavy tone was filled with the darkness of history. No matter how many common people there are, they are not enough to spoil them. Don't worry, Senior King Mu, I have parents and brothers. I care about them, and I will not go astray. Yang Zhao gently comforted the gentleman who was a role model for teachers. Now he understood why Grandmaster Shenroi kept silent about the matter of incense. She was afraid that she would know about this shortcut and be tempted. If you don't know some things, you won't care, but once you know them, they will be like tempting candy, seducing your mind all the time. Especially when she encounters setbacks, this temptation is even greater. Okay, people who are concerned will always think more. I won't scare you anymore. Let's go eat. Chapter 308, Waterfall. During the days when Yang Zhao was treating her eyes, City Lord Zhao basically did not show up. King Mu Zenren was considered half of the master. According to King Mu Zenren, City Lord Zhao had not returned to the City Lord's mansion for several days because of the wild sacrifice to the wild gods. It was 7 days later when the gauze on Yang Zhao's eyes was untied. The weather was gloomy that day, and dark clouds pressed down hard on the earth. When Yang Zhao just opened her eyes, she saw that the light was so dim that she thought her eyes were not healed. In addition to King Mu Zenren and Dr. Sun, there were only 2 little maids who had taken care of her for a few days. Dr. Sun checked her eyes and nodded with satisfaction. It's recovering well. You may be a little afraid of light these 2 days, but it will be fine in the long run. Yang Zhao stood up and saluted, thanking him for his treatment and care over the past few days. No, it's the doctor's duty. He smiled and waved his hand, took the silver and a bag of tea handed over by the little maid and left. Next, Yang Zhao hid in the house for 2 days because of her fear of light. On the 3rd day, King Mu Zenren asked her to come and see the wonders. You are in great shape now. It's time to go out for a walk. Looking at the gloomy sky outside, which looked like the end of the world, Yang Zhao looked at him with a questioning look. This is the annual grand view of Wukielan. You won't be able to see it if you come here at other times. Looking at the expression on King Mu Zenren's face, Yang Zhao knew that he was not bluffing her. So under the leadership of King Mu Zenren, the two flew to the center of the city. The urban planning of Xiniyuan City is quite peculiar. The whole city is like a big donut, enclosing the entire Ban Wukielan. Fortunately, the surface area of Wukielan is only more than 200 acres, otherwise the area is like Poang Lake, and no matter how big the city is, it cannot contain it. In order to suppress Wukielan, the government built the entire Xiniyuan City into a large formation, using more than 100,000 people in Xiniyuan City to suppress the influence of the wild god at that time. Standing on a low hill, King Mu Zenren pointed to the buildings in the city. Hundreds of years ago, if people moved here, they were given ready-made houses and land, and they were also tax-free, so Xiniyuan City's business has been particularly prosperous over the past few hundred years. Has it been tax-free for hundreds of years? Yang Zhao blinked in surprise. This is not what the ancient emperor said when they encountered a disaster, exempting taxes for 3 years and 5 years. This is a whole few hundred years. The taxes added together are probably enough to crush the people of the entire city. Yes, only interests can tie so many people to this land. Everything else is nonsense. King Mu Zenren said indifferently, his eyes fixed on the surface of Wukielan. Seeing that the old man had no time to pay attention to her, Yang Zhao began to look around. Only then did she realize that it was not only her and King Mu Zenren who went out under the dark clouds. There were at least hundreds of people gathered around Wukielan. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2, some standing in the air, some sitting by the trees, and some standing on the shore with umbrellas in a low-key manner. There were men, women, young and old, and they could faintly hear some of their chats. Is it really as beautiful as you say? Is it worth it for us to skip classes from Fuxuli to come here? Of course, I came here 2 years ago, and I promise I won't fool you. I'll trust you once. If it's not beautiful, just wait. The two sounded like a young couple. Yang Zhao took a glance at them. They were acting intimately and smiling happily. It seemed that, even if they were not a couple, they were in the ambiguous stage. Senior King Mu, is this a holy place for couples to check in? This question made King Mu Zenren stunned. What do you mean by check in? Yang Zhao blinked. It's just a place with beautiful scenery, where couples love to go. Is this what it means to check in? Am I getting old again, and can't keep up with the development of these young people? King Mu Zenren muttered to himself. Yang Zhao interrupted his thoughts. Senior? This is not a Check in. There are not many couples here. They love to go to places like Flowers and Duoa. Here they come. Yang Zhao looked at the water surface and saw a thin mist rising on the water surface, which was visible to the naked eye. But no matter how she looked at it, she felt that this was different from the fog she had seen before. It did not feel light and agile, but looked heavier, and the speed of the fog rising was unusually fast. Not only Yang Zhao and the others saw this change, but others also noticed the changes on the water surface. Here it comes. The Cheyenne Yuan is going to fall. I don't know what treasures will come out this year. Wukiyuan hasn't produced any good treasures for many years. The prediction given by Xianji Tower this year is not good. Otherwise Shinyuan City will have to have tens of thousands of people. It's okay. Just seeing the wonders is enough to feast your eyes. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Yang Zhao looked around in confusion, but she didn't see the word wonderful. Seeing her confused look, King Mu Zenran smiled and gave her some pointers. Don't look far away. Look at the near. Look closely at the fog. Yang Zhao followed his instructions and looked closely at the fog nearby. Just after taking a look, she found the difference. This fog was not the usual kind. The fog inside quickly condensed into small water droplets, and the water droplets were still growing. The largest one was now the size of a little finger. But no matter whether it was physics or geography, the air could not support such a large water droplet, and it should have fallen into the water long ago. But the water droplet did not fall down, but kept flying upwards, and flew higher and higher. At this time, there was no fog on the water surface, and it was replaced by crystal clear small water droplets. The water droplets merged with each other, and their size became larger and larger. Before long, water balls the size of a wash basin appeared. They were crystal clear and round, and trembled when the spring breeze blew. Then, these water balls flew upwards faster and faster, and the strange sound of water became louder and louder. In less than half a cup of tea, a series of water balls flew quickly into the sky, forming an upside-down waterfall. When Yang Zhao looked up, he saw that the dark clouds in the sky had been corroded by a pool of clear water, leaving a big hole. The originally dark sky around him became brighter and brighter, and bits of sunlight refracted from the pool of water, forming a gorgeous glow in the sky. Yang Zhao subconsciously reached into his arms and wanted to take out his cell phone. How is it? Does it look good? Aoki Masato's words gave Yang Zhao a startle. The hand that was about to take out the cell phone covered his chest, and the other hand quickly followed. It's really shocking. This is the first time I've seen such a scene since I was a child. How long will this process last? Not long, just one day. Chapter 309, Fantasy. Later, the whole world seemed to be turned upside down. The water of Wukiyuan was like a surging river, flowing into the sky. The pool of water in the sky that corroded the clouds became larger and larger, and waves were caused by the constant impact of the water flow. Yang Zhao could see all kinds of fish, shrimps, and water plants in the flowing water. There were many big fish of 1 or 2 meters. Crabs as big as human chests were carried into the sky by the water flow in groups. Looking at so many crabs, Yang Zhao swallowed unconsciously. To be honest, she had never eaten such a big crab. On the internet, she could see videos of tasting king crabs every day, but they were too expensive. Her wallet was relatively dry, so she could only choose the online eating service. Senior King Mu, can I eat the crabs? Yes. This crab is said to be quite delicious. Zenran King Mu raised his hand, and the grass on the hill was shorter. These grass leaves formed a large net, which went directly through the turbulent water, and caught a large bag of crabs for Yang Zhao. This stuff is delicious when cooked directly. Do you want to try it now? There were 7 or 8 crabs in the bag. These crabs were tearing at the grass net with their claws and teeth, but they couldn't get out. Yang Zhao smiled a little embarrassed. Then I'll try it. King Mu Zenran put the grass net on the ground. Yang Zhao took out 2 big crabs from it, summoned a water ball to wrap them up, and summoned a big fireball to hit them directly. Then she wanted to feel in the Kyankan bag to see if there was any salt left, but she only felt a few candles, which seemed to be what she had forgotten a few days ago. What are you looking for? King Mu Zenran asked, after seeing her struggling for a while. Salt. Salt is the ancestor of all flavors. Adding some crabs will make it taste better. If it was in the kitchen, Yang Zhao would also want to find some green onions and ginger to put in, but in the wild, there are no such requirements. No need for that thing. The water in Wukiewan is little, and it doesn't go out. The water has changed from fresh water hundreds of years ago to salt water. That's good. Yang Zhao gave some of the candy in his hand to King Mu Zenran, and stuffed the rest into his mouth. As the water was slowly dried by the fireball, it didn't take long for the two crabs to go from baring their teeth and claws to slowly emitting a strange fragrance. Seeing their bodies red and steaming, Yang Zhao threw the unused fireball into the reversed water flow. He gave one to King Mu Zenran, and the two of them cracked the crab legs while watching the scene. The crab meat is very sweet and fresh, with its own salty taste and the taste of sea crabs, but there is no fishy smell. It is easy to feel satisfied when you eat this big mouthful of leg meat. They naturally couldn't hide their picnic here from others. Seeing how sweet they were eating, others couldn't help but regret it. We should catch a few too. It's too late. The crabs have already gone up. Indeed, there are no crabs in the water now, replaced by larger fish and all kinds of strange things. King Mu Zenran introduced some rare creatures to Yang Zhao while knocking crab legs. Yang Zhao nodded while eating. Although her attitude was very sincere, it was hard to say how much she remembered. By noon, thousands of people had gathered near Wukiewan, and all kinds of vendors pushed carts and gathered here. King Mu Zenran called a food vendor. "You can put the stall here with us. How much silver do you want for the food in this cart?" The owner of the food stall was a young man of 16 or 17 years old. When he saw that there was a woman next to King Mu Zenran, he couldn't help blushing. "Oh, older mortal, you are joking. There are a lot of things in my cart. It's okay. Is 5 taels of silver enough for you?" King Mu Zenran took out a silver ingot from his arms and threw it over. "Oh my, this is a lot. I don't have any good stuff on my stall. 3 taels of silver will be enough." The young man felt a little hot holding the small silver ingot in his hand. "I forgot that things in Shuniyuan City are cheaper than those in Linjing." King Mu Zenran waved his hand generously. "It's okay. The extra money is your reward. Hurry up and put the tables and chairs for us, so you don't have to run around." The young man smiled shyly, carefully put the silver into his arms, and quickly put out the tables and chairs. Yang Zhao cooked 2 more crabs and stuffed the young man with 2 crab legs. The young man couldn't bear to eat the crab legs, so he took out a cloth from the car, wrapped the crab legs, and stuffed them into the basket. On the other side, Yang Zhao and his friends ate all the food on the young man's stall in half an incense stick with the delicious crabs. The young man was stunned watching from the side. He wanted to persuade them several times, but seeing that the two were talking and laughing, he could not move his feet. When the young man packed up his stall and pushed the cart home, it was already bright. Hundreds of acres of water swallowed up the dark clouds in the sky, forming a bottomless sky lake. This sky lake covered the sky above the entire Shuniyuan city. The sun shone through the lake, and under the prism effect, the 7-color light covered the earth. The whole Shuniyuan city was full of fantasy. At this time, Yang Zhao really couldn't hold it back. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, take out her mobile phone and record a video in a place where no one was. Everyone who saw this scene for the first time exclaimed in admiration. "This is so beautiful. It's worth my hundreds of miles to get here. I said I would definitely not suffer any loss on this trip. How about it? I was right, right? This kind of scene is rare in the entire cultivation world. This trip is really worth it." After eating and drinking, Master King Mu took out a handful of tender yellow insects and slipped them into the cracks and stuffed a handful of cooked ones to Yang Zhao. Next, it's time for various water beasts. After waiting for the big fish to go up, the next water creatures became smaller and smaller. They followed the rule of, since no one can see them, they can grow as they please. They looked weird and ugly, but they didn't look like human species anyway. Don't look at them as big as the big fish before, but they generally have 1 or 2 innate magic spells. When some populations multiply too much, they will swim to the shallow water area and go ashore. At that time, the Shuniyuan city army will be the busiest. Master King Mu had taken off his shoes at some point, and his feet had already been stuck in the soil. In order to prevent them from affecting the people in the city, Shuniyuan City's government army is not only large in number, but also equipped with many flying boats. Yang Zhao looked up and could see several small flying boats floating around Qianu Lake. But there were not many, at most a dozen. By the time the sun set in the west, the water in Feishan Lake had become a little turbid. King Mu Zenran, who had been standing for a day, was refreshed at this time, stretched out a branch, and poked Yang Zhao. Watch carefully. Next, some good things will be brought out by the water. If you like any of them, tell me and I will catch them for you. Chapter 310, Miasma Wood. The surging water poured back to the sky, the sun set in the west, and after a day of consumption, Wuqian had become a bottomless pit. The water flowing against the sky began to carry mud and sand, and slowly became turbid. Gradually, Yang Zhao could see some messy things mixed in the water, including stones, tiles, dead grass, and some reflecting the luster of metal. What are those things? Some are weapons left behind from the last war, some are treasures left behind by the dead beasts in the water, and there are some spiritual plants but not many. Anyway, the things are quite mixed. King Mu Zenran rooted himself in the ground, stretched out two long branches, and began to weave a net. If you like something, you must say it early, otherwise it will be snatched away by others. As he spoke, some people around the shore couldn't wait to start fishing for things. Those who were prepared would use special rope-like magic tools, and those who were not prepared would directly control the water. For a while, everyone used various means and showed their magical powers. But these things are not so easy to fish out. For some reason, the muddy water seemed to have a tremendous force, and many people who tried to fish it out ended up struggling with the things in the water. People with shallow cultivation and little strength could be seen everywhere on the shore, with red faces and thick necks, and it was obvious that they had used a lot of strength. Some things were soft in texture, and the people who pulled them were inexperienced, so the things would break apart when the two forces competed. But it was not certain that the things that were fished out were all good. Yang Zhao saw several people fished out, looked at them, and threw them back. Why did they throw them back into the water? After all, if the things were not good, there would always be people throwing them on the shore, but she did not see anyone do this. The government stipulates that each person can only take one thing out of Wuqian, no more. King Mu Zenran was not surprised by this situation. Another rule of the Xinyuan city government is that things that are not satisfactory must be thrown in. Wuqian can nourish spirits, and these things thrown in there may become treasures after a few years or decades. For example, the remaining materials from the construction of the Xinyuan city formation hundreds of years ago were thrown into Wuqian by the court. Why? In Yang Zhao's opinion, the remaining things from the layout of the formation can probably be recycled, and it would be a waste to throw them all into Wuqian. Is the court in the world of cultivation so rich? Tax exemption can attract businessmen and civilians, and these things can attract cultivators. Cultivators come here again and again for treasures, and there is always a part of them who want to settle here. Master King Mu's tree net has been woven. Not only does Wuqian contain the resentment of those innocent people who died in the lake, but it may also contain the blood of gods. Under the influence of these two factors, no matter whether it is plants or animals in the water, they cannot develop intelligence, but the speed of reproduction is much faster than other places. But Wuqian is not large and cannot accommodate so many things, so they come ashore to cause trouble every autumn and summer. The court does this to increase the number of cultivators in Xinyuan city. In case the government troops in Xinyuan city are struggling, they can also urgently reflect the cultivators in the city. So that's it. Yang Zhao suddenly realized. If so, the things in Wuqian are actually wages for cultivators. Since they grow so fast, wouldn't it be better to plant spiritual plants on a large scale in the lake to harvest earlier than other places? I see you have never planted land. How can you, a little girl, think of this? King Mu looked at Yang Zhao strangely. At first, some people thought the same as you did, but in the end, they all gave up, because there were many strange beasts in the water. It was not cost effective to hire too many people, and if they hired too few people, the spiritual plants would be ruined. As he said this, he pointed to the flying boat of the Lord of the Palace above his head. Don't just ask questions here and there. Hurry up and see if there is anything you want. If the things are all in the sky, the palace soldiers will not let us fish them out. Yang Zhao looked up and satisfied her curiosity and then turned her attention to the water flow. There was more mud and sand in the water at this time. One thing after another quickly passed by her eyes. They were all strange and many were covered with thick mud, like mud and stone. She couldn't tell whether the things inside were good or bad. She took 2 steps forward, lowered her head and looked down. After observing for a while, there were many things inside, and Yang Zhao couldn't tell the good from the bad. But she picked very carefully. She thought the small ones were too small, the big ones were too big, and the ones without mud were wondering if they were newly placed. If there was too much mud, she would wonder if the things inside were small. Yang Zhao finally experienced the fun of opening a blind box. After picking for a long time, she found a long curved object brought up by the water. It looked a bit like wood and was more than a person tall. It was one of the larger objects in the water. Wood sinks in water without rotting, so it must be a good thing. And it is so big, so it is not a loss. Yang Zhao quickly made a seal with both hands and summoned a water bowl to hit the turbid water near the object. Senior King Mu, I want the longest one. As soon as she finished speaking, the object had already passed her head and rushed into the sky. Okay. Master King Mu was quick-witted and quick-handed. The net formed by the branches quickly stretched out, covered it upwards, and crashed into the turbid water with a puff. Yang Zhao was not the only one who liked this thing. There were also several others who liked it. After all, there were not many objects of this size. They each used a magic weapon to break into the turbid water, trying to catch the object first. After all, there is an unwritten rule among the crowd on the shore that if someone touches it first, others will not grab it anymore, but go to find the next target. They don't need to tell King Mu Zenran like Yang Zhao did, so they acted a little faster than King Mu Zenran. But even if they acted a step faster, King Mu Zenran was still able to get there first, and the net gathered the long object in advance. Some people saw this situation and adjusted the direction of their magic tools wisely. Some magic tools couldn't stop and hit the tree net and were bounced out by several nets at once. The magic tools spun uncontrollably in the water and were pushed high by the current before being pressed down by the owner. Faced with this situation, King Mu Zenran was not annoyed. He exerted his strength with both arms and slowly pulled the long object out. Compared with the others who were grunting and groaning, King Mu Zenran seemed to be neither hurried nor slow, with a sense of leisure. After a while, the thing was dragged out of the water by him and pulled to the shore. As the tree net fell apart, the thing fell to the ground with a clang. King Mu Zenran couldn't help but praise it. This thing is quite heavy, it has a weight. Yang Zhao shook her wrist, and the Gianna long spear appeared in her hand. She used the tip of the spear to pick up the thing on the ground, but it didn't move. She poked it with the tip of the spear again to make sure it was not a living thing, and then squatted down to take a closer look. She was mainly afraid that this thing was a living thing like a snake or an eel. Now the outside of this thing was covered with a thick layer of mud. Yang Zhao scraped the mud with the tip of the spear, revealing a brown gold color. At this time, an old lady came over with a big basket, and with a smile in her eyes, she lifted the cloth on the basket. Miss, do you want a brush? I have soft and hard bristles, and iron brushes. Keep them clean. Yang Zhao blinked and saw a whole basket of various brushes. These brushes were obviously made of rough workmanship at first glance. But as the old lady said, there are many styles, both soft and hard bristles. Yang Zhao pointed to the long strip on the ground. Auntie, this is my first time here. You seem to have experience. Can you recommend a brush? The smile on the old lady's face became lively. Then let me touch it. Yang Zhao readily agreed. The old lady didn't mind the dirt. She touched it with her hand, then scratched it with her fingernails, and then wiped the mud off her fingers with a wet towel in the basket. The mud outside is quite thick, but it looks hard inside. It's not something that will break easily. An iron brush and a hard bristle brush are enough. Of course, if you are more cautious, you can buy a hard bristle brush and a soft bristle brush. It's just that it takes a little time. Yang Zhao spent more than 30 copper coins to buy an iron brush and a hard bristle brush. When the old lady got up to leave, she was stopped by King Mu Zenran and asked Yang Zhao to pay for a soft bristle brush. It's just a few cents. If you need it, it will be troublesome to buy it again. Yang Zhao thought this made sense, so he paid for a soft bristle brush. Before leaving, the old lady told her to be gentle. I heard that if the patterns on some things are damaged, their spirituality will be broken. You have to use your strength sparingly, and you can't use the tip of the spear to scrape it, like you did just now. Yang Zhao nodded and said goodbye to the old lady. She summoned a small water ball to wash the tip of the Jiana long spear and then put it on her wrist. Then she squatted down with an iron brush and started to brush it. The long strip was not only covered with mud, but also with algae and other things. It felt slippery and sticky. When the water ball was washed, a little green could be seen in the mud. After working for a long time, when a small mud pit accumulated on the ground, it revealed its true appearance. The long strip was brown gold in color as a whole, and it made a sound of golden stone when knocked. Master King Mu looked left and right, and then touched it with his hand. This thing looks like miasma wood, but the color doesn't look like it. However, it's understandable that it has changed a little after being in the water for such a long time. This thing is miasma wood. A rough voice came from the side. Yang Zhao looked up and found a man standing there who was more than 2 meters tall. Although he was tall, he was strangely thin, with pale face and sparse hair, and he looked sick. Yang Zhao could even see the joints on his arms through his clothes. He walked over and saluted King Mu Zenran. I'm Zhang Chu, from Shangying Prefecture. I want to ask you this time. Is this miasma wood useful? Can you sell it to me? I can charge you 30% of the market price. Although this man was skinny, he had a pair of beautiful eyes. You asked the wrong person. Although I fished out the thing, it is not mine. I was just helping. It depends on her how she handles it. King Mu Zenran pointed at Yang Zhao. Zhang Chu lowered his head and looked at her squatting on the ground. Yang Zhao looked up at him and felt that his head was a little far away from her. In order to balance the altitude, she quickly stood up from the ground. But even after standing up, Yang Zhao saw that he still had to look up, but the angle of his neck was a little smaller. Miss, I was rude just now. I wonder if you are willing to sell this miasma wood to me. This man looked polite, but he made Yang Zhao uncomfortable for no reason. I may disappoint you. This is my first time in Chunyuan City and my first time to fish something out of Wukielan. This thing has commemorative significance. I want to keep it and don't want to sell it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Heavy Rain. Even though Yang Zhao had clearly refused, Zhang Chu continued to negotiate with her with a smile, as if he didn't understand. Miss, when you saw me coming to buy it, you might think that this miasma wood is some kind of treasure, but miasma wood belongs to yin. I see that your aura is peaceful and full of yang energy, so you don't need this miasma wood. In this case, why don't you sell it to me in exchange for some silver? Seeing his gentle and jade-like appearance, Yang Zhao felt even more disgusted. Sir, you may not have heard clearly just now. No matter what this is, it has commemorative significance to me. I don't want to sell it. Sir, you can go and see if other people have miasma wood in their hands. This is much more efficient than pestering me. Oh, I see. Miss, you think the price I offered is too low, right? How about doubling it? Zhang Chu still had a smile on his face, but Yang Zhao was sure that the other party was deliberately ignoring what he said. He used a polite appearance to cover up his strong inequalities. If it weren't for King Mu Zenran standing next to him, Yang Zhao estimated that he would tell him directly that he had to sell it, even if he didn't want to. Sir, I won't sell it. I'm not short of money now. Who in this world doesn't need money? Zhang Chu glanced at Yang Zhao's clothes, his eyes flashing with disapproval. You may not know how much money I'm offering. Although few people use the miasma wood, its price is not low. It's sold by kilogram, 15 taels of silver per kilogram. You've taken it, and you know its weight. How about this? I'll offer 3 times the price. This time, even the King Mu Zenran next to him was a little tempted. Although the miasma wood on the ground doesn't look big, it's more than 1 meter long and as thick as a wrist, but it weighs at least a few hundred kilograms. If it triples, the silver will exceed 10,000. Although there are few miasma woods on the market, they are not things that are out of stock. Yang Zhao offers such a high price, probably because this miasma wood may have been nourished by the blood of the gods. But whether this thing is a professional or not cannot be seen after a careful inspection. As I said, this thing belongs to Yin. Even if it is a good thing, not many people will buy it. Since Yang Zhao couldn't use it, it would be a good deal to exchange it for a large sum of money to support his future cultivation. After all, no one was sure that the next person would offer a higher price than him. But King Muzhenran didn't say anything. Since he had given the miasma wood to Yang Zhao, it was natural for her to decide. Facing Yang Zhao's determined eyes, Yang Zhao shook his head and refused. I'm not waiting for a price. I really don't want to sell it. Yang Zhao simply picked up the miasma wood, stuffed it into his kayankan bag, and spread his hands. Look, it's gone now. Yang Zhao couldn't maintain his self-cultivation anymore. He turned his head with a stiff face and looked at King Muzhenran next to him. When King Muzhenran saw him looking at him, he also imitated Yang Zhao's posture and spread his hands, showing a helpless look. Yang Zhao's face twitched, and he turned away with anger. Watching the man walk away, Yang Zhao had time to ask what the miasma wood was used for. The miasma wood belongs to the yin element and can only grow in a land of miasma. It is as hard as golden stone and grows very slowly. Don't think the one in your hand is short. It takes at least hundreds of years to grow that tall. It has no other ability, but it can attract and suppress ghosts. If you put one in 100 miles of land, this place will never be haunted again. Master King Mu pointed to the house behind him. This miasma wood is probably left over from the construction of the formation and was thrown in by the court. Yang Zhao blinked when he heard it. So the miasma wood was placed in the formation of Shinyuan City to suppress. Master King Mu nodded, confirming her guess. Yes, it's what you think, and there were probably quite a lot of them at that time. Those ghosts were suppressed by the miasma wood, so the area can be kept peaceful. Yang Zhao understood. It seemed that the hundreds of thousands of incense followers of the wild god were indeed very troublesome, so he resorted to this desperate measure. So, Yang Zhao might have had his yang energy sucked away by a ghost, so he looks so sick and weak. Be careful, he's a giant and cultivator. What kind of ghost can suck his yang energy? Even if he really encounters such an evil ghost, it's more convenient to report it to the court than to buy a miasma wood himself. King Muzhenran stared at Yang Zhao with a smile. He probably had a problem with his cultivation, so he wanted a miasma wood that might be soaked in divine blood to calm it down. Yang Zhao couldn't understand what he said. Why would he use miasma wood if he had a problem with his cultivation? These two things are not related. Seeing Yang Zhao's doubts, King Muzhenran explained. It's probably because he was in the giant stage of soul refining, and he detained a ghost to take a shortcut, but was countered by the ghost, so he looked like he had more yin than yang. So what? Even if that's the case, he doesn't have to buy this miasma wood from me. King Muzhenran's words made Yang Zhao feel interesting, and he couldn't help but ask. He has imprisoned the ghost in his own soul land, so the ghost has the hope of taking over another body, and has a glimmer of life. Ordinary miasma wood is probably useless, so he came to Shinyuan City to try his luck, but you rejected him outright. Seeing Yang Zhao's sparkling eyes, King Muzhenran quickly changed the subject. Okay, everyone in Wukyuan will take one thing, and I'll give you mine as well. You should quickly find something that suits you. If you don't hurry up, the water inside will be gone. Sure enough, his words turned Yang Zhao's mind back. Then this time senior, you should support me, and I'll try too. This time, Yang Zhao was eyeing a fist-sized stone that reflected blue light. This thing was not big, and Yang Zhao estimated that she could pull it out. If it was bigger, she would not be so sure. Yang Zhao shook her wrist, raised the Jayana long spear, ran a few steps to the side, found an angle, and used all her spiritual power to throw the Jayana long spear with the tip of the spear facing backwards and the spear barrel forward. Swish bang. The Jayana long spear forcefully pushed away all the magic weapons that came to compete for it and knocked out the blue stone with a sound of water. The stone rolled away on the ground, and the Jayana long spear suddenly pierced into the ground with the tip of the spear pointing upwards, leaving only a little red cherry on the ground. Yang Zhao ran over to pick up the stone and was relieved to see that the thing was not broken by the Gianna long spear. Turning around, she summoned the Gianna long spear from the ground, summoned 2 large water bowls to wash it, and did not dislike the water hanging on it, and directly buckled it on her wrist. Then she picked up the small brush on the ground and started opening her blind box again. King Mu Zenran was watching interestingly on the side and couldn't help but tease. Do you know why Zhang Chu was so rude to you? Because my clothes are not good. When Zhang Chu looked at her clothes in a subtle way, Yang Zhao had a vague answer in her heart. The clothes she is wearing now were bought in Huanglang Gang. Although the material is good, they are all common things. If there are a few taels of silver in the family, you can buy a set. King Mu Zenran shook his head. No, cultivators don't care what you wear. After all, everyone has their own merits. You can't assume that his cultivation is lower than yours just because he wears coarse linen clothes. It would be foolish for anyone to socialize with him based on this standard. Since this was not the reason, Yang Zhao guessed another possibility. Did you see that my cultivation was not high, so you acted tough? No. King Mu Zenran shook his head as usual. Then why? It's impossible that you look down on me because I'm a young woman, right? King Mu Zenran shook his head again. No, although women are not as strong as men by nature, and they are also a bit shorter, women generally know things earlier, and they are generally more tolerant physically because of childbirth. So as long as they embark on the path of cultivation, there is no difference between men and women. For this reason, there is no major cultivation family that favors men over women. Then why? This time Yang Zhao really couldn't find the reason. Ha ha ha. King Mu Zenran couldn't help laughing. Because you use a small brush to brush the dirt instead of using the cleaning technique. In his opinion, you basically didn't grow up in a cultivation family, and your subconscious reaction can't be hidden. Yang Zhao was stunned when he heard it, but then he thought about it and found that this was indeed true. If this child has been influenced by it since he was a child and uses a cleaning technique when he sees dirty things, then he will naturally not buy a small brush. But using the cleaning technique is not as fun as opening a blind box. Yang Zhao lowered his head and continued to summon small water balls and started to brush with a small brush. Now she knew why many people like to gamble on jadeite, because when a stubborn stone becomes a treasure in your hands, that feeling is really great. Open a blind box? This statement is interesting. King Mu Zenran also tried to squat down to watch Yang Zhao open the blind box. After a while, the whole stone was revealed. The whole stone is dark blue, translucent, the size of a fist, and it feels heavy when you weigh it in your hand. Senior, do you know this thing? Gathering spirit stone. This thing can gather the spiritual energy around. Many large formations need it. This one looks good, but it's not very big. It seems that this thing is probably the remaining construction consumables when Shunio and City built a large formation. Yang Zhao took it in the palm of her hand and closed her eyes to feel it carefully. Sure enough, the spiritual energy around her, like flowing water, seemed to have hit a small pit and gathered. After a while, the spiritual energy around her was much thicker than elsewhere, and the spiritual energy was also more lively. But this thing also has limitations. It is only the amount of a small pit, and it is impossible to gather it into a vast ocean. Then if I use it to practice, will it be twice the result with half the effort? Don't think about it. The spiritual energy absorbed by a person every time he practices is fixed. It's not that the faster the better. However, many people who can't practice will wear it as a jewelry. It looks good and has the effect of rejuvenating and prolonging life. Yang Zhao was moved when he heard it. It would be great if he could buy 2 pieces of this thing and give them to his parents. The 2 were old, so she didn't dare to encourage them to open their meridians and awaken their spirits. If they couldn't make it, she wouldn't be able to stab herself. So she never showed off to her parents about cultivation, for fear that the 2 old people would be tempted. Are there many people selling this? Quite a lot. King Mu Zenran pointed to the big planet above his head that dominated the entire sky. Although we don't produce anything here, there are a lot of things on it, so it's not a rare thing. But the price of good quality ones like the ones in your hand will be more expensive. Yang Zhao looked up at the planet and couldn't help twitching his mouth. It seems that ordinary people can only buy it in shops, and they can't mine it themselves. When she thought that the world of cultivation was a feudal dynasty, the space outside always told her that it was not. It always makes people feel a sense of contradiction between being backward and advanced. Zhang Zhao is right. My parents are farmers and have never practiced in their lives. I have to buy 2 more pieces for them to wear when the time comes. Yang Zhao admired it for a while in the afterglow of the sunset and then stuffed it into his arms. Mainly because she was scared by Zhang Zhao. If she ran into someone who wanted to buy this thing again, she would have to eat less. After taking the things, Yang Zhao began to care about the floating Xianhu in the sky. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the crystal clear lake water swayed with the wind, and the rippling water reflected the golden light. The fish, insects, shrimps and animals were hunting and swimming freely in it, which looked very wild and refreshing. Yang Zhao once again lamented that he couldn't take out his mobile phone to take a video. If this video was released, people who believed that he was a fan of cultivation would probably suspect that it was a computer special effect. When will the water fall? Will it be like a waterfall? King Muzhenren stood up and looked at the top of his head. As soon as the sun sets, the water will fall, but it won't be like a waterfall, but a heavy rain. It will be a heavy rain that can drown people the next night, and there will be no water in the sky tomorrow morning. Everyone else has left. Let's go back to. Yang Zhao glanced around, and sure enough, the shore that was originally bustling was now deserted. The vendors selling food had long disappeared, and the old lady selling brushes was nowhere to be seen. On the way back, the street was deserted and clean. All the stalls selling things, the signs hanging on the shops, and the pickle jars piled in the corners were put away. Every household closed the windows and doors, and they wished they could hang 2 big iron locks on the windows to feel at ease. Even so, the gates of the courtyards of each family were open. Even the city lord's mansion was no exception. As soon as the 2 arrived at the city lord's mansion, the heavy rain fell. The rain was like Gang Gang and his father's Yuan fighting, and they were so angry that they knocked down Mount Buzhao, and there was a hole in the sky, which urgently needed Noah to repair the sky and Noah to build a boat. The key is that there is everything in the rain, shrimps, crabs, fish, beasts, and the treasures that those people on the shore want to fish out. Anyway, the little things that flowed up to the sky at the beginning were all smashed down with the rain. It really looked like a posture of killing people without paying for it. While eating, Yang Zhao listened to the clanging sounds outside and felt a little frightened. Now it is certain that the buildings in Shuniyuan City are very resistant to being smashed, otherwise ordinary people will not be able to survive on this day. No wonder the houses of ordinary people are built by the government, and ordinary people don't have the money to build such a resistant house. After a while, there was a flood outside, and a strong wind blew, and waves of waves were heard in the city. After eating, Yang Zhao didn't have the heart to practice, so he opened the door a crack to see the end of the world. Chapter 312, Clean Shuniyuan City. The crack in the door brought with it a violent storm, which hurt Yang Zhao's face. She subconsciously clasped her hands together and closed the door with a clang. She wiped the rain off her face and shook off the raindrops on her body. Unable to resist her curiosity, she took out the Fenglings who put 1 piece in front of her and 1 on top of her head. She stretched out her hand again to open the door tentatively. At that moment, the Fenglings who came into close contact with the rain, causing a dense crisp sound. The damp cold wind filled the whole house, and the nose was filled with the strong smell of rain. The dark night sky, the dense rain, the howling wind and the sudden drop in temperature formed a scene of destruction. The places in the distance could no longer be seen because of the obstruction of the rain. Yang Zhao closed the door with some dissatisfaction. This was the bad thing about being in the city lord's mansion. You couldn't fly around. All cities in the Great Zhao dynasty were banned from flying. Otherwise, Yang Zhao really wanted to fly outside with Fenglings Hu on her head, preferably to Wuqiuan to see what the scene was like there. After performing a cleaning technique to clear the rainwater around her body, Yang Zhao went to sleep after practicing. Sleeping on rainy days is always particularly sweet. In the morning, the sun was shining brightly, and Yang Zhao lay in the warm bed and didn't want to get up. In the yard outside the house, the servants of the city lord's mansion had already gotten up to clean up the rainwater. The two little girls who had served Yang Zhao in the past few days had come to the door. They were holding toiletries and knocked on the door gently. "Miss Yang, are you up? The food is ready in the kitchen. Do you want to come in later?" Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao's originally quiet stomach rumbled a few times in response. "No, I'm up. Come in." The air after the rain was very fresh. While washing, she glanced at the yard outside. The yard was now clean, and only the surrounding ground and walls were still wet. The fact that there was no water accumulation was somewhat unexpected to Yang Zhao. Or was it that the servant just now cleaned up the water accumulation? Yang Zhao thought about it for a while, and after finishing his meal, he said something to King Mu Zhenren, and left the city lord's mansion. As soon as he got outside, Yang Zhao found something unusual, because even the streets were unusually clean, with no water accumulation, and no residual sand. It seems that the drainage system of this city is very durable. After all, even if someone came to clean up the water accumulation, it would not be so fast. With the sound of waves yesterday, it was normal to row a small boat this morning. Yang Zhao found a breakfast shop, sat down at a shared table, and while waiting for the meal, he struck up a conversation with a more talkative lady next to him. "Auntie, I'm an outsider. This is my first time to come to Xinyan City to see the wonders of Wuqian. I saw that it rained so heavily yesterday. Why is there no water accumulation outside?" If Yang Zhao asked other topics, the lady might not be able to follow up, but this matter was a common sense question for the lady. This is a major feature of our Xinyan city. No matter how heavy the rain is, there is never any accumulation of water. Our entire city is surrounded by Wuqian. Although it is not noticeable in daily life, the terrain is high on all sides and low in the middle. It ensures that all rainwater has a way to enter Wuqian. Their topic attracted the attention of the people who were eating breakfast around them. They all talked to Yang Zhao about the common sense of Xinyan City. Whenever Wuqian flies to the sky, the big formation in the city will be activated. It has no other purpose, just to allow the rainwater to flow smoothly into Wuqian with the treasures in the lake. So when you get up in the morning, you will find that the streets are too clean. I forgot a basket outside yesterday, and it disappeared this morning. That's right. The two big stones outside our yard were swept away again. These two stones were originally for my old mother to sit at the door and chat. While eating, Yang Zhao watched them feel sorry for their own things, and he seemed to understand something in his heart. No wonder I didn't see rain or fish, shrimps, crabs, etc. when I came out this morning. It turned out that they all flowed into Wuqian along with the water. That crab is quite delicious. Maybe I can go to the restaurant to see if there are any for sale. After paying for the meal, Yang Zhao followed the street to Wuqian. At this time, all the grass on the bank of Wuqian was lying on the ground facing the water. Some of them were missing a piece of grass, revealing the yellow-brown soil underneath, which was where the water flowed. Wuqian also lost its former clarity and was abnormally turbid. Some newly formed streams were still there, continuously injecting water into Wuqian. The fantastic scene of yesterday had disappeared, making people feel like they were in a dream. After walking around twice, Yang Zhao ran into the sickly Zhang, who was more than 2 meters tall, followed by several young people. As soon as he saw Yang Zhao, his face was unfriendly, and his contempt almost took shape. Yang Zhao was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned around to leave. Unexpectedly, before she took a few steps, a young man following Zhang spoke. "Uncle Zhang, is this the greedy person you mentioned to us yesterday?" Zhang nodded slightly. "Not greedy, he is just waiting for a higher price. He doesn't care about my 3 times price." Another young man also said, "Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm afraid there is no one else in the whole Great Zhao who can offer 3 times the price. It's just that some people are short-sighted." At this time, the young men following Zhang started to mock him. That's right. She forgot that some things are valuable only in the hands of the right people. In the hands of the wrong people, they can't even light a fire. If this person is shallow, he won't know how to accept the real money when it's in front of him. It's a pity that now you, Zhang, have received the miasma wood you like. Some people can sell the miasma wood at the market price. It's really funny to lose thousands of taels of silver all of a sudden. Yang Zhao, who was originally walking forward with his head down and didn't want to pay attention to them, couldn't help but stop and turn to look at those people with mocking faces. Are you annoying? Don't you understand what people say? I said I don't want to sell it, and I don't want to sell it. The things are mine. You don't care whether I use it to make fire or beads. If I chop it up to make chopsticks when I'm bored one day, it's my business. Don't worry about it. You are dressed like a decent person, but you say bad things to people in front of them. Haven't you ever been to school? If your parents and teachers knew that you taught such a thing, they would be embarrassed to go out. Who can't talk nonsense? As a surfing expert, this is just a beginner among beginners, with no technical content. But the people behind Zhang were brought up in luxury, and they are cunning as children of aristocratic families, knowing who to offend and who not to offend. So they have always been the ones who criticize others, and the people who are criticized have no courage to fight back. These people were so angry that their faces turned red, and those who were thin-skinned began to speak without thinking. You shrew, you dare to speak so shamelessly, just because you know who I am. This matter is not over yet. I must make you kneel down and kowtow. Yang Zhao crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Ha. You can't beat me, and you have to show off your family background. If I don't know anything, will you bring up your parents and ancestors? She is too familiar with this routine. Yang Zhao doesn't make a living under their hands, so why should he be afraid of him? This made the person's hands tremble in anger. You bitch. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, I will not let you leave Wukiyuan today. Oh, you are the government official of Shuniyuan City? You want to be a government official? Does the mayor of Shuniyuan City know about this? You don't let me leave Wukiyuan. You want to kill me. The man looked at Yang Zhao with a threatening tone. Humph, I didn't say that. I just said that you can't leave Wukiyuan. Although our Jiang family is not a prominent family, we still have the ability to train a village woman like you. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao raised her hands to her chest in a pretentious manner, posing as a delicate little white flower, and choked her voice. Oh, I'm so scared. I, a weak woman, can't stand your threats. Humph. Are you scared now? Who was so sharp-tongued just now? When the young master saw Yang Zhao's action, he felt that she was giving in. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes and obediently offer the miasma wood to my uncle will soften his heart and let you go gently. Yang Zhao looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. I said, all the young and old men in Shuniyuan City, have you heard it? The Jiang family wants me to give them that valuable thing for free and threatened me that I can't leave Wukiyuan if I don't give it to them. If I really disappear one day, it must be the Jiang family and Zhang who did it. You must remember their faces clearly. Who knows if they will target the treasure in your hands next time. The quarrel here has attracted many people. They gathered around and whispered, and occasionally stretched out their hands to wave to those who didn't notice the situation outside. When they heard what Yang Zhao said, the group of people suddenly became lively. You want something worth thousands of taels of silver for free? Isn't that robbery? Whose young master is that? Does he have so much power? Are you kidding me? Who dares to kill people openly in Shuniyuan City? Do you really think our government is just a decoration? I don't know who Zhang is, but is the Jiang family in the south of the city? That's impossible. I have seen the master of the Jiang family in the south of the city. How could this kind man do such a thing? He can't do it, but his little grandson can do it. This is the grandson of Master Jiang. The young masters next to him are also from powerful families in Shuniyuan City. If they want to embarrass a commoner, they don't have to do it themselves. There are many people who help them get it done. The crowd was in an uproar, and the young master of the Jiang family over there was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. You are slandering me. I never said I wanted to kill you. You framed me like this because you really don't want to. He was interrupted by Zhang Chu before he finished speaking. Nephew Jiang, don't be led by her. She is a cultivator from a small family and is best at this kind of mischief. We, the children of noble families, are upright and not as good at talking as them. As he said this, he bowed to the people watching the fun around him. The elders of Shuniyuan City are right. I'm Zhang Chu, and this is my first time in Shuniyuan City. I have never coveted anything in his hands. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Did I offer 3 times the price yesterday? I saw that she was a little girl with a poor family background, and it was very difficult for her to practice alone, so I felt pity for her and wanted to offer 3 times the price to buy a piece of miasma wood in her hand. Unexpectedly, she was greedy and was not satisfied with the 3 times the price and wanted more. How could I not be fooled by this? My nephew of the Jiang family is upright and not good at speaking. When he met this little girl today, he wanted to say a few words for me. He thought that he, a young man from a noble family, had never seen such a rogue. After she insulted his ancestors with words, he spoke without thinking. It was just the youthful spirit. The Jiang family is an old family in Xinyan City. They respect the court and the people. They are a law-abiding family. I pray that the family reputation will be ruined by a yellow-mouthed child today. How can I, the nephew of the Jiang family, not be angry? This man was polite and righteous, and he turned black into white with his words. The people watching the fun looked at Yang Zhao with a strange look. You are not satisfied with the 3 times price. How much more do you want? I thought this girl was not a good person from the beginning. Who would be so sharp-tongued from a good family? People who are not satisfied are prone to get into trouble. He doesn't know what kind of family the Jiang family is. I said, how could the grandson of Master Jiang kill people and break the law? He was angry at this shameless guy. I say, little girl, 3 times is not a small amount. How much more do you want? Hurry up and apologize to Master Jiang. Otherwise, we in Xinyan City don't welcome you. Yes, we don't welcome you. Get out of our Xinyan City. Get out. Yang Zhao looked a little ugly and ignored the shouting around him. You still say that I have a sharp tongue, but I can never compare to your ability to confuse right and wrong. My fellow villagers, they are right. I'm not from a noble family. I was able to practice by accident, but I have never thought that my poor family would make me inferior in quality. Zhang Chu offered 3 times the price yesterday, but I said from beginning to end that I would not sell it. Someone should have noticed the movement on our side at that time. Just ask around, and you will know what the situation was. What do you mean by waiting for a good price and being greedy? If I don't sell it, does that mean I'm blackmailing you with it? I can't dispose of my own things. We didn't have a pleasant time together yesterday. When I saw them today, I turned around and ran away. We are all ordinary people and can't afford to offend those noble families. Just because I don't want to provoke you doesn't mean I can let you insult me. There are countless people around Wuqian. Someone must have seen the scene when we just met. It's not that you say black is black and white is white. Besides, I really don't see any upbringing of aristocratic families from the young masters around Zhangchu. Chapter 313. Recognition. The angry crowd gradually became silent. The familiar people around looked at each other, whispered a few words, and soon found the witness of the encounter. After all, most of the onlookers were ordinary people, and their hatred for the rich was as thick as their filters for the rich. Everyone here might stand in Yang Zhao's position, but they would most likely never stand in the position of aristocratic families in their lifetime. Yang Zhao's words were not as inflammatory as Zhang Chu's, but her position was indeed on the same level as the public. Especially when they saw the obscure eyes of the witness, everyone's position changed again. They stopped making noises and booed, but expressed their positions in silence. Not making noises was because they were afraid of the other party's revenge, and silence was an implicit support. This change was not only seen by Yang Zhao, but also by Zhang Chu and the young masters behind him. Miss, don't be so harsh. Although my nephew said some extreme words, did you see him take action? It is very likely that his not taking action has nothing to do with his upbringing. Yang Zhao couldn't help but sneer. The reason why I can stand here and argue with you safely is not because of your nephew's integrity, but because of the strict laws of the court. Good. Little girl, you are right. A cheer came from the top of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man in golden red clothes walking in. He was the same height as Zhang Chu, more than 2 meters away, so he was taller than others when standing in the crowd, with one shoulder exposed. But unlike Zhang Chu, he was strong and muscular, and the lines of his muscles could be seen through his clothes. When he walked over, a square face with a bit of righteousness, looking at Yang Zhao with undisguised admiration. Little girl, it's rare to have someone as clear-headed as you. We must be friends. I'm the elder brother of the skinny guy next to you. My name is Zhang Shibin. May I ask your name? Yang Zhao was stunned by this change, and he didn't respond to Zhang Shibin's words. Zhang Chu's face, which was already pale, turned even darker. He couldn't help but come over and complain. Brother, what are you talking about? The young masters behind him came over to greet him like deflated balls. Zhang Shibin nodded in return. I'm telling you the truth. You guys can get together to bully a little girl, but I can't stand up and make friends with her. Uncle, don't you know this little bitch? Boo. Shut up. I saw it yesterday, and I saw it from beginning to end today. Zhang Shibin didn't seem to give his younger brother any face. You insisted on buying the miasma wood from this little girl yesterday, and even offered 3 times the price. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you know the name of this little girl? This question made the young master of the Jiang family stunned. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu frowned when he heard it. Brother, do you mean that you know this little girl? His brother asked this. Could it be that this sharp-tongued little girl is the illegitimate child of some family? I don't know her. Zhang Shibin shook his head neatly. Then if you don't know her, why are you asking me? This time, not only Zhang Shibin, but everyone around him looked at her with an unspeakable look. Zhang Shibin sighed and turned to look at Yang Zhao. Little girl, you've seen it too. Although my brother's brain isn't very good, he's grown up now. I won't bring him to apologize to you. I really want to be your friend. My blood relationship with him can't affect our friendship. What do you think? Senior, you're joking. What could Yang Zhao do? Someone came out to smooth things over on her side. Of course, she could only walk down the stairs. Did she really want to fight with these people? She bowed her head and introduced herself. Thank you for your esteem, senior. I'm Yang Zhao. Nice to meet you. Yang Zhao, what a nice name. You and I really hit it off right away. Do you like drinking? I know there's a tavern in Shunyan City that has a collection of good wines. Why don't we drink and chat? Yang Zhao blinked. Senior, are we drinking right after we met? It's so hard to meet someone who likes me. Wouldn't it be a waste of good wine if we don't get together and have a drink? I'm not interested in wine. Yang Zhao pointed to Wuqian. I want to eat the big crabs in it. It's easy. Zhang Shibin said nothing, strode to the water's edge, squatted, and slapped the water with one hand. The splashes of water connected together, like tiny water dragons. They turned a circle in the air, and then plunged into the abyss. In a short while, more than 10 big crabs were bound by the water dragons, and dragged to the surface of the water. These big crabs looked a little embarrassed, and most of them were missing arms and legs, and some even had half of their crab shells flattened. Zhang Shibin picked and chose by the lake, kept the relatively intact ones, and threw the others back into the water. In this way, he came a few more times, and collected 24 big crabs before stopping. Although some of these crabs are missing some limbs, you know it rained heavily yesterday, so this is inevitable. He controlled the water flow, tied up all the crabs, and then carried them to Yang Zhao. Is it enough? If not, I can catch more. Yang Zhao just looked at the crabs, and his mouth began to drool involuntarily. Enough. I want to eat salt-baked crabs and spicy fried crabs. It is said that eating crab legs raw is also very delicious. I want to try it. Okay, you are right. You wait and I will find a good cook to cook for you. Okay, let's go drink. Let's go. The two of them talked passionately, and they wanted to go when they mentioned the crabs. This reversal was a bit big, and the onlookers next to them couldn't react. Seeing that the excitement was about to end, everyone felt a little empty. Zhang Chu in the back watched all this gloomily. Brother, what do you mean by this? I just don't want to listen to you calling me brother in a refined way. Why not call me brother? Zhang Shibin turned his head with a blank expression, and his thick eyebrows pressed down his eyes fiercely. Can't you see what I mean? I want to go drink with Yang Zhao. Zhang Chu's hands were shaking with anger. But brother, how can we be friends with her with such a character? And she just abused the nephew of the Jiang family. Shouldn't she apologize? What will the Jiang family think of you taking her out to drink without caring about anything like this? Zhang Shibin's eyes moved and looked straight at the young master of the Jiang family. Oh, nephew of the Jiang family, do you have any objections? The young master of the Jiang family shook his head like a rattle, with a smile on his face. Why would I have any objections? It was my nephew who was rude today. I will go home and prepare a generous gift, and then I will personally go to Miss Yang's house to apologize. Zhang Chu turned around suddenly and glared at him fiercely. The young master of the Jiang family held back a smile that was uglier than crying, took 2 steps back, and hid behind the young masters of the aristocratic families. Zhang Shibin shifted his gaze to Zhang Chu again. Look, the nephew of the Jiang family knows he is wrong. Do you know you are wrong? At this time, Zhang Chu looked at his brother with a bit of resentment in his eyes. Brother, what have I done wrong? How can you humiliate me in public for an outsider? Zhang Shibin's face became even uglier. Face. You have to earn your face yourself. If you keep making trouble, I will tear your face off. I thought the melon field was going to end, but I could still see the famous scene of brothers fighting against each other. Now the eyes of the people who were watching the excitement lit up again. Tear it off. I want to see how you, as an elder brother, tear off the face of your own brother. The 2 of them were at loggerheads, and neither of them would give in. Since Zhang Chu didn't want face, there was no need for Zhang Shibin to keep it for him. You wanted to ask my sister to buy the miasma wood yesterday, but you kept talking to yourself from beginning to end, and didn't even ask her name. You still have the nerve to talk about 3 times the price? The word arrogance is welded on your forehead, and you still talk about courtesy? Yang Zhao raised his eyebrows in surprise. No, she has only one brother, Yang Yun, since she was a child. When did she have an older brother? How could she not know? Not only was she confused, but the onlookers were also confused. For a while, they looked at Yang Zhao with a strange look. But the confusion of outsiders did not affect Zhang Shibin's output. My sister's commander didn't whip you at that time, even if he had a good temper. If you dare to talk nonsense again now, I will kick you into Wuqian. He turned around and picked up the crab. Sister, let's go and have a drink. Senior, don't call me sister, I can't afford it. The 2 of them walked fast and walked a long way after a few words. Zhang Chu here was so angry that his fists clenched tightly and his hand bones creaked. Those young masters were standing there awkwardly, pushing each other, and finally, everyone pushed young Master Jiang to the front. He forced a smile and said, Uncle, you starve me. No, are you hungry? The crabs from Wuqian are delicious. Do you want to try them? As for other questions, he didn't dare to ask a word. How dare he, an outsider, intervene in the quarrel between the 2 brothers? What if they were fighting outside, and the family was at peace, and he spoke without authorization? Wouldn't he offend both sides? You can pick it up and eat it yourself. After saying that, he threw his sleeves and left. The young masters of the aristocratic families hesitated for a while, and no one dared to catch up with him. They whispered a few words. My father told me to accompany Uncle Zhang Chu. Well, what should I do now? I always feel scared to follow him. You are still good, okay? Look, I have offended both sides. Do you think I'm complaining? Aren't you complaining now? They discussed and finally decided to go back to their own homes and see their mothers. Boss, ask the cook to clean up these crabs. Some will be salt baked, some will be fried with chili, and the rest will be soaked in cold water. We want to eat them raw. Over there, Yang Zhao and Zhang Shibin had already come to a small wine shop by turning left and right. Okay. He carried the crabs to the back kitchen. There was only the shop owner at the front desk of this small wine shop. He was both the boss and the waiter. I don't know what kind of wine do you want to drink, sir? My dear sister just came to Shinyuan City. Don't you have to take out the good wine for us to celebrate? Sir, you are really joking. We are a small shop here. How can we have good wine? The shop owner said modestly, but he was very efficient in his work. He first took out 2 sets of cups, chopsticks and other tableware, then returned to the counter and crouched under the counter to take out 2 bottles of wine, each of which seemed to weigh 1 pound. He put the wine on the table and uncorked the bottle. Sun-flecked fragrance, this thing has a soft taste. If you drink too much, you will easily see 2 suns in the sky, so I changed its name. Then he introduced the wine in his hand. This wine is not intoxicating. Even if you are drunk, at most you will see two suns, and there will be no other impact. Yang Zhao poured a little wine, and found that the wine was a charming pink color. I'm pouring wine for the senior. I wonder why the senior asked me to come here today. What's the matter? I like you, a girl, so can't I treat you to a drink? Zhang Shibin took the wine poured by Yang Zhao, and drank it happily. Yang Zhao stroked the rim of the wine glass. Senior, you are here for the miasma wood, right? Although you helped me out, I really don't want to sell it. Because apart from this thing, she didn't know what other use she had for Zhang Shibin. After all, Zhang Chu was his brother. Although he said harsh words, he still gave face to his brother in front of others. What are you talking about? Can I still do such a thing of forced buying and selling? I really like your straightforward character and want to make friends with you and swear brotherhood with you. Zhang Shibin poured himself another glass of Huan Rixiang. Let's drink first, and let's not talk about my brother's spoil sport. After a while, the cook had packed up the crabs. The boss served 3 of the 24 big crabs first. Wait until you finish eating here, and we will serve you one at a time. By then, they should be cold. Seeing the plump and sweet crabs on the table, Yang Zhao no longer worried whether the other party was thinking about the miasma wood in his hand. She first politely gave Zhang Shibin a crab leg, and then she unceremoniously tried the crab sashimi. To be honest, it was her first time to eat crab sashimi. In the past, she had watched other app hosts eat it on video websites. But she had to admit that the crab legs soaked in ice water were very delicious, and the taste was like jelly, very fresh and sweet. The two were eating, and Yang Zhao found someone standing outside. Yang Zhao raised his eyes and took a closer look and found that it was the young master of the Jiang family. There was a middle-aged woman next to him. The woman was very beautiful and looked very similar to the young master Jiang. She looked like his relative. The middle-aged woman stepped into the wine stall and smiled before she spoke. You must be Miss Yang Zhao. I brought my disappointing son to apologize to you. Chapter 314. Apology. The wine stall was not big to begin with, and the middle-aged woman brought the young master of the Jiang family in, making the place seem even smaller. Oh, sister too, you came quite quickly. We haven't finished our wine yet. I came before you finished drinking. Otherwise, if you leave, I won't be able to find you in Xinyan City, which is so big. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Young Master Jiang also followed his mother to greet the people in the wine stall. The people came here with their son to apologize politely, and Yang Zhao was embarrassed to leave them alone. She stood up and exchanged greetings with the two. Miss Yang, you don't have to be polite. Today, it was my son who was rude first and threatened later. It is only right for me to bring him here to apologize. The middle-aged woman slapped her son on the shoulder. Why don't you apologize quickly? The young master of the Jiang family smiled awkwardly and handed over the gift of apology. Miss Yang, I'm a person with no brains and foul mouth. Don't look at me as tall and strong, but I'm a coward. I really don't dare to do anything. I just thought you were from another place, so I was just bragging in front of my brothers. Young Master Jiang bowed deeply. I'm really sorry for offending you today. What can Yang Zhao do? It's just a quarrel. Does she want to kill her? Today I have a bad temper and what I said is not pleasant to hear. I have to apologize to you. Seeing that Yang Zhao let it go, young Master Jiang was also happy. No, Miss Yang, you are impatient. I'm a stupid person like me. I went back and thought about what you said twice before I understood it. If I had figured it out earlier, I wouldn't jump on the taboos of the court. I was really eager to dig my own grave. What nonsense are you talking about? The woman surnamed Tu hit him again angrily. Little kid, you keep saying bad things. I've really spoiled you. Mother, I didn't mean that. I just said it for fun. Young Master Jiang bowed and nodded to appease his old mother and smiled at Yang Zhao in between. This is because Miss Yang is generous and forgave you. Otherwise, do you think your father would let you kneel in the ancestral hall? The woman surnamed Tu looked at Yang Zhao with a smile. I like you who are neat and tidy, unlike the young ladies of other families who are shy. I heard that you just came to Xinyan City, so it's inevitable that you will run into those blind people. Next time you want to go shopping, just send someone to call out my disappointing son and let him take you shopping. Our Jiang family still has some face in Shunyan City. Ordinary people won't offend him. Then I thank you for your kindness. If I want to learn about the local customs and people, I will definitely trouble Mr. Jiang. Yang Zhao also thanked her with a smile on his face. It was my tone that offended Mr. Jiang today. Today, the citizens of Shunyan City say that the people of the Jiang family are gentle and kind, compassionate to the weak. So how can a young master from such a family be bad? This sounds nice, but everyone knows that Yang Zhao will not go shopping with this young master Jiang. The other party came to apologize for Zhang Shibin's sake, and Yang Zhao's anger subsided. He would not offend anyone he caught. This colorful sedan chair was carried by everyone, and everyone was happy. Since the matter was done, the woman surnamed Tu took her son and left. Then I won't disturb you from tasting wine here, brother Zhangshi. Goodbye. After the Jiang family left, not long after, the other young masters who had just followed Zhangchu came to apologize one after another. Some came alone with gifts, and some came with their parents and family. Everyone who came was very easygoing and polite to Yang Zhao. They basically apologized, said a few simple words, put down the apology and left. Not long after, 5 or 6 boxes were piled on the ground. This also led to Yang Zhao eating the crabs intermittently. After half an hour, he still hadn't eaten much. He could only drool at the crabs on the table. After these people came, Yang Zhao thought he could eat his big crabs in peace. But who knew that Zhangchu, who had just left in anger, also came over at this time. Why are you here to apologize too? Zhang Shibin drank the wine in his glass in one gulp and teased his younger brother casually. Zhang Chu ignored his teasing and even ignored Yang Zhao who was sitting next to him. He glared at him and sat next to Zhang Shibin. The height of these two brothers, more than 2 meters, determined that they were taller than ordinary people when they were standing. When he came in, he completely compared Yang Zhao, who was of normal height, to a child. The normally high-ceilinged wine shop looked even smaller in comparison with these two brothers. Zhang Chu directly questioned his brother. Brother, you just humiliated me in public, and now you still have the heart to drink here? Don't you want to know how I feel? I'm very upset. Yang Zhao, who was sitting next to him, suddenly brightened up. She quietly took half of the crab body and slowly chopped the meat. Her ears stood up straight to listen to the two brothers' confrontation. Zhang Shibin smiled at Yang Zhao who was watching the show, and poured himself a glass of wine. If it's blocked, just block it. If it doesn't work, ask the doctor to prescribe 2 doses of medicine for you, and it will naturally be unblocked. Brother. Zhang Chu's pale face flushed with excitement. I know, you just looked down on me. Since I was stripped of the word, she, you don't treat me as a brother. Today is even more excessive. You actually ripped my face in front of the public for an outsider. You are a very cold person. Was this person's original name Zhang Shichu? Can this person's name be stripped? Yang Zhao mixed the crab roe into the selected crab meat and picked up a large piece of it. Wow, this crab is sweet and delicious. The freshness of the crab roe and crab meat is directly to the top of the head. Not to mention the weak spiritual power contained in it is also soothing Yang Zhao's body. One bite not only satisfied the taste buds, but also satisfied the body, making her feel euphoric. This is really a divine way to eat. Those bloggers who eat crabs are really great. How can I drink hot wine if my heart is not cold? Zhang Shibin looked at his indignant brother with disdain. You put yourself high and fell down. Can you blame others? If you come to apologize, I can still drink a glass of wine with you. If you come to make trouble. He half squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Chu dangerously. Goodbye. Zhang Chu was also completely at odds with him, slamming the table and yelling angrily. If you don't tell me the truth today, I won't leave. I want to show all the elders of the Zhang family what kind of cold-hearted family air they chose. Chapter 315. The Frightened Wine Shop Owner. Hearing the banging of the table outside, the owner of the wine shop, who was helping the cook in the back, came out after pulling back the curtain. He hid in the kitchen when the mother and son of the Jiang family came over. He recognized the mother and son, and naturally did not want to see the embarrassment of these big shots. Regardless of whether the other party minded or not, he did not dare to take a gamble. When other families came one after another, he hid in the kitchen and did not come out. While wiping his hands with a towel, he nodded and bowed to the two big men with a smile on his face. "Sir, what's the matter? If there is anything wrong with the wine in our shop, please tell me directly, and I will replace it with a new one for you." Shop owner: "The wine in your shop is the best in Xinjiang City. There is no problem with anything, and it cannot be the wine. Don't worry, it's none of your business. If my brother breaks your table, I will ask him to compensate you tenfold." Oh, no. The owner of the wine shop smiled and waved his hands hurriedly. "Sir, you are joking. It's just a table. It's not worth much. As long as it's not a problem with the wine, it's fine. So you enjoy your meal. I'll go to the back and bring you some side dishes." He neatly put away the crab shells on the table, then turned around and returned to the kitchen. After a while, the cook came in with 4 plates of side dishes, and he brought a few crabs from the back. "Our store is small, and we don't have anything good. Sir, please make do with it." Then the two of them returned to the kitchen without touching the ground. The atmosphere between the Zhang Shibin brothers calmed down a little after being interrupted by the store owner. Yang Zhao took the chopsticks and tasted the side dish in front of him. It was a fried crispy fish. Although it was only a little salty, it was crispy and delicious, and went well with rice. Zhang Shibin saw that Yang Zhao was eating it with relish, so he also picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Zhang Chu was once again angered by his brother's attitude of ignoring him. He stretched out his hand and wanted to overturn the table. Yang Zhao's eyes never left the brothers. When he saw the brothers' movements, he quickly picked up the crab in front of him, stepped back a few steps, and put the crab on a table farthest from the two of them. Zhang Shibin directly raised his hand to press down the table. When Zhang Chu saw that his movements were discovered by the other party, he raised his other hand high and tried to smash the table. Zhang Shibin countered his moves and separated his other hand. The two of them exchanged moves and started fighting on the small table. Both sides moved as fast as the wind, and the sound of popping came from the arms of the two people colliding, which was a bit shocking. The owner of the wine shop carefully lifted the door curtain a little, quietly watching the movement outside, and his heart was lifted. Yang Zhao could watch with great interest while eating crab legs, but the tables, chairs, and benches in the store belonged to the owner of the wine shop. He was only worried that the two people would not be able to control their strength and ruin his things. Fortunately, Zhang Shibin and his two brothers knew how to control their cultivation and did not use their spiritual power during the fight. Otherwise this small wine shop would have been overturned by these two people. But Zhang Chu was not as good as his brother Zhang Shibin in cultivation, so he pushed him out of the shop with a light palm. "If you have nothing to do, hurry up and take some gifts to apologize to those young masters' families. Although they are not as prosperous as my Zhang family, they are not someone you can insult lightly." "Why should I apologize?" "She should apologize." Zhang Chu stood outside angrily, pointing his finger at Yang Zhao who was watching the show on the side. It was she who insulted the young master of the Jiang family with her careless words, and she also wanted to set the noble families of Xinjiang City against the common people. She should kowtow and apologize. Zhang Shibin looked at this stubborn brother, grabbed the wine pot with a look of disappointment, and poured himself another glass. "No one is stupid. Why did you go to Wuqian today? Do you think no one knows? You didn't buy the miasma wood you wanted, so you deliberately brought people to Wuqian to block people." He raised his hand and asked Yang Zhao to send the crabs over. "This is my sister's first time in Xinjiang City. She experienced a whole day of fantastic and strange scenes yesterday. She must have come to Wuqian today to take a look. And you see she has a teacher following her, so she is not afraid that your cultivation is higher than hers. So she tricked those young men from aristocratic families to come here, hoping to use the local aristocratic families to suppress her." Yang Zhao quickly sent the crabs back to the table, sat down, and continued to watch the show with his eyes wide open. "Unfortunately, you miscalculated. My sister is smart and knows that the government here is the most powerful. If you get into a fight with you, you will lose face. If I don't help you, do you really want to lead people to beat people under the nose of the government? Do you really think that the local government army is vegetarian? I can see these things, and the two sisters of the Jiang family can see them too. Do you think others are fools? Zhang Shibin was also a little angry. You don't want to thank me for helping you out, but you come to yell at me. Since you were trapped in the giant realm, your head is like shit. I'm embarrassed to say you are my brother when I go out. Zhang Chu's face was blocked by his brother, and it turned blue and red, and finally it was only pale. Okay. You don't want to recognize me as your brother, and I don't want you as my brother. Let's wait and see. He flicked his sleeves and strode away. Another person trapped in the realm. Yang Zhao looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. The first person she met who was trapped in a realm was Fang Shili. After being trapped in a realm, he directly changed from a human to a demon cultivator and gave up his original body. As a result, he was directly trapped by the heavenly rule of not being allowed to become a demon after the founding of the country, and he could not transform into a human body. The second one was the wild gods and wild priests she met a few days ago. Those people were trapped in the realm and went astray. Unexpectedly, she met another one now. It seems that the road of cultivation is really not smooth sailing. When the cultivation level is improved, the realm of thought must also keep up, otherwise it will end up with fesses in the head. Seeing Yang Zhao's little face full of emotion, Zhang Shibin couldn't help but laugh, and he knocked on the table. Sister, why are you acting like this when you are a child? It makes you look several years older. Yang Zhao came back to his senses and turned to him to make suggestions. Senior, can you please not call me sister, just call me by my name. Zhang Shibin raised his eyebrows. Oh, I just said you were generous and open-minded, but now you're shy. Isn't it good to be my sister? I'm also famous, and it will give you some face if you tell others about it. Senior, although I'm not smart, I'm not stupid either. Yang Zhao continued to open a crab leg. This time you asked those people from the Jiang family to apologize to me and scolded your brother. Isn't it just for this piece of miasma in my hand? Chapter 316. Open Vainly See Field, Part 1. The whole wine shop was silent because of Yang Zhao's words. Zhang Shibin sighed slightly and poured himself another glass of wine. Is it so obvious? Yang Zhao nodded. This was simply blatant. Although she and those young masters had a big argument in Wukielan, it was really not to the extent that the parents brought their children to apologize. At most, both sides said some harsh words, and the next time they met, they would snort coldly and maybe quarrel, but as long as they didn't fight, it was not a big conflict. But the other party put up such a big show and gave such a big face to a foreigner. Anyone knew that this must be for something. She had just come to Wukielan and didn't know anyone. What could the other party ask her for? The only thing was the miasma that was related to his brother's cultivation. Alas, sister, you don't know, my brother was really well behaved when he was a child, and he was cute and stuck to me. Now he doesn't like anyone. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Sister, since you don't lack money, then make a condition. Although my Zhang family is not big, it is also quite significant. Yang Zhao slowly took the ice crab legs and dipped them into the cooked crab roe to eat. Now I feel that I lack everything, and I also feel that I lack nothing. I need the miasma wood for a purpose, not to deliberately block you. Alas, so, there are some things in this world that cannot be solved by money. Zhang Shibin put down the wine glass. If you have anything you want, you can mention it. What if I have the ability to solve it for you? Yang Zhao lowered his head thoughtfully. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I want to buy a fixed industry. Zhang Shibin was interested now. A fixed industry is the field that the family is best at. They always have a business that doesn't make money, but won't lose money. What are your goals? Yang Zhao tasted his masterpiece and found it delicious. Sure enough, he is a genius. My favorite industry is the vein opening leaf. It doesn't make much money and won't attract others' covetousness. This project cooperates with the government. Although it won't make much money in the long run, it will be difficult to fail. Zhang Shibin looked at her in surprise. Do you know that this business can't make much money at all? Those who grow vein opening leaves basically lose money to gain publicity. Because this business is strictly controlled by the government, the prices are set by the government and merchants are not allowed to change them at will. The profit can be very small, and the profit is basically only enough to maintain the cost of the plantation. Therefore, every time the vein opening leaf plantation is tied to a high profit business, those merchants will pinch their noses to accept this deal. Yang Zhao opened another crab leg. She had already learned these details in Zuanru Tower, the messenger magic weapon. The vein opening leaf belongs to the livelihood industry of the cultivation world in the Great Zhao dynasty. It is the guarantee of the healthy development of the cultivation world in the Great Zhao dynasty. But it is safe, isn't it? If there is a problem with this thing, the court of the Great Zhao dynasty will definitely investigate it in depth. Facing Yang Zhao's words, Zhang Shibin thought for a while and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this business is as you said. The aristocratic families don't care about it, and other small merchants dare not get involved. But you know that these double leaves are all tasks assigned by the court. If you can't complete it, you have to spend money to make up for the task yourself. Yang Zhao didn't care a little. This thing is a business that you have to do, even if you lose money. How much money does the country lose on semiconductors and solar energy every year? Some companies will definitely lose their pants if they don't receive subsidies from the country this year, but don't they insist on these businesses that are so unprofitable? But for a commoner like me who has no roots and no foundation, this business can guarantee everything, except that I can't make much money. You want to compete for a sea area of open vein leaves in the name of my Zhang family, right? Zhang Shibin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Yang Zhao with a pair of inquiring eyes. Have you not carefully searched for information about the seabed of the open vein leaf? I really haven't been able to find detailed information in this regard, because this information is not accessible to ordinary people like me. Yang Zhao shook his head nervously and looked at him. If you have any difficulties, I won't bother you, but if you can buy a small piece of shallow sea planted with open vein leaves, I will give you 10% of the total price as a reward. Ha 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 ha, sister, you are really arrogant. Zhang Shibin's original inquiring eyes suddenly disappeared. Listening to Yang Zhao's ignorant remarks, she couldn't help laughing. Although I admit that this is a good business, this business can be used as a good foundation, but you may not understand that even the smallest piece of open vein leaf seabed requires a contract fee of hundreds of thousands of silver, and this does not include other daily expenses. You give me a 10% reward right away. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Looking at Yang Zhao's eyes that didn't seem to be joking, Zhang Shibin's laughter was choked in his throat, and his expression cycled from confusion to shock. Finally, he raised his hand to grope for a glass of wine and poured it down his dry throat in one breath. Sister, this is not a joke. Do you really have such a big capital to set up a field for opening veins? This 100,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. Yang Zhao didn't care about eating and drinking at this time. I once told your brother Zhang Chu that I don't lack money. Zhang Shibin paused for a while, then laughed again, and stopped for a long time. Sister, do you know what you look like now? You look like a liar now. Who would show off so much money so blatantly when they are single? Yang Zhao suppressed the emotions in his heart. I can pay the silver first. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can hand over the miasma wood to you now, so that you don't suffer any losses. So, Senior Zhang, what do you think? Seeing Yang Zhao's attitude of not giving in at all, Zhang Shibin also became serious at this time. He frowned and drank one glass after another, thinking for a long time before speaking. Although this is a good deal, my Zhang family cannot cooperate with you. He stared at Yang Zhao with his eyes. If you give me the miasma wood, I can take you to the Imperial Merchants meeting in the name of the Zhang family. Whether you can use the silver to compete for a sea of open veins and leaves depends on your luck, but my Zhang family must not get involved in this matter. Yang Zhao asked in confusion. Are you afraid of being involved in any responsibility? Of course, if I bid for this sea of open veins and leaves for you in the name of the Zhang family, and you cannot complete the task assigned by the court on time, my Zhang family will also be sued. It's not worth it for tens of thousands of taels of silver. Zhang Shibin did not hide his purpose at all. As long as you give me the miasma wood, I can take you for a tour. Of course, whether you can compete for it depends on you. I can't give you a guarantee. Even though his heart was boiling, Yang Zhao tried hard to suppress his desire to jump up. If you say so, then I can't give you this miasma wood now. I have to make sure that I have the qualifications to compete for the sea field before I can hand it over to you. Zhang Shibin looked at Yang Zhao's confidence, and the doubts on his face could not be dispelled for a long time, but no matter what, he still advised him out of kindness. If you really want this property, sister, considering that we hit it off at first sight, I advise you to buy a few properties and collect rent with that money, or buy two spiritual treasures that you can use yourself, which can earn more and more stable than a sea field. I know that, senior, you are very kind to tell me these things, but I have no power, and the business of opening vein leaves is most suitable for me. I don't have to seize the interests of others, and I can also build a good relationship with the government and make others afraid of me. Yang Zhao looks sincere. I'm not very old, but I have a lot of money. If I rashly step into a highly profitable industry, I might die without knowing how I died. This kind of restriction of earning more and earning less is most suitable for me. Seeing her serious face, Zhang Shibin shook his head speechlessly. Hey, you kids can't keep a little money, always thinking that everything is easy, but you don't know that the business that guarantees income regardless of drought or flood can also make people lose everything. How about this? If you are really interested, I can take you to the venue in a month and a half to have a look. Maybe then you will have other ideas. Okay. As long as the senior is willing to take me in, I will definitely not feel sorry for this miasma wood. Yang Zhao wanted to quickly finalize this matter, and Zhang Shibin on the other side also wanted to quickly finalize this matter. I know that what I said may be a bit too much, but can we sign a written contract first, and you give me the miasma wood first? He was a little embarrassed to say this, but he still said it with a blush. Yang Zhao pursed her lips, because she only knew in the past 2 days that the written contract was not perfect and there were loopholes in it. But she really didn't want anything to go wrong with this matter. After thinking for a while, she set her mind on another person. It's okay if you want to sign the written contract, but it can't be just the two of us. We have to find a middleman. Zhang Shibin blinked and asked in a deep voice, middleman? Find your teacher? No, find the lord of Xingyuan city. Yang Zhao answered neatly, and now it was Zhang Shibin's turn to be surprised. He stared at Yang Zhao with strange eyes. Do you know that gentleman? My Zhang family is not an old citizen of Xingyuan city. I guess the lord of Xingyuan city will not give me this face. The meaning is very simple. If you really want the lord of Xingyuan city to be a middleman, you can't rely on him to contact him. I live in the lord's mansion now. Oh. Zhang Shibin's face turned, and it was hard to tell what his expression was for a while. That's fine. That gentleman is known for his virtue. As long as you can invite him, I can do anything. The two discussed the matter and didn't want to drink and eat crabs. Zhang Shibin paid for the wine and added the contact information of the messenger magic tool to Yang Zhao and then strode away. Yang Zhao took the crabs prepared by the cook and went directly back to the city lord's mansion. When he arrived, it was lunchtime in the city lord's mansion. Yang Zhao took the crabs to find King Mu Zhenren and had lunch with him again. King Mu Zhenren looked at the processed crabs and asked curiously, where did you get these crabs? Yang Zhao did not hide it and told King Mu Zhenren everything that happened in Wukyuan in the morning. Then he told him about Zhang Shibin. It's easy to find the city lord as a middleman, but do you really want a sea field with veins and leaves? Yang Zhao nodded affirmatively. This is the best choice for me now. Others may not know my identity, but you know it. I'm not only a heretic, but also a foreigner. I'm weak in the Great Zhao, and have no way to set up my own business. Master King Mu nodded when he heard this. Since Yang Zhao participated in the competition as a student of Yang Zhao Prefecture School, her life experience has been placed in front of the teachers of various prefecture schools. He sighed helplessly. If you were not a foreigner, my Licheng Prefecture School would have recruited you long ago. Okay. The city lord is also very busy these days. When he is free, I will go to him in person. Don't worry, he will definitely agree to this little thing. Thank you so much, senior. Just like that, in the next few days, Yang Zhao went out for a stroll and waited for the news from the city lord of Xingyuan city. In the past few days, the city lord of Xingyuan city has been pursuing the matter of the wild god in the wild sacrifice. The students under Master King Mu also followed him to run errands and take credit for it. This kind of thing is a mutually beneficial behavior, which is good for both King Mu Zhenren and the lord of Xingyuan city. When strolling around, Yang Zhao bought some open vein leaves and collected a batch of Kyanji beans. The rest of the time, he explored various places in the city to eat. When the Lord of Xinyan City finally had some free time, King Mu Zenran briefly told him about this matter. The Lord of the city pondered for a while, and then ordered his men to inquire about Zhang Shibin. After 2 days, after getting an accurate answer, he agreed to be the middleman of this matter. That night, Yang Zhao used the spiritual transmission instrument to tell Zhang Shibin about this matter. Early the next morning, Zhang Shibin brought his brother Zhang Chu to the Lord of the City mansion, and the two of them paid homage to the Lord of the City. Afterwards, under the witness of the Lord of the City, they signed a book contract with Yang Zhao on the sea field of miasma wood and open vein leaves. The book contract turned into ashes, and a piece of red silk wrapped around Yang Zhao's wrist. She was worried for several days, and finally let it go at this moment. She didn't hesitate anymore and directly took out the miasma wood from her Kyankan bag and handed it over. Zhang Shibin took the miasma wood and observed it for a while, then casually put it into his brother's hand. Although Zhang Chu had an expression of indifference on his face, it could be seen from his trembling hands when he took the miasma wood that he was just pretending to be calm. When the two Zhang brothers were about to leave, Zhang Chu solemnly thanked Yang Zhao and apologized for his previous rudeness. But looking at his forced expression, everyone knew that this was not his true words. You say I write too much, then I will be more concise. Chapter 317, Open Vein Leaf Sea Field, Part 2. Yang Zhao didn't care whether Zhang Chu was reluctant or not. She accepted the apology with a smile and forgave him generously. Since the successful signing of the book contract, everything she saw was shining. At this moment, the sky was blue and the ground was green, and the air was so sweet. She even thought Zhang Chu's unreasonable sick pole was particularly cute. If he was not too tall, she would have wanted to reach out and rub his hair. Are you so happy? Seeing Yang Zhao grinning to the sky, King Mu Zenran couldn't help but laugh. Of course, I used to be a vagrant, but now I have roots. Yang Zhao didn't control his expression. His mouth was wide open, revealing a row of white teeth. Okay, as long as you are happy. It is said that the auction will be in a month and a half. You must prepare a set of clothes well. King Mu Zenran sat down and began to touch his snacks. Good clothes are not easy to buy. You have to hurry up. Yang Zhao, who was already so happy that he was pulled back by a word from King Mu Zenran. Is there any particularity in this? Of course there is. When bidding, it is also a time to show your strength. You don't have a solid foundation, so of course you have to work hard on your clothes. King Mu Zenran pointed to the door. There are many people like the kid from the Zhang family. There will always be a few idiots who go to provoke soft worms. He pinched a nearly 10 cm long green soft-skinned worm and pinched it towards Yang Zhao. The Lord of Xinyan City also agreed with his point of view. Mr. King Mu is right. Clothes make the man. Wearing a good outfit can indeed reduce some unnecessary troubles. Yang Zhao thought about it, and it was right. In those novels, TV shows and movies, many of those small conflicts were caused by the supporting characters looking down on others. It doesn't matter at ordinary times, but it is disgusting to encounter such a thing when doing serious work. Thank you for your reminder, seniors. I'll go to the street and take a look. But what kind of clothes are good clothes? King Mu Zenran smiled and said, if you want this dress to be outstanding, first, the material is rare and precious, and second, this dress is very labor intensive. If you have the conditions, you should have both, and if you don't have the conditions, you should choose one. Yang Zhao thought about it, and it was indeed the case. There are scarves made of spider silk that can be sold for millions without any skills, or even if they are embroidered by hand, they can be sold for a high price. She saluted the two of them hastily and walked out of the city lord's mansion with brisk steps. The streets outside were clean and lovely, and the people walking on the streets were friendly and amiable. Even the small animals that roared at her on the side of the road seemed so clever. She teased the small animal with a smile on her face until the owner of the small animal looked at her with a vigilant look, and she took her hand back embarrassedly. Then she happily came to a store selling clothes. When it comes to clothes, she thought of the must-have items in various immortal novels. Vestments. But since she came here, she rarely saw such things for sale. She had seen similar things on the armor of the Lord of Kangcheng. Yang Zhao also suspected that this thing was not popular, but it was more likely that she was a foreign cultivator and had no access to the purchase channels. She went around in major clothing stores and put forward her requirements, but the news she got was that it would take more than a month and a half to make really good clothes, so she lowered her requirements. They said they couldn't find the best materials and could only find some relatively good materials. Really good materials are spiritual things. You see, we are just secular shops. How can we have such treasures? Yang Zhao knew that these shops could not be relied on, so she came out with a smile and began to think of other ways. Since she couldn't solve this matter, she would leave it to others. Today is a happy day, and it is not worth embarrassing herself because of such a small matter. She found an inn and asked for a room upstairs. She hid in the room and turned on her phone to contact Guo Fuminqiang. Guo Fuminqiang hadn't received any news from her for some time, and he didn't even report her safety these days. She didn't waste time talking to Guo Fuminqiang and directly told him about the KMAIC farm. Guo Fuminqiang, you mean we are about to have a sea farm for growing KMAI? Yang Zhao, no, I just said that we have a chance to compete. Guo Fuminqiang, that means we are about to have a sea farm for growing KMAI. Things that can be solved with silver are not a problem. Although we don't have the family background of others, we can use silver to buy them. Guo Fuminqiang, oh my god, Comrade Yang, do you know, this is explosive news. I will notify others right away. It seems that Guo Fuminqiang doesn't know what to say. How can an official say such a thing as using silver to hit people? Yang Zhao, after 1.5 months, I will have a set of clothes and jewelry that are more presentable to reduce unnecessary trouble. Guo Fuminqiang, of course. People need clothes and Buddhas need gold ornaments. What are your requirements for clothes? Yang Zhao, something that is more presentable and convenient to move around in. It would be great if it can show our national characteristics. Because Dazai is a multi-ethnic country, there are many kinds of strange clothes. Yang Zhao felt that he should give the people here a little shot of prevention. Guo Fuminqiang, don't worry, give me a day, I will find someone to measure your size. If one person can't do it, I will find 100 people. If 100 people can't do it, I will find 1,000. Anyway, in 1.5 months, I will definitely get this done for you. This is a generous statement. Guo Fuminqiang, prepare 30 traction beans for backup. Yang Zhao, okay, got it, contact me at this time tomorrow. She wrote the contract and used the Taoist card to bring good luck. After waiting for more than an hour, a trace of red appeared on her wrist. To be cautious, the contract was always written on the spot, even if it cost in cents to transmit. The other party did not want to waste in cents, so they sent her some rulers. After that, she came to the wine shop recommended by Zhang Shibin, bought a small bottle of good wine from the boss, and then drank it with the side dishes provided by the shop owner. The wine tasted a bit soft, but it tasted good. Yang Zhao praised herself softly while drinking. Yang Zhao, how can you be so great? Haha, I'm really a genius. She was talking to herself here, and other drinkers cast strange eyes on her crazy behavior. But Yang Zhao didn't care now, she just wanted to reward herself well. At the same time the next day, Yang Zhao left the city lord's mansion and found a new inn, asked for a big room, and summoned the new little bean man. A dozen little bean men filled the room at once. As soon as they came, they all looked surprised. Some were panting, and some were touching the floor. They had all kinds of reactions. It was obvious that they were newcomers. Oh my god, is this a virtual reality game? What happened to my hand? Have we been kidnapped by aliens? Oh, is our government cooperating with aliens? Seeing the noise getting more and more outrageous, a few people finally stood up to stop it. Okay, everyone, please be quiet. Everyone, you should know that we are here for a mission, and this mission is time limited. Let's get to work quickly. Under the comfort of those people, these little beam people finally quieted down. Gentlemen, let's measure Comrade Yang's body shape first. Okay. A few little beam people who seemed more calm stood up. They each brought their students and began to use the tape measure handed over by Yang Zhao to measure her clothes. From the neck to the soles of the feet, more than a dozen little beam people surrounded her and measured her carefully. While measuring the size, they also asked her what color and style she liked. Yang Zhao did not require this. It's fine as long as people can tell at a glance that this dress is not cheap. I keep this dress for face. This sentence made the little jokers around laugh. Haha, okay, I will definitely make you a dress that will make you look good. Everyone should be careful when measuring, and don't be afraid of being tedious, because Comrade Yang can't try on this dress, and can't make changes. After measuring, Guo Fumin Qiang sent him a lot of pictures of classical costumes. Yang Zhao picked for a long time, and chose a Ming style. The reason she chose this style was for convenience. After that, she completely handed over the matter of the dress to Guo Fumin Qiang. When she went back, King Mu Zenren was waiting for her. The city lord is busy these days, and he asked me to bring this thing to you as a thank you gift for the matter of the wild god. He took out a copper-colored metal token and handed it to Yang Zhao. It seems that you can't stay in Xinyan City any longer. I'll give you this thing as soon as possible so that you can feel at ease. Yang Zhao took the token and looked at it. He found that it was just an ordinary token. There was a big character in the middle of the token, surrounded by a circle of patterns. It felt heavy and a little warm in his hand. Senior King Mu, what is this thing for? King Mu Zenren had a mysterious smile on his face, and his words were like a thunderclap to Yang Zhao. This is a guarantee for you, Dan. When you encounter difficulties, this thing can help you, Dan. Don't look at this token as inconspicuous. If you take it out, it will be worth a fortune. Yang Zhao suddenly felt that the token in his hand became heavier, and it seemed to be a little burning. Senior, this is not a joke. Can this thing really help me, Dan? King Mu Zenren ate a few insects in a godly manner. Seeing Yang Zhao looking at him with a begging face, he slowly answered his questions. This thing is the door-opening token of Xianfu. Every foundation establishment cultivator who enters Xianfu will be able to form a golden elixir. Many foundation establishment cultivators who have no hope of forming a golden elixir are willing to spend their entire fortune to buy a token. Therefore, the Imperial Court controls this thing very tightly. Your piece was specially exchanged by the City Lord for this merit, otherwise he, as the City Lord, would not be able to get this thing. Only then did Yang Zhao realize how precious this thing was. Having this thing meant that Yang Zhao had taken half a step into the golden core stage, and the rest required him to just spend time cultivating himself. Everyone who goes in can form a pill. So have you ever been in there, senior? No, when I formed a pill, it was a natural process, without any external force, so I haven't had the chance to go in and take a look until now. King Mu smiled and shook his head, saying, if you can form a pill by yourself, then you must form it by yourself. If there is really no way at that time, it will not be too late to use this token. You are still young, don't let this token disturb your mood. You must know that this thing is your minimum guarantee, not the upper limit you can reach. You must always have a lofty ambition. King Mu Zenren's earnest advice touched Yang Zhao a little. After all, this person really cares about him. If it were an ordinary person who would tell you so much, if you can get a tip from this old senior, you can take fewer detours on the road of cultivation. But even so, the more Yang Zhao looked at the token, the cuter it became, and he couldn't let it go, and tossed it back and forth. At lunch that day, she discussed with King Mu Zenren that she had little time and could not wait here for King Mu Zenren's students. She wanted to go to Chanzhou Prefecture to ask for help first. It's okay to wait until those Taoist friends are done. I need to quickly settle the formation, otherwise I'm afraid I won't have time when I'm busy later. King Mu Zenren also understood her difficulties. After all, in a month and a half, Yang Zhao would go to bid for the KMAIC field with the Zhang brothers, and there was really no time to delay in Xinyan City. Then, I will go with you directly, and my students will stay here. It just so happens that I haven't been to Yanzhou Prefecture to study for some time. Yang Zhao also understood the meaning of this. It was mainly because King Mu Zenren was afraid that the person who was not caught would find Yang Zhao and serve as her bodyguard. Thank you, Zenren. That night, they told the lord of the city about this matter. The lord of the city pondered for a while and looked at Yang Zhao with some embarrassment. Do you know a little girl named Liu Sheng? She has been looking for you in the prison these days. Do you want to go and see her? Yang Zhao was stunned when he heard this. Liu Sheng, yes, there is such a person. This person, who caused the biggest change in the Great Zhao dynasty, has now been imprisoned in the prison of Xinyuan City. What does she want to see me for? The lord of the city was also confused. Not only that, but she promised that, as long as you go, she will tell us a hidden workshop for making statues of gods. Yang Zhao thought about it and agreed. Then I will go and see her. After all, the order of the palace was still in his hands, so what's the big deal about meeting someone? What's more, this person is a prisoner and does not pose any threat. The next morning, Yang Zhao followed the housekeeper of the city lord's mansion and came to the legendary prison to see Liu Sheng. This prison was built outside Xinyuan City, less than half a mile away, and was an embedded building. Half of the building was in the soil, and it looked like a small mound from the outside. It is said that the reason it was built here was to prevent a riot in the prison from affecting the formation of Xinyuan City. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 You Have to Help Me. Yang Zhao saw Liu Sheng in a small cell. Liu Sheng's clothes were clean and tidy, and she had a soul binding ring on her wrist. Except for being a little tired, everything else was fine. It seemed that she was doing well in prison. Liu Sheng's attitude was quite calm. Fellow Daoist Yang is here, and there is no place to sit. I have made you stand with me. I'm sorry for being rude. We are old friends. There is no need to exchange pleasantries. Just tell me what you want to say. Liu Sheng looked at the housekeeper who was accompanying Yang Zhao. Can't we chat alone when we meet as old friends? The two of them were not old friends at all. At best, they were just a bad fate. If you have something to say, just tell me. If not, I will leave. I'm very busy these days and don't have time to chat with you here. Seeing Yang Zhao's attitude, the housekeeper behind him stopped retreating and stood there calmly. Liu Sheng's face flushed a little, but she still chuckled. Okay, now I have a request from you, so I will follow your rules. She was no longer looking at the housekeeper, but staring at Yang Zhao's eyes. I have tens of thousands of taels of silver. As long as you help me, all the silver will be yours. Yang Zhao took a deep breath. The people she met these days were all wealthy people. When they talked about silver, the unit behind them was 10,000. Wouldn't she be tempted by this silver? How could it be possible? Exclamation mark. It's just that she knew that she could earn a lot of silver in the future, so now she has raised her standards for money accordingly. She has gained relative freedom, the freedom to say no when others throw silver at her. Of course, this kind of freedom is not available when you don't have enough food to eat and can't make a living. That may disappoint you. I don't lack money now, and I guess it will be difficult to lack money in the future. If you said this to me a year ago, I might be very tempted. This made Yang Zhao feel that she was a little pretentious, but now it has become a disgusting truth. How is it possible? Tens of thousands of taels of silver is equivalent to the income of a small family in Lijiang for 10 years. Look at the clothes you are wearing. This is the one you wore at Junzhao Lake a few months ago. You are telling me now that you don't need money? Liu Sheng's eyes widened and stared at Yang Zhao fiercely. After a few words, his eyes were already full of bloodshot. That's tens of thousands of taels of silver. All the property of my Liu family. You are really not jealous at all. As long as you are willing to ask the city lord to let me go, I will give you all the tens of thousands of taels of silver. I don't have such a big face. Liu Sheng, who do you think I am? Yang Zhao looked at her as if he was looking at a lunatic. I'm a foreign cultivator. Why do you think I can influence the city lord's thoughts? Why can't you go and beg? Kneel down and beg him to let me go. Liu Sheng's hands tightly grasped the railing, and his face was already stained with madness. You steal. You rob. You bribe. You always have a way, right? That's tens of thousands of taels of silver, enough to buy several of your lives. Why don't you agree? Yang Zhao frowned as he listened to her crazy talk and took a few steps back calmly to avoid the spit she sprayed when she screamed. The housekeeper behind her also took a few steps back, then raised his hand and made a gesture, and a wind wall blocked her and Liu Sheng. Thank you. Yang Zhao nodded gratefully to the housekeeper. Because my life is more valuable than silver. Silver is not worth any risk for me. If you have nothing else to do, I'll leave. You know, time is also valuable. Liu Sheng's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, but this made her even more crazy. Yang Zhao. As long as you are willing, the hundreds of lives of my Liu family are also yours. As long as you are willing, those people in the Liu family can work for you for 100 years. I have the family seal. I can sign the contract. Yang Zhao was a little frightened when he heard this, and he felt more and more that Liu Sheng was mentally disturbed. Human trafficking is illegal, and slave owners will go to hell. I'm a good young man of the new era, and I will not do this. She said this firmly, and after saying it, she raised her leg and turned around and left. Liu Sheng followed her and ran a few steps in the prison, knocking on the railings. Yang Zhao, it's all your fault that I'm like this. It's you who made me embark on the path of the wild god, and it's you who made me arrested. Now you still have the face to put up a moral archway in front of me. Yang Zhao, you owe me. You must save me. If you don't save me now, you can't get over the demon in your heart. Yang Zhao was confused after hearing this, and he couldn't help but stop and frown to ask questions. You got the blisters on your feet by walking. What does it have to do with me? It's your fault. When we were at Yang Zhao Lake, you had such a good chat with that senior master. Why did you rather give that opportunity to those little beam people who are not up to the standard than to me? Liu Sheng's eyes were red, as if they were about to bleed, and he didn't feel any pain even when his fists knocked red blood marks on the railing. There are more than 200 places, so what if I have one more? If you had said a word for me at that time, how could I rely on the wild god to build my foundation? Hearing this, Yang Zhao was in a trance and returned to Yang Zhao Lake in winter. On the second day of the recruitment of Yang Zhao Lake, Liu Sheng obviously didn't get selected, but he still followed her to the lake. Did Yang Zhao know what she meant at that time? Yes, how could he not know? Although the words were not said explicitly, they were clearly written on Liu Sheng's face. But did Yang Zhao dare to plead for her at that time? Yang Zhao didn't dare. The black-clothed beautiful woman had a heavenly cultivation, and she could be crushed into powder with just one finger. She didn't dare, and was unwilling to take such a risk for a stranger. She asked Liu Sheng softly, then why didn't you recommend yourself again? Liu Sheng paused for a moment after asking this question. Yang Zhao ignored her and continued to ask, you didn't dare to face that senior, and didn't dare to object to her decision. Why did you let me take this risk for you? But you took my silver needle. Tears finally flowed from those bloodshot eyes. You are not as rich as me. You don't have a family background as me. You are still a foreigner and it's your first time to enter Lijiang City. Although you had built your foundation at that time, you didn't pass the entrance exam to the prefectural school. You are inferior to me in every way. Helping me is what you should do. Why don't you help me? They all help me. Whether it's the Liu family, relatives, and friends, even the neighbors on both sides, even those who come to my house to open their pulses, they all help me. Why don't you help me? Yang Zhao looked at her with pity, turned around and left with the housekeeper. Yang Zhao, come back. Yang Zhao, aren't you afraid of being devoured by the inner demon? Come back. The sharp voice echoed in the long cell, which was even more miserable. When she led the housekeeper out of the prison, the miserable cry dissipated. She looked up at the clear sky and couldn't help but sigh. From Liu Sheng's words, she could see that a talented little girl grew up in a small family and was treated like a star. Liu Sheng's family believed that she had excellent qualifications for cultivation and could lead the family across classes, so everything was up to her. Her relatives and friends, even neighbors and guests who came to open their meridians, all thought that she would be superior to others in the future and wanted to make friends with her since she was a child. Many of the people she came into contact with were inferior to her in reality or in the future, and those people all needed her, so she had been facing the most good people who would help her since she was a child. Is Liu Sheng stupid? She was not stupid. She knew that she should make friends with people of higher social classes than her, just like the people she had been in contact with since she was a child. But Yang Zhao was a person outside her world. Yang Zhao, who had just arrived in Licheng, had her ignorance written on her face and her poverty written on her body. She had not yet been admitted to the provincial school. Although she was more skilled than Liu Sheng, in Liu Sheng's eyes, her neighbors and relatives were of the same level and were not even as rich and knowledgeable as those neighbors and relatives. In her heart, Yang Zhao should be one of those people who would take the initiative to help her with just a glance from her. But I'm not. Yang Zhao muttered softly and then took the housekeeper back to the city lord's mansion. As usual, there was no city lord in the city lord's mansion. As for King Mu Zhenren, who was in a garden, rooted in the ground, and leisurely basking in the sun, when he saw Yang Zhao coming, he asked lazily, "What does she want to see you about?" This question made Yang Zhao a little embarrassed, and she silently summed it up. The eldest lady's quotes. In summary, her life should be smooth. It's my fault for not giving her a push. King Mu Zhenren was a little confused when he heard it. He looked at Yang Zhao and the housekeeper behind him. The housekeeper also pursed his lips with a complicated expression and nodded in agreement behind him. Seeing that the two of them had the same attitude, King Mu Zhenren didn't ask any more questions and changed the subject. Then when do you want to leave? Yang Zhao didn't want to waste her brain cells on Liu Sheng's affairs, so she asked softly, "If the senior agrees, then tomorrow is okay." Okay. The two made up their minds and said goodbye to the Lord of Xunyuan City that night. The next day, they took the earthenware gift sent by the Lord of Xunyuan City and set off. This time, in order to save time, King Mu Zhenren took Yang Zhao underground. For a plant spirit like me, it's faster to move in the soil. In the afternoon, the two arrived in Chansao. As usual, they passed the big disinfection archway in front of the gate of Chansao Prefecture, and then the two rented a beast cart to enter the city. It was already late, and we couldn't visit people at Chansao Prefecture School. The two of them found a bustling restaurant and had a meal there and asked Yang Zhao to contact Zhang Yan and arrange a visit tomorrow. Then King Mu Zhenren took Yang Zhao for a stroll around Chansao Prefecture City. There are more than 10 small rivers 3 or 4 meters wide flowing in Chansao Prefecture City. These small rivers are winding like jade belts wrapped around Chansao. The river water here is clear and calm, and the flow is slow. People passing by the river can see fish and shrimps playing in the water and green grass growing. There are many water bridges in the city, and small boats are sailing in the river. Yang Zhao and King Mu Zhenren took a small boat to travel for an afternoon, and in the evening, they went to the night market and ate a street, and then found a good inn and settled down. The next day, Yang Zhao brought the earthenware gift sent by the Lord of Xunyuan City and came to Chansao Prefecture School with King Mu Zhenren. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the prefectural school, Zhang Yan was waiting there with the big leopard Zuansheng. "Hello, Senior King Mu. Fellow Daoist Yang, long time no see." The 3 and 1 leopard exchanged greetings. When Yang Zhao saw Brother Leopard, the mood that had been suppressed for 2 days finally cleared up. Then Zhang Yan took them into the prefectural school. He first took the two of them into the living room of the prefectural school, where several gentlemen were already waiting. Everyone exchanged greetings again, and then without saying much, they directly discussed the matters of entering the Sujin Pagoda. These gentlemen did not want to take advantage of her, and discussed with him how much compensation he should give for entering the Sujin Pagoda. Yang Zhao was interested in the spirit gathering stone these days, and she did not want things like silver. He was allergic to the word silver these days. Just the spirit gathering stone, no need for silver. The gentleman looked at Yang Zhao in surprise, and looked at each other. "Okay, little girl, you are quite smart. What else do you like besides this?" "I also like to eat." I spoke too quickly. Yang Zhao pursed his lips awkwardly. "Don't worry about me, don't worry about me." The gentlemen all laughed, and after a while, someone spoke to her. "In fact, it has always been our local prefectural schools and the army that have organized people to enter the Sujin Pagoda. If people from outside want to squeeze in addition to paying for their own food and travel expenses, each person has to pay another 200 taels of silver as hard work fees. This is a private matter for you. Set your own standards. Yang Zhao frowned and thought for a while, then turned to look at King Mu Zenran again. King Mu Zenran was honestly eating a handful of pink bug insects, not meeting her gaze. She had no choice but to think about it secretly. I don't have much experience in this matter, but I don't want others to always disturb my practice because of the Sujin Pagoda. Yang Zhao pursed his lips. Students of Chanfu School only need 100 taels of silver for each spirit gathering stone, and announced to the public that each person will pay 300 taels of silver. The gentlemen looked at each other and finally nodded affirmatively. Okay, those who have money will go to you, and those who don't will go with the various prefectural schools or the army. Although Yang Zhao's asking price is low for soul weapons, but under the protection of the prefectural school and the army, the students of the prefectural school can enter the Sujin Pagoda for free. Compared with the 100 taels of silver Yang Zhao asked for, it is not a small amount. Her price is just a discount, so that she can have some friendship with the other party. After all, the reason why Yang Zhao Prefectural School wants to enter the Sujin Pagoda through Yang Zhao is so that the quality of the soul weapons obtained by Zhang Yan and others during the competition will be better. So they don't mind spending some money. The teachers of Yang Zhao Prefectural School are also neat and tidy people. After they negotiated the price, they decided to set off the next day. Then we have already refined the array plate for entering the Sujin Pagoda for you. We will teach you how to place it when you get there, and we will not keep anything for yourself. We will try to come back on the Holy Spirit Festival, and we will not stay with you for the Holy Spirit Festival. What is the Holy Spirit Festival? Yang Zhao heard another new word, but this was not the place for her to ask, so she could only suppress the question in her heart and return to the inn alone. King Mu Zenran accepted the invitation of an old friend from Chansao Prefecture School and went to his home as a guest. Liu Sheng is officially offline, and those who don't like her can throw flowers. Chapter 319, Gift Giving. On the second morning, Yang Zhao and King Mu Zenran took the flying boat of Chansao Prefecture School and left the gentle and lingering Chansao Prefecture City with the teachers and students of Changsao Prefecture School. This time, Chansao Prefecture School brought more than 60 students. Riding a flying boat is faster than flying alone, and they arrived in Kangcheng at noon. In Yunayang Temple in Nanshan, the Xiao Dao people got up early and went to Kangcheng to buy ingredients. A group of people fried, stir-fried, and cooked for more than 2 hours to prepare a large table of dishes. Because Yang Zhao was not here, the money for buying vegetables was still several dozen taels of silver from the construction funds of Yunayang Temple. We must let them eat and drink well. They come to teach us how to arrange and maintain the formation. We must also let them feel the enthusiasm of our Yunayang Temple. Yes. Several Xiao Dao people raised their hands in response. Yang Zhao originally wanted to take Chansao Prefecture School and King Mu Zenran to Kangcheng for dinner, but after knowing that Yunayang Temple was preparing dishes, he changed his destination. The flying boat flew all the way to the foot of Nanshan Mountain. There were already 7 or 8 little bean people waiting at the foot of the mountain. As soon as Yang Zhao led everyone off the flying boat, these little bean people came up to greet them in the language of another world. Although King Mu Zenran and his people had high cultivation, they were very friendly when facing these little bean people who were more than 1 meter tall. They walked on the newly built road up the mountain, and Yang Zhao explained to everyone as they walked, "My master was buried in Nanshan. As a junior, Yang Zhao really can't fly over his head. Today I can only lead you to walk a little mountain road. What's the big deal? It's just a few steps. It won't be tiring. But there are so many traction beams on and off the mountain." The flying boat flying in the sky had already attracted the attention of the little beam people who were moving bricks. When they saw someone coming, they came over in groups of 3 or 2, tiptoeing to watch the fun. Some little bean people were sharp-eyed and saw Yang Zhao walking in the front row at a glance. "Oh, my master is back, and there are so many people following him. Pa, that's my master." I was so good at dealing with things that I hurried over with my short legs to greet Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao also responded with a smile, but after finding that the little beam people were gathering more and more, she could only raise her voice to suppress the little beam people who were ready to move. I have guests to accompany me today, and I will teach you the spirit raising ceremony when I have time. The little beam people were also very discerning, and they ran to the sides of the road to watch the excitement after hearing what I said. Is this the cultivator who got off the flying boat? They all look so young. Cultivators must be young. Maybe they are 200 or 300 years old now. Older than your great grandmother. Pa, my great grandmother can't be 200 or 300 years old. It would be great if there was a great grandfather or great grandmother among them. I would just run over to hug their thighs, and then I can practice in the future, and I don't have to carry bricks here to earn work points. As soon as he said this, the little girl next to him lit up. If you don't want to carry bricks, give me this quota. I will pay you 10,000. How about it? The little bean man who didn't want to carry bricks just now simply threw his hands away. Get out. Get out. Get out. I won't sell it even for 100,000. There are also those who are obsessed with flowers. After all, there are no ugly students in the prefectural school. Those who can enter the prefectural school have certain merits in terms of knowledge, cultivation, or family background. Such people are dazzling wherever they go. Did you see the white-haired girl in the third row? She's so pretty. Do you think I have a chance to pursue her? Well, with our short stature, who would be interested in us? Besides, we are not of the same species. Because we are of different species, our aesthetic tastes are different. Maybe someone will like our 1 meter tall body. How cute. Living things naturally like cute cubs. By the way, can they understand us? No, Chinese is hard to learn. Let's learn the local language. Yang Zhao listened to the little bean people gossiping in Chinese. As they talked more and more outrageously, she could not keep the decent smile on her face. Fortunately, Nanshan is not too high, and the monks walk very fast. Yang Zhao's embarrassment did not last long. At this time, Yunayang Temple had been built from the top of Nanshan to the middle of the mountain. It can be seen that the buildings are all new and still very rough overall. The details need to be polished by humans. The higher they went, the stranger King Mu's entrance expression became. His eyes were vague, scanning the mountains and the bottom of the mountains. When he looked away, he looked at Yang Zhao with deep meaning. Although Yang Zhao saw his eyes, he didn't understand what he meant. But this was not the place to talk. Yang Zhao really suppressed his doubts and led them into a viewing hall. There were quite a lot of students brought this time, and it was a bit crowded to eat in one hall, so they were divided into 3 halls. The gentlemen who went to the competition all praised your dishes. I didn't expect that we could also enjoy a feast today. Then today, all the seniors and fellow Taoists should try more. Even though the dishes were ordinary, the Xiao Dao people's skills were very good, and these people ate very happily. A group of cultivators eating can really make people go bankrupt. The dishes on the table became a buffet, and the Xiao Dao people serving the dishes were in an endless stream. After the guests and hosts had a good time, everyone took a break. Yang Zhao took out her mobile phone, turned on the camera function, and put it in a newly bought silver blue school bag. This school bag was also bought by her in Shinyuan City. It was made of fish skin, and the master left a small hole for her on the bag. After the break, Yang Zhao led the teachers of Chanzhou Prefecture School to observe the entire Yunayang Temple and find a place that is most suitable for setting up the formation. For the teachers of Chanzhou Prefecture School, setting up the formation is not difficult and does not take much time. What takes time is to explain to Yang Zhao the taboos of maintaining the formation. In case she can't remember it, the teachers also thoughtfully prepared a small notebook with precautions for her. Yang Zhao thanked her gratefully and stuffed the small notebook into her bag. From the formation arrangement to the end, the teachers of Chanzhou Prefecture School took less than an hour. Seeing that it was still early, Yang Zhao led them to Kangcheng and found 2 good inns to settle them down. Although Yunayang Temple has no shortage of houses, the newly built houses have nothing in them and are now uninhabitable. When they came back, Master King Mu followed behind Yang Zhao. Senior King Mu, what do you want to talk to me about? Yang Zhao noticed that his expression was not right when they went up the mountain in the morning. He didn't expect that Master King Mu would still go up the mountain with him after everyone else had settled down. Master King Mu didn't hide his intentions. I found that there seemed to be the shadow of the Tao tree in Yunnan Temple, and I want to go and pay a visit. The shadow of the Tao tree, Master Gongsun? That may disappoint you, senior. My Master Gongsun was possessed by someone more than 100 years ago, and the person who possessed him was executed a year ago. This matter is no secret in Kangcheng, and Yang Zhao has nothing to hide. Possessed by someone. What about his body? His tree body, how did you deal with it? Yang Zhao was just shocked. She really hadn't thought about this question. In her simple mind, when she first arrived at the world of cultivation, a tree that was struck by lightning and burned by fire would not have much left, so the rest would naturally be thrown away. But now that she thought about it, Master Gongsun was also a great demon. After his death, his tree body should be something of great value for cultivation. But she had never seen that thing. But now that Master King Mu mentioned this matter, Yang Zhao had a vague guess in her heart. But she didn't dare to say anything. She still had to verify this matter with Master Shenryu. My master took care of this matter. I really don't know how my master's tree body was dealt with. Master King Mu didn't feel surprised. In his mind, this kind of thing was not something that Yang Zhao, a little companion, could do. It was only natural that she didn't know the details. Can you take me to meet your master? I have something to discuss with him. Yang Zhao couldn't make the decision on this matter, so she said, then I have to ask my master's opinion first. Senior King Mu, please wait here for a while. Okay. Seeing that Master King Mu agreed, Yang Zhao invited him to a side hall, called the Little Beam people to entertain him, and then left the side hall, and went straight to the place where Shenryu was buried. This is still a big pit. Because Shenryu was buried in it, the country's rich people did not dare to fill it up without authorization. It has been kept in its original state for several months. Yang Zhao walked over, stood at attention, and bowed deeply respectfully. Master, Yang Zhao is back. The cool spring breeze gently lifted her hair, as if it was touched by a gentle big hand. Master, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Senior King Mu from Lijiang Prefecture School wants to meet you. What do you mean? Why did he come to see me? A familiar voice came up from the pit. It was Shenryu's voice. Well, he is a tree spirit. He felt Master Gongsun, and then asked me about it. He was very curious about Master Gongsun's tree body, and asked one more question. Tree spirit, well, I will go with you. An illusory figure appeared above the pit. It was Shenryu. Yang Zhao bowed again. Well, no need to be polite. Let's go. As the two walked towards Master King Mu, Yang Zhao introduced what he had seen and heard these days. Shenryu just listened quietly at the side. When they arrived at the side hall, Yang Zhao hadn't finished talking. Master King Mu had already stood up. The two sides bowed and exchanged a few words, and both took their seats. Yang Zhao respectfully sat at the lower seat, and the Little Beam people who were originally talking to King Mu Zenran left one by one. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the side hall, Shenryu asked directly, Amitabha, I wonder what Daoist fellow King Mu wants to do with a deceased person like me. Don't blame Daoist fellow Shen. It's really because I was excited to see the prey and noticed the traces of the Dao tree, so I asked Yang Zhao. Daoist fellow King Mu did not hesitate and directly explained his purpose. Just now, I heard from Yang Zhao that this Dao tree has died. I believe Daoist fellow Shen can see that I'm a spiritual tree. The Dao tree is of great benefit to my own cultivation, so I shamelessly want to ask for a piece of it. Amitabha, everyone wants to practice smoothly, and Daoist fellow King Mu is understandable to have this idea, but I have to disappoint Daoist fellow on this matter. Shenryu was not angry, because the other party was asking for the tree trunk of Master Gongsun. He explained a few words calmly. But you should have heard from Yang Zhao that my uncle's body was seized by someone more than 100 years ago, and the thief was brought to justice a year ago. But the person who dared to seize my uncle's body has considerable power in the local area. I'm a lonely ghost, so I naturally cannot protect Yang Zhao. But if Yang Zhao has this thing, he will be like a 3-year-old child walking around in a busy city with gold. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, I divided my uncle's deceased tree body into two parts, one for Laoan Mansion Lord, and one for Zheng City Lord of Kangcheng, in exchange for the piece of Yunayang Temple. Yang Zhao widened her eyes, listening to these secrets she didn't know, and the vague guess in her heart also came true. No wonder Laoan Mansion was so easy to talk to when he first met her. It turned out that he received a big gift. And the reason why the main city lord of Kangcheng didn't embarrass herself was also because of the big gift from Master Shen. Otherwise, in order to avoid the local clans of Kangcheng being disappointed, Yang Zhao would have to be punished, and it would be impossible for him to leave Kangcheng so easily. Regardless of whether she was right or wrong, she was wrong as an outsider who caused such a big mess. But Yang Zhao did not suffer any difficulties, and even got half of the Fang family's property. So that's how it is. Fellow Daoist Shen also loves Yang Zhao. It's a pity that I came a year late. Although Master King Mu didn't know whether this matter was true or not, the other party had already made it clear that he would not force it. After all, Shen Ryu had pointed out the location of the Taoist trees. If he was interested, he could ask these two people. Yang Zhao just came back. Fellow Daoist Shen should have a lot to talk to her in detail. I won't disturb you here. Master King Mu stood up and said goodbye. Shenroi sent him to the door of the side hall, and Yang Zhao sent him directly to the bottom of the mountain before returning. Yang Zhao felt a little guilty. In the final analysis, the root of this matter was still on him. Grand Master, it's all my fault for being too talkative. After Master King Mu left, Shenroi took out his two large silver conches and turned them. It's okay. It's not something shameful. I didn't tell you, because I was afraid you would feel burdened. If you can't control your expression and show displeasure in front of Lord Laolan, then my favor will be in vain. Thank you for your protection, Master. If it weren't for you, I would not even know how I died when I first came here. Yang Zhao thanked Shenroi again. Shenroi was right about this matter. If Yang Zhao knew about it, it would be difficult for her to control her expression when facing Lord Laolan and Lord Zheng of Kangcheng. After all, the Uncle Gongsun tree in Xiaoyang Mountain at home watched her grow up, and she had a deep affection for it. Here, the same ginkgo tree, all with intelligence, but now his body is given as a gift, which really makes Yang Zhao feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 320, Living Soul. There is no need to dwell on what has already happened. Yang Zhao turned off the video recording function of his mobile phone and followed Shenroi back to the pit where Fang Shili had struggled out. When they arrived, Shenroi disappeared directly in the air, leaving her alone. Xiaokao Chindan has never dared to move since she arrived and has been growing in a small pot next to the pit where Shenroi was buried. Although the spring sun is bright and the spring breeze is warm, the grass always feels wilted. Senior, how have you been recently? The Xiaokao Chindan saw Yang Zhao take the initiative to talk to him, and the whole leaf stretched out. Okay, it's a bit sunny here. Can you get me to the house next door to avoid the shade? Yang Zhao looked up at the sky in confusion, lowered his head, and picked up the pot, and took him into a hall not far away. Senior, what's wrong with you? After coming back this time, you are polite and even call me senior. As soon as he entered the hall, Xiaokao Chindan seemed to be full of vitality in an instant. You brought so many people with you this time. Are they all going to enter the Sujin Pagoda? Yes, the formation is ready, and those people will go in tomorrow. There was nothing to hide about this matter, so Yang Zhao answered truthfully. Xiaokao Chindan asked casually, then should I settle down there? Yang Zhao thought he was reluctant to leave the Fengshu treasure land, where Shenroi was buried. After all, there used to be a Taoist tree there. Judging from the appearance of King Mu Zenran, there should be some magical places. No, I will just move you there when the time comes. It won't be a hassle. Why won't it be a hassle? Xiaokao Chindan shouted uncontrollably, then realized that he was wrong, and suppressed his voice with a dry laugh. No, I'm so sorry. I have to trouble you to move back and forth. It's fine for me to settle down there directly. Yang Zhao was not a fool, and he understood the other party's intention at once. What's wrong? Is this a disagreement with my uncle? How could it be? It's impossible. Senior Shen is a senior master with a good temper. How could he embarrass me? Even though Xiaokao Chinden's voice seemed righteous, people could hear the trace of guilt in his words. But this place was too close to Shenruo's burial place. Yang Zhao was embarrassed to ask again, so as not to provoke a conflict between the two. It just so happens that Yunnyang Temple is short of manpower. I just want to ask an old and honest person to take charge of the situation there. Since Senior also has this intention, let's go. Let's go. Yang Zhao picked up the pot of grass with leaves that were obviously brighter, left the yard, came to the front yard where the formation was set up in the afternoon, and found a room for him to put it in. Senior, are you quarreling with my master? How dare I? Xiaokao Chinden pulled his roots out of the flower pot, and then with a click the whole grass collapsed to the ground. But I'm too depressed, you know. He collects and releases the little bean man twice a day. Every time he comes out, I feel like my leaves are frostbitten. Do you understand? I'm a living being, I'm alive, I can't stand it. If the grass didn't have eyes, Yang Zhao estimated that he would have burst into tears at this moment. Seeing that Xiaokao Chinden was so sad, she was embarrassed to interrupt his self-pity now, so she took out the array instruction manual given by the teacher of Chanzhou Prefecture School and carefully considered it. Usually, Yang Zhao translated things once, and then Gua Fuminqiang translated them again, and compared the two, so that it would be easy to find the difference in the cognition of both parties. When the sun was setting in the west and the giant star was bullying the sky, Yang Zhao used a magic spell to light up the room, and awakened the little grass lying on the ground. Yang Zhao, why are you still here? Xiaokao Chinden shook off the unnecessary dust on his body, ran to the flower pot, and turned the soil in the flower pot with his roots. I thought you left a long time ago. What's the matter with staying here? Yes, I will lead the students of Chanzhou Prefecture School into the Sujin Pagoda tomorrow. You won't be able to keep your identity then. Yang Zhao stuffed the small notebook into his school bag. This sentence was both a notice and a warning. In case someone said something gossipy, Xiaokao Chinden should be prepared in advance and endure it. Don't worry, I understand. I will pay attention tomorrow. Xiaokao Chinden looked at the fruits of his labor with satisfaction, jumped into the flower pot, and rooted in it. I'm on someone else's territory. How dare I be arrogant? You should find a place to sleep quickly. There's not even a bed in Yunnyang Temple. Then you take a rest first, Senior. I'm leaving. Yang Zhao bowed and said goodbye to the other party, and turned to leave the house. The little bean man who moved bricks in Yunnyang Temple had already returned to Shenruo one after another according to the habit of the past few days. She took a glance, and didn't care about it anymore. She found a room, took out the bedding she had bought before from her Kyankan bag, found a corner to spread it, stuffed a pulse-forging pill in her mouth, and began to meditate. The next morning, Yang Zhao went to Kangcheng to have breakfast, and then returned to the foot of Nanshan Mountain to wait for others. The following things went smoothly. Whether it was King Mu Zenran or the teachers of Chanzhou Prefecture School, they turned a blind eye to the obviously problematic Xiaokao Chinden. Even the more than 60 students of Chanzhou Prefecture School did not jump out to find fault. When the Sujin Tower was pulled over by the Xiaokao Chinden, the originally green grass leaves had already withered and yellowed. Yang Zhao closed her eyes and took the formation flag to activate the formation. When she opened her eyes again, it was already golden. Entering and exiting the tower was very smooth, but this time entering the Sujin Tower was very different from the last time. Last time when she and the students of Yangzhou Prefecture School and Chanzhou Prefecture School entered the tower, everyone was scattered. But this time more than 60 people gathered together. Although these students were surprised, they did not panic. On the contrary, they went out in groups of 3 or 2 and helped each other when they subdued the soul weapons. Yang Zhao had nothing to do with this, so she went to visit Taoist in the central city. Using the skills taught by Taoist to make her soul fly, Yang Zhao wandered in the sky for a week, and finally landed on the ground to ask for directions from the plant-like residual soul, and then she found the way to the central city. The martial arts field in the central city was still noisy. This time she went in without anyone to lead the way, and found Taoist by herself. Taoist was very happy about her arrival, but he only looked at her carefully and frowned. Why do you smell like a bad obstacle? Did you run into a wild god? Oh, This feeling of being seen through at a glance is not too good, but fortunately Yang Zhao is more open-minded. A few days ago, a wild god wanted to take over my house, but was blocked outside by my soul lamp. Now it's okay. Chapter 321, Little Bean Man enters the tower. Zealand's eye circles have been scary these days. She works as a waiter in a restaurant during the day, and when she comes back, she goes to Yunnyang Temple in Nanshan, Kangcheng to move bricks. These jobs seem to occupy her 24 hours a day. But even so, Zealand still downloaded the Zhuxi Qiango app on her mobile phone and started to study the materials in it. She is young and has a low level of education, so she can hardly understand the scriptures in it. Even though the Zhuxi Qiango app has launched the video of master lectures on scriptures in the past 2 days, she only understands it halfway. Anxious and tired, the cannons on her lips have already rushed out, and they are swollen and shiny. Fortunately, she has not encountered good things. These days, she has met many kind people. One of the more enthusiastic ones is a big brother who is in college, named brimming. After he knew Zealand's predicament, he enthusiastically tutored her homework during the rest time of moving bricks every day, and also pulled her into the first group of Yunnyang Temple Cultivation Immortality. In the past few days, she absorbed all kinds of knowledge like a sponge. Although it was laborious, the satisfaction in her heart always supported her to continue. This knowledge was a stepping stone for her to reach the top of the mountain, and it paved the way for her to reach the bright future. Now the first cultivation group of Yunnyang Temple was in an uproar, stealing the sky and changing the day. Oh my god. Those cultivators stood in the formation, and then all of them paralyzed. I was scared to death at the time. I thought they were collectively poisoned. Zyash and Zealand. Fortunately, some little bean people were not afraid of danger at the time and worked together to carry blogger Yang Zhao into a nearby house. Although they put him on the ground inside the house. Why? *covering mouthed and laughing. The first disciple of Zeuxin. I was not there at the time and did not see the scene. Do you know what happened specifically? The former king's order. I heard other little bean people say something. Chengai studied medicine, rich man, please tell me, don't force me to beg you, stealing the sky, and changing the day, don't use this emoticon pack, if you study medicine, save it for me. Group leader, I want to become a disciple, don't go off topic, wait until the former king has finished speaking, then you two can send each other emoticons. Group leader, I want to become a disciple, what did you hear? Zion Wangling, you also know that I have a good sense of language. According to what Zyada and let slip, and what the cultivator said, I concluded that they went to explore a place where only souls can enter, and they should be able to gain some benefits. Zion Wangling, and according to what the official Zyada revealed, after these people leave, the next batch will be us, Tao Shan Huanri. Fuck. Can we cultivate immortality this time? Xiu Zenzai obey. Will I get some treasures from it? Then I will step into the path of cultivation, and from then on I will clearly distinguish between immortals and mortals. Group leader, I want to become your disciple. Zaya obey. Your literary talent is not bad, but it does give us a lot of hope. Cheng Yi studies medicine. No, at this stage I can only say that I can't cultivate immortality. Zio Shan Zhu Lan. At Chenge studies medicine, why can't he? Zio Yu loves plants. Yes, why not? LLL. Cheng Yi studies medicine. I went for acupuncture training a few days ago. Because the necessary raw materials for practice are in short supply, there has never been a student in our entire learning base who has not really practiced. Cheng Yi studies medicine. Then we only selected 15 people from more than 2,000 people for the next stage of training. Cheng Yi studies medicine, and what we learned has signed a confidentiality agreement. I can't share it with the group, but I can tell you that we are learning the first step of cultivation. Cheng Yi studies medicine, but now the first step is stuck in the shortage of raw materials. I'm not happy. Tao Shan Huanri, this basin of cold water poured over me and chilled me to the core. Cultivation novice. I feel like I was hit on the head with a club. Group leader, I want to become a disciple. It's okay, not so pessimistic. This kind of thing can't be popularized throughout the country in 1 or 2 years. At least we have a goal now. Don't be discouraged. The first disciple of cultivation. We are already one step ahead. Don't be too anxious about this matter. Zealand looked at the constantly refreshing information on her phone, and her mood fluctuated with the information. I can't read it anymore. I still have a passage that I haven't memorized. Zealand forced herself to switch to the mobile phone app, opened Zuxikiango, found the passage that she had not memorized and continued to memorize it. Her foundation was weaker than others, and she had no time to waste on chatting. When she came to the body of the little bean man again, she saw several blackboards on the walls on both sides of the main gate of Yunayang Temple. The blackboards recorded the work points that the little bean men who bought tickets to move bricks had earned in recent days from many to few. A group of little bean men huddled at the door, like they were looking at report cards in school. There were too many people, and Zealand didn't dare to go in. She could only hear the voices of everyone's discussions from the outside. There are not enough little bean men on this board. There are several thousand people in the entire Yunayang Temple, and there are only a few hundred names on it. Nonsense. Those people didn't line up with us. Who is Zealand? Why is this surname so weird? She's actually in front of me? When Zealand heard someone mention her name, her ears stood up all of a sudden. What are you surprised about? You are the one who is surprised by the rare things. Li Baining squeezed in and said angrily. The girl is hardworking and diligent, so she is naturally ahead of you. Zealand smiled embarrassedly when she heard the compliment. But listening to these discussions, her ranking should not be low. When the crowd dispersed, Zealand dared to move forward. She stood on tiptoes and found that her name was 9th on the blackboard in the first row. Zealand, you did a great job. She cheered herself up in a low voice with joy, and then went out to work with full energy. When they finished work that afternoon, blogger Yang Zhao gathered these little bean people who were working. Maybe some of you have heard the news. For those who haven't, I'll tell you again. Tomorrow I will lead a group of people to enter the Sujin Pagoda to study. As for what they will study, you should all have an idea. The qualification for admission is the work points counted on the blackboard outside the door today. Those with high work points will enter more advanced, and those with fewer work points will enter later. The more sweat you put in, the more fruits you will reap this time. So tomorrow the first 20 will be the first group to enter the Sujin Pagoda. Oh. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master Yang. Chapter 322, Zidoran's Lecture. Li Baining felt his heart pounding because he was ranked 20th, the position of Sun Shan. If he had one less work point, he would not be able to catch up with the first batch to enter the Sujin Pagoda. He happily thanked those friends who urged him to move bricks in the Yunayang Temple First Cultivation Group. If it weren't for the supervision of these friends, with his casual personality, he would definitely go down the mountain to play after working for 4 hours every day. After all, many people do this. Although Kangcheng is not big, when people are in a strange and relatively safe place, they always have a desire to explore. Although the little bean people can't eat, can't drink, and even don't have money to shop, it's satisfying to just go down the mountain every day to see the strange creatures on the street. There are many people wandering around the streets, and when they see people with immortal looks, they bow their heads and worship, wanting to find a master who can recognize gold with a discerning eye. Unfortunately, there is no successful case of a little bean man. For a time, the whole Kangcheng was rumored that the little bean people would kneel when they saw people. This road was not feasible, so they set their sights on the legendary treasures of heaven and earth. For a time, countless people went into the forests near Kangcheng. They all wanted to rely on their own eyes to find spiritual objects in the world of cultivation, so that they could embark on the path of immortality earlier. Even if it is not a treasure of heaven and earth, any spiritual herb is of great benefit to mortals like us. People say that spiritual objects hide themselves and wait for the destined person. Who can be sure that I'm not the destined person? Even if it is a little worse, this thing is useless, and I can earn more work points by handing it over to the country. Isn't this much better than working stupidly here? This statement attracted more of Yang Zhao's fans to go into the grove, and some even went to the riverside outside Kangcheng to test it. But the mountains and forests are dangerous, and the riverside is also dangerous. This unorganized and undisciplined behavior caused the number of fans to drop by more than 100. For a time, there was a wailing sound under Yang Zhao's previous videos. These people confessed that they should not have been reckless and asked the blogger to give them a chance. And they developed many strange ways for Xiaodaran to die. Can you believe it? I was killed by a furry, cat-sized animal I didn't recognize. I was scratched all over with stripes, and I couldn't even beat a wild cat with my body. Backquote. You above are too optimistic. Even though I'm 1.81 meters tall, I can't beat a wild cat. I usually run away when I see a wild cat, for fear that they will jump up and scratch me. You are much better than me. I fell off a cliff and died. I'm so sad. Backquote. Did the buddy above find any caves, corpses, or strange people? Did you find the secret book of cultivation? I'm dead. I'm already dead. Do you understand? I don't believe in any strange people in ancient tombs anymore at YUNYANGGUAN Yang Zhao. Please pull me again. I'm willing to pay double the price. Those who don't cherish their opportunities are not qualified to embark on the path of immortality. So blogger, look at me. After I go over there I will definitely carry bricks for you honestly, I swear on my weight. The ones mentioned above are much better than me. I thought there would be beautiful fish monsters by the river, so I wanted to show off my singing voice to attract their attention. Unexpectedly, a big black carp jumped onto the shore from the water, sucked me into the river with its tail and drowned. I'm sure that the black carp must have become a spirit. And GT, and LT. I was tripped by a branch, and rolled down the mountain, and rolled to death. I don't know how I died. I just felt a black screen in front of my eyes, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the roof of my house. If there are people complaining here, naturally there are also people who have discovered business opportunities. Rent out positions for brick moving and wall building workers. Tuition fee is 200 yuan a day, and I will teach you how to move bricks and build walls step by step. If you are interested, please click on my avatar to view the video. Today at 14:30, I will teach ordinary people online how to survive in the mountains. If you are interested, please click on my avatar to make an appointment to watch. Click on my avatar. I'm an animal professional blogger, and I can tell you in detail how to judge the fighting power of small animals. Please download the anti-fraud app, and please do not transfer money to strangers. In addition, blogger, please take a look at me. I maintain order under your video every day. Can I be included in the next wave of lucky people? Please, people asterisk. Plus haha, the fans hired by the blogger are starting to clean up the ground again. Bloggers like her who stop updating at any time don't spend their minds on how to update the video. They just spend money on some crooked ways. I don't know what's wrong with netizens nowadays. They are so easily deceived. Yes, I'm just a fan of special effects videos, but the blogger went astray and I have unfollowed him. During the days when Yang Zhao was away, these ghosts and wolves howling were the most fun to watch in Li Beining's boring daily brick moving routine. But it was also thanks to these people's suicidal behavior that he was able to keep his top 20 ranking. Li Beining was not good at it. After knowing the result, he thanked them for their fearless efforts in the video comment area. Originally, in the comment area of thousands of messages, his message of gratitude should have quickly submerged and not splashed a single drop of water. But who would have thought that someone who was not good at it took a screenshot of his comment and sent it to another large gathering and discussion place for Yang Zhao's fans, the Cultivation War Propaganda Bureau. The Cultivation War Propaganda Bureau has now developed into 8 large groups, and there is a trend of developing a 9th one. This time, his message of gratitude caused public outrage among the group members. Everyone rushed to the video comment area, liked and commented 2-in-1, and pushed him to the top of the hot comments. But what's the matter? Even if everyone in the comment area wanted to send him knives, he was still very happy and even wanted to sing. The next day, Li Beining and his little beam people followed Yang Zhao into the Sujin Pagoda. This time, a total of 110 little beam people followed in. 20 of them were Yang Zhao fans, and 90 were from Guo Fu Minimum Kailang. In order to accommodate the little beam people's 1 meter height, Yang Zhao sat on the ground with one leg, and these little beam people touched his shoulders. After they entered Sujin Pagoda, they appeared on a meadow. The sun was shining brightly, and the grass was green. There were a few trees sparsely growing on the vast grassland, but there were more stones of various kinds. As soon as he landed, Li Beining was surprised to find that the little beam people around him had turned into human forms. He subconsciously looked down at his hands. Although his hands were white and somewhat transparent, they were indeed his familiar hands. Looking down again, parts of his body were changing like mist, far less solid than the figure of Yang Zhao in front. Li Beining subconsciously glanced around and found that many people were like him. Their figures were illusory, but there were a few special ones. Their bodies were much more solid than others. The biggest difference was Yang Zhao. She was wearing clothes, while the others were completely blank. Only their heads were delicate and their appearance could be seen. I've turned back into a human. He was not the only one with sharp eyes. The other little beam people also noticed this phenomenon and couldn't help but get excited. Oh my god, what is this? Body? Soul? It shouldn't be a soul. If it's a soul, shouldn't it fly? It must be a soul, otherwise my body can't become illusory. The 90 people on the other side were relatively calm. Although they also rioted for a while, they quickly restored discipline. In contrast, the 20 people on Li Beining's side were a little too noisy, but they didn't let them riot for too long. Yang Zhao opened his mouth to suppress their noise. I think everyone has questions about entering the tower this time. Here I will give you a bottom line. This time, we are leading the entry into the Sujin Tower to learn from a Taoist master and learn the method of cultivation. When she said this, many people's eyes lit up, and Li Beining was even more excited and hit his chest hard. Unfortunately, the mist on his chest had no ability to resist his own fist, and he punched through his chest. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Yang Zhao, and no one's eyes stayed on him, so there was no panic. Yang Zhao was very satisfied with everyone's expressions. This is the first time that Senior Z has publicly taught the Dharma. I hope you can seize this rare opportunity, study hard, and make progress every day. Please rest assured, Comrade Yang, we will not let down this opportunity given to us by the organization. We must strive to be the first and study hard. This sudden roar was obviously planned, and it caught Li Beining and the others off guard. But even if they couldn't keep up, they didn't want to miss this opportunity to show their loyalty, and they spoke up and stated their positions. We will definitely study hard. Please rest assured, Master Yang, I have memorized the Tao Te Ching by heart now. Anyone who doesn't study hard when encountering such an opportunity is a fool. Yang Zhao was amused by these people and laughed. She gently raised her hand to suppress the noise. I'll tell you a little secret. Senior Z is interested in taking in a disciple to inherit his Taoist temple. This time, even if the soul doesn't need to exhale, there are sounds of inhalation all around. Li Beining once again pierced his chest with a hammer. Just like that, under her instructions, everyone gathered on this piece of grass and waited for a while. Li Beining saw Yang Zhao stop a passing light grey bird and whispered in her ear for a while. Only then did the bird reluctantly nod and finally spread its wings and disappeared. Even though he knew cognitively that he couldn't understand what the bird said, he magically understood the meaning of the bird's bargaining. After waiting for a while, Li Beining saw a grey-clothed Taoist woman flying quickly beside the bird. Yang Zhao quickly flew into the air to greet the grey-clothed Taoist woman, and then the grey-clothed Taoist woman took something out of her arms and stuffed it into the bird's mouth. The bird chirped happily twice and landed on a big tree nearby. It tilted its head and looked at the people below with interest. The grey-clothed Taoist priest flicked her sleeves and sat cross-legged 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Yang Zhao flew down directly and sat at the front of the team. This height ensured that the more than 100 people present could see her. My last name is Z, and you can call me Taoist Z. Since you are here, you should know what you are facing. Cultivation is against the will of heaven. This time, I will tell you how to take the first step in cultivation, and what kind of risks you will face in this step. She sat in the air, and her voice was not loud, but it was transmitted to everyone's ears at a steady pace. The first step of cultivation is to open the meridians and awaken the spirit. The best time to open the meridians is 6 months to 1.5 weeks after birth, but children from wealthy families have better physiques and can be opened 3 months after birth. But children are difficult to raise, and many of my Taoist disciples open their meridians when they grow up. But at this time, opening the meridians will encounter great risks, such as Li Beining did not dare to breathe when listening below and slowly stopped breathing. After all, according to the situation introduced by Taoist Z, the risk of opening the meridians is too great. Even though he claimed to be the hero in the novel of Cultivation, he was frightened at this moment. He was sure that he would encounter that kind of danger, but even if he encountered that kind of danger, he wanted to try it once or twice regardless of his life. Fortunately, Taoist Z did not want to completely suppress their enthusiasm. After explaining the difficulty of opening the meridians clearly, she began to explain in detail how to overcome the difficulties. Here, she explained the role of gods, the role of mind, how to train mind, how to strengthen one's willpower, and so on. She picked out 1 or 2 useful sentences from various scriptures and taught them to Li Beining and others, telling them how to understand this scripture so that they can use it on themselves. Li Beining listened attentively and didn't even notice that he stopped breathing. In the past, teachers always said, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Now he finally has a deep understanding of this saying. He urgently needs the help of paper and pen, because at this moment he dare not trust his memory. After talking for an unknown amount of time, Taoist Z stopped and stopped talking. This made the people who were already fascinated by the story suddenly wake up. Those of you who haven't opened your meridians and awakened your spirits can learn these first, and the rest of you who have opened your meridians and awakened your spirits can stay for a while. Li Beining saw that the solid figures he noticed at the beginning stood up, and then his eyes blurred, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, they had turned back into little bean people. They had been moved into the surrounding houses by other little bean people to avoid blocking their path to move bricks. But everyone's mind was on the scriptures, and when they came back for a while, many people couldn't react. What if something goes wrong? Is this something that can be learned by just listening? Scriptures. I haven't memorized many of the scriptures that Taoist Z mentioned just now. I'm okay these days. Apart from moving bricks, I just memorize that scripture. However, many of the scriptures that Taoist Z talked about are somewhat different from those taught by the masters in the Zhuxi Qianguo app. I don't know if those videos will be changed. Li Beining ignored the noise of these people, ran out of the yard, grabbed a small stone, ran to a brick wall, and began to write the things he remembered on the wall. The ground was paved with stones, and he was really not sure that with the strength of the little bean man, he could leave scratches on it, but the brick wall was softer than the stone. His action attracted everyone to follow suit, and more than a dozen people ran out to learn from him to scratch on the wall. The other little bean people stopped moving bricks and gathered around to stare blankly. However, seeing their excited expressions, no one dared to make a noise. For a while, the surroundings were filled with the harsh sound of stones scratching bricks. Li Beining drew a mind map directly on the wall, based on his experience in the college entrance examination. First, mark the major categories of this lecture, and then break it down step by step to form a tree network diagram. The advantage of this method is that there are relatively few words to write, which can maximize the recall of what you have written down, and mistakes will not affect other branches. Of course, there are also those with good brains who can roughly memorize it after listening to half of it. Just when Li Beining finished writing, he heard Yang Zhao's voice. I have a table and paper and pen here. Come and write, don't draw on the wall. Li Beining's thoughts were disrupted at once. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Yang Zhao with a pair of wooden eyes. Now let's all gather together. I will repeat what Senior Z just said to you. Don't worry, I'm already in the foundation building stage. I can remember everything I heard. I will repeat it word for word. Her words attracted the attention of all the little bean people, especially those who didn't enter the Sujin Pagoda. Their eyes were bright, as if they were about to shine. Comrade Yang, you've worked hard. Thank you, blogger. Thank you, Master Yang. Yang Zhao pressed his hand down again. Please notify the other people who are working. As for those who are going down the mountain to play, there is no need to wait. In less than 20 minutes, more than 3,000 little bean people from all over Nanshan gathered in the front yard. There were more than 100 tables in the front yard, with pencils, erasers and a stack of A4 paper on the tables. Those little bean people who had entered the Sujin Pagoda could find a table to sit down, and the other more than 3,000 little bean people were distributed around them. Fortunately, the area of the front yard of the rebuilt Yunyang temple was very large, and it didn't seem crowded, even if more than 3,000 people sat down. The little bean people who hadn't entered wanted to get closer to the more than 100 people, so that they could cuddle up to them. But no one complained that they didn't have paper or pen. The whole factory was silent, even quieter than a meeting of students. Everyone was an adult, and no one wanted to affect their image in Yang Zhao's mind because of their chatter. Chapter 323, Great God's Notes. By the time Yang Zhao finished repeating the sermon of Taoist, the sun was at its highest point. The little bean people didn't know how to get hungry, but she needed to eat. As soon as she left, the other little bean people rushed to the more than 100 little bean people behind the desks. Is there any great god who has taken notes? Can you tell us more? We are all brothers from the same school from now on. Can you help me? Li Beining looked at the mule of paper in his hand with a frown. Because there were many scriptures on it, he didn't know where they came from, and he was not even sure which word it was. He ignored the noise of others, stood up and climbed onto the table, raised his hands, and shouted a few times. Everyone, be quiet, be quiet. Although I have listened to it twice, I'm not familiar with the scriptures that I have recited these days. I wonder if anyone has memorized all the scriptures and can find the source of these scriptures. Although there are more than 3,000 Xiao Dao people here, more than 3,000 of them are disciplined. When the captains heard him speak, they immediately stood up to help Li Beining maintain order on the scene. After a while, the noisy courtyard became quiet. The remaining hundreds of Xiao Dao people, seeing the actions of others, involuntarily shut their mouths. Li Beining continued to pick up a stone and came to the mind map that he had carved on the wall when he just came out of the Sujin Pagoda. He slowly wrote according to the information recorded in his hand. While writing, he read out the scriptures he didn't know and asked everyone if anyone knew the source of this sentence. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They tried hard to recall the Taoist scriptures in their minds, but few could answer. Although this preview list has given them more than half a month, this time is still too short to make them memorize all these things. They are all adults, and they don't have the fighting spirit and IQ they had in the college entrance examination. Does anyone know? There is the soul above, and the Guanyuan below. The left is Shaoyang and the right is Taiyan. There is a secret door behind, and a life door in front. It comes out of the sun, and enters the moon, breathes and exists. Where does it come from? Just when everyone was silent, Zilan appeared from the more than 3,000 people. The yellow court in a scenery sutra. There is the second chapter above. Are you sure? A little bean man next to him couldn't help but poke Zilan. Although Zilan's voice was a little timid, her eyes were firm. I'm sure. I've been memorizing day and night these 2 days. I won't remember it wrong. This time, Li Beining's eyes lit up. Good. Sister Zilan is still young and her brain is better than mine. Next sentence, the sun and the moon stop, but Zuanji can't. From the first volume of the Lingbao Wuliangda and Shangpin Mirajing. What are the 2 words for stop? Stop, stop, scenery. With the questions and answers, Zilan's voice became louder and clearer, and her eyes showed a confidence that she had never seen before. The little bean people next to her were also excited. If they were not afraid of disturbing the 2 people, many people would have wanted to cheer loudly. Of course, there were also places that Li Beining could not remember clearly. At this time, other little bean people with paper and pen would take out their notes to fill in the gaps in his records. Even if there were a few people who were unwilling to share their manuscripts, they could not compare with the number of people who were willing to share. During this question and answer, another half an hour passed. At this time, the brick wall had been marked out by Li Beining for more than 10 meters. It was classified into categories, and he remembered the content of today's lecture clearly. They were willing to check the words one by one and find the source of each sentence. When they finished, all the little bean people were excited. This wall will be our treasure for cultivation in the future. I think we should build a shed on it to protect it. Yes, it can't be worn away by wind and rain. I will carve the words on the stone and draw a few more strokes on the wall later. After all, the little beam people were not strong enough, and Li Beining wrote quickly. There were shallow marks on the brick wall. Although you can see what is written, there is no guarantee that it will not be worn in 2 days. Okay, your idea is good. Do you want to paint it? Sure. The paint forward anti-moth has arrived in the past 2 days. It's just right for use. I'll bring you a bucket later. Everyone talked about it and finalized the matter. Then they started to act quickly. Although the shed needs to be planned for a long time, the painting can be done now. Some people were looking for paint, and more than 10 people were holding stones and trying to draw words. Fortunately, it was only 2 years since Li Beining took the college entrance examination, and everyone could see his handwriting clearly. After working for more than half an hour, a golden mind map more than 10 meters long appeared on the wall through the photo. There is not much golden paint, right? Did Comrade Yang agree to use it like this? It's okay, I asked, and Comrade Yang agreed very readily. It's just a bucket of paint, not a big deal. Although they knew that they couldn't take paper and pen back, they still took a copy each, took a pencil, and lowered their heads to copy carefully. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen, so it's better to copy it a few more times before you feel at ease. But there are too many people, and it's not a good thing for all the little bean people to squeeze here. At this time, someone stood up. Let's split up. This wall can't be escaped here, and it's not a good thing for so many people to be blocked, because except for the inner circle, the people behind will definitely not be able to see anything. After all, the little beam people are short, and Li Beining can't reach a high place, even if he stretches his arms. Those who have finished memorizing quickly can come out first, and those who can't get in line can go down and move bricks first. After all, work points are related to the next time we enter the tower. If we waste too much time on this wall this time, we may not be able to get a place to enter the tower next time. Comrade Yang told us personally that Taoist in the Sujin Tower is accepting disciples to inherit the mantle of his own Taoist temple. The words of accepting disciples are like seeing fireworks blooming all over the sky for the little beam people who have not entered the Sujin Tower. The people who see it are excited and happy. Brother, don't lie to me about this. Yes. You are not saying this to trick us by asking us to move bricks. I'm a soldier. How can I fool people? If you don't believe me, ask the other 100 people who have entered the Sujin Tower. They all know. Li Bei, Ning Zilan and others nodded one after another, and the rest of those who have been in, whether they are willing or not, admitted this matter. After getting an accurate answer, the little beam people who couldn't squeeze in ran over to move bricks while it was still early. A large group of people ran away at once, and only a few hundred people were left in the whole yard. Li Beining even grabbed Zilan and took the friends in the group to move bricks. The people who squeezed in front to record the work were a few points faster. They were also anxious, afraid that if they took too long to record, others would lose their work points. If they didn't enter the Sujin Pagoda because of 1 centimeter and finally became someone else's apprentice, they would feel worse than losing money. In this way, when someone took notes and ran to move bricks, someone else would put down the bricks in their hands and run in to pick up paper and pen to record. But there were too many Xiao Dao people. Until it was completely dark and they got off work, most of the Xiao Dao people didn't remember a few words. Fortunately, there was the matter of accumulating work points to enter the Sujin Pagoda next time, so there was no fuss. But everyone made up their minds to go back and recite it carefully. When Li Beining opened his eyes, the dormitory was already bright. He first took out his mobile phone and opened the video software and found that Yang Zhao had not updated the video. He closed the software, opened the Zuxi Kyango app, and found the small category of explaining the scriptures. Sure enough, he saw a video recording of Yang Zhao repeating the teachings of Taoist Z. This should have been shot facing the face. At that time, Li Beining was concentrating on the scriptures and did not notice who was filming. But because of the close distance, Yang Zhao's voice was recorded very clearly. He first notified the Yunayang Temple Cultivation First Group of this matter and then did not dare to delay. He searched for his notebook and pen from the dormitory and copied it again according to the video. The people in the dormitory looked at his behavior a little strange. You don't even wash your face or brush your teeth. What are you dawdling on the bed? Aren't you going to have breakfast? You are taking notes according to the video. Why do you love studying so much? Yes, let's go. We still have classes at 9 o'clock today. Li Beining paused, suddenly remembering that he did have classes this morning. He stopped writing regretfully, washed up, and followed everyone down the dormitory building. In the next few days, Yang Zhao took people to Sujin Pagoda to listen to Zidoran's lectures in the morning according to the arrangement of work points for the day. When they left Sujin Pagoda, she relied on her good memory to repeat what they had learned to them. Since those who entered the Jin Pagoda would be short of half a day's work, the work point rankings changed a lot in the past few days. Almost anyone who was willing to work could get a chance to go in. Gradually, the entire wall was filled with golden mind maps. Everyone agreed that mind maps were clear and easy to record, even though everyone knew that there would be updated videos on the app later. But moving bricks is a physical job. Wouldn't it save more time to put a few pieces of paper in your arms while doing physical work and take them out from time to take notes? Of course, there are also those who are tired, but under the influence of this environment, where everyone is excited, they can't help but get excited. Many Xiao Dao people felt crazy when they came to their senses. I seem to have returned to the time of the college entrance examination. I remember that I studied day and night in my senior year of high school, but I didn't get into college. Isn't it? I haven't worked so hard physically and mentally for many years. It's not surprising that there are little beam people who want to give up, but there are always those who are quick-witted to give them unusual encouragement. So you have to seize this opportunity this time. If you miss it again this time, I will still be a young man when you are old. Will you be angry then? Do you want to slap yourself in the face? You don't need to think about this carefully. As long as you vaguely see that scene, you want to slap yourself in the face. For a while, the little beam people running around the mountains disappeared, and the little beam people who went down the mountain to Kangcheng for shopping also disappeared. The small animals in the mountains were as puzzled as the locals in Kangcheng. Although the little beam people running around everywhere were a bit annoying, they were still a little uncomfortable when they suddenly disappeared. In this way, after about half a month, King Mu Zhenren finally led the students of Lijiang Prefecture School to rush over. Yang Zhao arranged for them to enter the Sujin Pagoda that day, and King Mu Zhenren personally visited Shen Ruo's burial place. He looked at the big pit, and after obtaining Shen Ruo's consent, he tentatively stretched out one of his thin roots and dug it into the soil. He did not dare to go deep and only went in half a meter deep and pulled the root back in less than half a cup of tea. It's a pity to waste such a good location. Have you chosen the next Taoist tree? Amitabha, the Taoist tree is not easy to find. Let's put it aside for now. Yang Zhao is the only living person left in Yunnan Temple, and the Taoist tree is useless. Alas, what a pity. King Mu Zhenren stared at the big pit with pity in his eyes, grabbed a handful of small insects from his arms, roasted them with the fire, and then put them on the ground and bowed. It's a pity that I will never meet Taoist Gongsun, so let's treat this as a sacrifice to you. Yang Zhao, who had already come out of the Sujin Pagoda, came over after smelling the fragrance. Senior King Mu, some of the students in Lijiang have already woken up. Would you like to go and see them? Okay, I'll go with you. King Mu Zhenren and Shen Ruo bowed to each other and said goodbye, then followed Yang Zhao to the front yard. When these students woke up one after another, they ignored Yang Zhao's enthusiastic retention and went down the mountain directly, took the flying boat, and went back home. The Holy Spirit Festival is coming soon, and we have to go back to prepare for the worship ceremony. We can't delay you any longer. It's the Holy Spirit Festival again, and it seems that this festival is still a big day. In the next few days, even if Yang Zhao and the Xiao Dao people are on the mountain, they can see that the scene below the mountain is becoming more and more lively with the arrival of the Holy Spirit Festival. Now Kangcheng is already in the spring, and large patches of wildflowers cover the ground. In the past few days, it seems that all the people in Kangcheng have gone out, each of them helping the elderly and children, carrying baskets in their hands to pick flowers outside. Because the deed to Nanshan is now in Yang Zhao's hands, this place is now private territory. Even the villagers at the foot of Nanshan Mountain sent people to discuss with Yang Zhao about going up the mountain to pick flowers. It was just picking flowers, not to mention that they were all wild flowers. Besides, although most of the Nanshan Yunayang temple had been built, there was nothing to throw away. Moreover, there were 3,000 little beam people watching on the mountain, so it was impossible for these villagers to take anything away. Yang Zhao naturally had no intention of being reluctant, and agreed generously. So in less than half a day, all the wildflowers on the entire Nanshan mountain disappeared, leaving only a piece of green weeds that were trampled. Fortunately, the weeds were tough, and they stood up again in one night. It seems that these wildflowers are all needed for the Holy Spirit Festival. Chapter 324, Holy Day. Everyone at the Yunayang Temple on Nanshan Mountain finally saw how much the people of Kangcheng value the Holy Spirit Festival. Not only the flowers that had disappeared all over the mountains and plains in the past few days, but also the colorful ribbons hung in the villages and cities and the bright lights that were lit at night. 2 days before the main day, the village chief at the foot of Nanshan Mountain brought his 2 sons and a daughter and went up the mountain with several large baskets. We are very grateful that you asked us to pick flowers on Nanshan Mountain a few days ago, but you can't leave any flowers on this holy festival. We have smelted the wildflowers that we stepped on and sent you a few baskets. The few people lifted the linen covering the baskets, revealing the bright flowers inside. The flower discs of the wildflowers on the mountain are relatively small, but they are still so fresh after being picked for 2 or 3 days. It must be that other means were used. Yang Zhao enthusiastically took the 2 to a room with tables and chairs to sit down, found a set of tea sets, and summoned a large water bowl to heat them up. "Oh, you are so polite, little fairy master." Village Chief Lin and his companion smiled shyly. "I'm sorry for that. The people in our village have picked all the flowers in Nanshan Mountain, so we sent you some for your festival." The village chief was so polite to send flowers, so Yang Zhao had to receive him in a good manner. Looking at the scene of the whole city coming out, the Holy Spirit Festival must be a big day. She wanted to follow the local customs and celebrate this festival with everyone. "Village Chief Lin, I'm really sorry to bother you. You know, I just came to Kangcheng last year. I don't know the rules of celebrating the Holy Spirit Festival here. Can you tell me a few words? After all, Yunayang Temple and Shanghaiang Village are neighbors. The festival is lively at the foot of the mountain, but it is deserted up there. It doesn't look good, and it is easy to arouse the disgust of the villagers." Her words opened up Village Chief Lin's chatterbox. It turns out that the Holy Spirit Festival commemorates the big fish, the incarnation of the gods, under their feet. According to ancient legends, it was in late spring and early summer that the gods turned into big fish to take on the sufferings of the world. So this day became the most important festival of the year in the Great Zhao dynasty. Since this season is not a day of harvest, all kinds of flowers have become the most important tribute. The customs in different places are similar. Here we have the festival of 100 flowers to welcome the Holy Spirit. I know that in some places, newborn buds are also used. You go to the city now to buy some ribbons to hang on the door of your yard. When the right day comes, you can set up the altar, offer flowers, and wait for the gods to bless you. When sending Village Chief Lin and his group down the mountain, Yang Zhao went to Kangcheng to buy some ribbons. Unexpectedly, the ribbons were not cheap. The more colorful the color, the more expensive the price. Yang Zhao didn't want to be a sucker, so he just picked some medium-sized ones and hung them on the door of Yunayang Temple. The locals who sent bricks, stones and wood didn't come these days. They all went back to celebrate the festival. The Xiaodao people, who didn't have to move bricks, simply engraved everything they learned in the Sujin Pagoda on the brick wall, and then painted it with gold paint. This will be our preaching wall in the future. Whoever sees it will be grateful for our merits. Li Beining looked at the golden mind maps and was excited. Zilin nodded her head in agreement. In the past few days, she received a lot of praise for her good recitation of scriptures, which greatly improved her self-confidence. Wherever she went, her face was sunny. It was only on the second day after Village Chief Lin sent flowers that the Xiaodao people witnessed a grand sacrificial activity. At this time, the sound of sacrificial rituals and music was remembered at the foot of the mountain. Yang Zhao heard that the sound came from Kangcheng, so she quickly took a table and put it in the yard and placed the baskets of flowers on the table. The sound of rituals and music rang from morning to noon, from the city to outside the city. When the sun was at its highest point, suddenly, several drums were beaten throughout Kangcheng. Even the Yunayang temple on the south mountain was shaken by the sound of the drums. The little beam people on the mountain suddenly panicked. What's going on? Did someone fire a salute? The people at the foot of the mountain are not going to attack with Italian cannons. What are you thinking? It's a festival today, and they are probably beating drums to cheer. Yang Zhao left the yard and went to the top of the mountain to look down. A group of little bean people in the yard also followed. With the touching height of the little bean people, she became the crane that fell from the flock of chickens, and her height was particularly tall. As the drums got louder and louder, she found that the whole Kangcheng became a little hazy in her eyes. A strange feeling hit her mind layer by layer, reminding her to bow her head and kneel down. Yang Zhao did not go against this wish, and found a big stone, and sat on it directly. Sure enough, whether kneeling or sitting, as long as you are shorter, the strange sense of oppression will be reduced a lot. But why don't the little beam people have this feeling? Looking at the little beam people jumping around, doubts flashed through Yang Zhao's mind. Suddenly, she saw a colorful whirlwind blowing in Kangcheng below the mountain. The wind carried all kinds of mottled colors, rising and falling in the city. Yang Zhao understood in her heart that the colors were actually various petals blown up by the wind. Now almost the entire Kangcheng is shrouded in a sea of flowers, but Nanshan is farther away, and the colors of the flowers are more mixed. She can't see anything, except a sea of black. Yang Zhao subconsciously looked down at Yunayang temple, and found that a small whirlwind had also blown up in the courtyard. This whirlwind was mixed with petals, flying up from the courtyard, but there were fewer petals, and it didn't look as spectacular as Kangcheng below the mountain. But even so, it caused the Xiaodao people to exclaim. The petals flew. It must be a whirlwind, a tornado. Are you stupid? This is obviously a miracle. Your whirlwind can carry all the flowers in the city. How can you be sure that those are flowers in the city? Maybe it's just a sandstorm. Oh, let me see if I believe what you say. The wind blew higher and higher, pulling all the colors into the sky. Lion Yunayang temple's baskets of petals also flew into the sky like a small dragon. Slowly, the sound of drums faded away, and the sound of someone reciting a prayer was heard in Kangcheng. The voice was long and melodious. It was hard to hear what he was reciting from the top of Nanshan Mountain, but it had its own majesty. Suddenly, the Xiaodao people were lively again. How big a loudspeaker must be installed for the sound to reach us? This is the world of cultivation. They definitely don't use loudspeakers. They probably use formations, or they just shout with their throats. Well, the voice is also very nice, but I can't understand what they say. The little beam people gathered together and whispered, and some of them regretted not going down the mountain today. If I had known it would be so lively, I would have gone down the mountain to take a look and broaden my horizons. That's right. Such a big festival must have a lot of fun to see. There were also little beam people who disagreed with their point of view. It's better not to join in the fun on such a day. What if we do something wrong, and they hit us directly? Who would bring us in? That's right. Since you are writing about cultivation, you should be more cautious. Do you really think you are the protagonist in that novel? The little beam people who wanted to go down the mountain now were a little depressed. That's right, outsiders like to break taboos on such a day. Gradually, the prayers faded, and several thunderous drums rang out in Kangcheng city. Yang Zhao's heart trembled suddenly, and he subconsciously yelled, "Lower your head." After shouting, she lowered her head, and closed her eyes. A huge figure rose in the sky, which made her hair stand up, and her back cold. The other little beam people were startled by her shout, but they were not stupid. They lowered their heads one by one. But there were always a few young people who wanted to do something different from others. When everyone lowered their heads, they were still turning their heads and looking around curiously, wanting to see different scenery. Unfortunately, no one satisfied their curiosity. Less than 5 seconds after Yang Zhao and the others lowered their heads, the little bean people who were looking around turned grey in an instant, and then fell to the ground with a puff, becoming a dry bean. Yang Zhao felt her ears bulging, and a strange looking big fish involuntarily appeared in her tightly closed eyes. The back of this big fish was a vast river and mountains, and its belly was a surging sea water. She was sure that he had never seen such a thing in his life, but how could such a thing appear in her mind? It seems that the gods of the great Zhao dynasty have responded. In the future, we should keep our mouths shut. They are gods, how can we call them this kind of thing? If we bring it up and someone hears it, it will be a big mistake. Yang Zhao lowered her head and closed her eyes, waiting quietly. When something soft hit her head, Yang Zhao felt that the crisis in her heart disappeared. She opened her eyes and found that all kinds of petals were falling from the sky. The petals that had gathered in the sky were floating down. She glanced back and found that the more than 3,000 little bean people had become much sparser at this time. In just a moment, there were at least a few hundred little bean people. It's okay, you can look up. The rest of the little bean people, when Yan, raised their heads and saw the rain of petals all over the sky. This is the first time I've seen petals fall since I was a child. I've seen it in the video, but it seems to be a special effect. The little bean people were still in a daze, and there were a few who were more active and changed the subject. There won't be any bugs in the petals, right? What if the bugs fall on us? Oh, so disgusting. They picked them by hand, so they should have picked all the bugs, right? By the way, why do I feel like there are fewer of us? Why are there so many beans under my feet? The little bean people looked at each other and naturally understood what had just happened. Fortunately I was obedient, otherwise I would be crying now, isn't it? Yang Zhao felt uneasy and jumped off the stone and went back to Yunayang Temple directly. She took off the Taoist card around her neck, put it on the back of her phone, and sent a message to Guo Fumin Qiang, telling them what had just happened and asking if there was anything wrong with the little bean people who had just disappeared. Guo Fumin Qiang, I was scared just now, but fortunately the comrades who were sleeping were awakened. Guo Fumin Qiang, it seems that they are fine, and they don't feel anything either. Guo Fumin Qiang, wait a moment, I'll check them. Yang Zhao, okay. After waiting anxiously for a while, Guo Fumin Qiang sent good news. Guo Fumin Qiang, all physiological indicators are normal, and the spirit is good, which is the same as the failure of the traction beans in the past. We will continue to observe in the future. Yang Zhao, okay, it's good that nothing happened. Don't forget that I still have some fans here. You'd better monitor them. Guo Fumin Qiang, okay, don't worry. Yang Zhao was still a little worried, so he put away his phone and went to find Shenryu again. Shenryu seemed to have a lot of experience in this matter. It's okay. Even if ordinary people look up, they will have a headache for a few days at most, and it won't cost their lives. Yang Zhao asked curiously. Master, have you tried it? Shenryu glanced at her lightly and disappeared with a flick of his sleeves. It seems that Yang Zhao hit his sore spot. But it is undeniable that Shenryu's answer made her completely relieved, and she turned around and told Guo Fumin Qiang about this matter, so that he could also have a bottom line in his heart. Then she remembered that there was still a large group of Xiao Dao people in Yunayang Temple. After all, the loss of so many Xiao Dao people at once might cause fear to everyone. She should comfort them first. Yang Zhao hurried to the yard. Sure enough, the Xiao Dao people were back. She told everyone what happened just now, emphasizing that the Xiao Dao people who just disappeared were not injured. It's good that they are fine. Let them be disobedient and not bow their heads. I guess the video comment area will cause a lot of wailing again. Although everyone made a few jokes, they didn't stay here for too long. Many of them went back early. Yang Zhao estimated that they were going to contact those who disappeared today because of accidents. They have been together for so long, and many people have exchanged contact information. After all, it involves gods. For such things, it is uneasy if you don't ask in person. Yang Zhao stuffed 2 big pills in her mouth and ran into the room to start editing the video. It was only after the Xiao Dao people reminded her that she remembered that she still had a video account to maintain. and now that account hasn't updated any new videos for a long time. Yang Zhao edited the spectacular scene of the day when Aoki Masato battled the wild god with green leaves flying all over the sky and then posted it online. The video is very long, about half an hour long, and it is the longest of all her videos. But Yang Zhao was really reluctant to cut it into a short video of 5 or 6 minutes, as it felt like a waste. But as soon as the video was posted, Guo Fuminamum Kyang came over. Guo Fuminamum Kyang, Comrade Yang, can you send me the detailed video of that battle without any edits? I have a terrible headache today, and I feel dazed. Chapter 325, Pour Wine, Only When You Need Help. After the Holy Festival, Guo Fuminqiang pulled all the Xiao Dao people who bought tickets and moved bricks for Yang Zhao into a group and asked them to report their health information every day to avoid any problems. They also said that this would be a long-term project. If there are any sequelae of the Holy Festival, we can know the treatment in time. This is a major matter related to their physical and mental health, and the Xiao Dao people are very cooperative. Now, in addition to moving bricks, the Xiao Dao people applied for a batch of tiles from Yang Zhao to cover the mind maps they wrote on the wall. Yang Zhao agreed very happily and ordered another batch of tiles for them to use. Seeing that the deadline of 1.5 months was getting closer and closer, she notified the Xiao Dao people that she was leaving this morning. I have something to do these days and I won't be here. I can't enter the Sujin Pagoda for the time being, but you can learn everything you should learn during this time. The Xiao Dao people below were a little uneasy. The discipline of Guo Fuminqiang was better, but Yang Zhao's fans couldn't hold back. I didn't expect this to be a limited time event. I haven't entered the Sujin Pagoda yet, and I haven't met Taoist Z yet. Who said it wasn't? I heard that Taoist Z wanted to accept a disciple, but how could she accept a disciple without seeing me? Bah, who gave you the face? Taoist Z wanted to accept someone like me. Yang Zhao ignored their whispers and took the people who entered the Sujin Pagoda today in, and then told Taoist Z again that he will be away for a while. Taoist Z, having such a sea field can indeed solve a lot of troubles, but there are many rules in the sea field, and it requires a lot of silver. You must bring enough. Yang Zhao nodded and agreed. The next morning, she went directly to the food shop in Kangcheng and found a big bird to go to Linjing. She had already agreed with Zhang Shibin on the meeting place and time on the messenger. After entering Linjing, she went directly to the small courtyard she rented. Because there were few people in this small courtyard, weeds had grown, and the whole courtyard looked very desolate. Yang Zhao cleaned a room and moved in directly. After the door was locked, Zhang He and his friends came that afternoon. Although she gave these 3 people money every month, they didn't have any proper jobs. The most they did now was to collect detailed information about the commodity stores on each street. But anyone could do this kind of thing. The 3 of them felt guilty because they often didn't see Yang Zhao, and they were afraid that Yang Zhao would not hire them one day. Yang Zhao took the pile of brochures they handed over, flipped through them, and put them on the table. You have seen that I haven't been in Linjing for a long time these days, and you don't have much to do. My main job is in Kangcheng now. Do you have any ideas? The 3 looked at each other and shook their heads in embarrassment. Although Yang Zhao gave a lot of money, the wages were not worth them leaving Linjing. Yang Zhao also understood their concerns and directly gave them 1 more month's wages, so that the 2 sides could part ways amicably. She couldn't always spend money to support Zhang He and the other 3, and it was time to end it. After settling the issues of Zhang He and the others, Yang Zhao started to look for the soul gathering stone in Linjing the next day. Kangcheng is a small place, and she didn't see any for sale, but this thing is not difficult to buy in Linjing. There are also some poor quality soul gathering stones that are specially designed for people to wear. Yang Zhao picked a few good ones and planned to send them back to Guo Fuminqiang to check if there is any danger. If there is no danger, she will give them to her parents. After all, the soul gathering stone has the effect of prolonging life for mortals. At noon, she went directly to the restaurant, agreed with Zhang Shibin. This restaurant is not big, but there are many locals gathered here to drink. Zhang Shibin was waiting for her in the private room on the 2nd floor. Sister, if you don't come again, I can't control my mouth and drink this wine. Hello senior. Yang Zhao bowed respectfully and then took a seat. Is it only you, senior, who came to Linjing this time? That's right, it's just me. My younger brother got your miasma and is in seclusion. There's no one else who can come out to drink with me. Yang Zhao didn't comment, waiting for the second brother to finish serving the dishes. The two of them drank and ate, which seemed a bit harmonious. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Zhang Shibin talked to her about the KMAIC field. He took out a few pieces of paper from his arms and handed them to Yang Zhao. This year, there are a total of 13 sea fields that will change owners. The number is relatively small. There are 2 very large areas, 7 large areas, 1 medium area, and the remaining 3 are very small. I wrote down the approximate silver spent every year on it. You can choose one according to how much silver you have in your hand and tell me, so that I can communicate with the government. Yang Zhao took the paper and put the 2 largest sea fields on the top. He put down everything else and looked at the 2 largest places. One is Yaoxing Island and the other is Hesu Island. Relatively speaking, Yaoxing Island is a little bigger than Hesu Island and the corresponding price is also a little more expensive. The annual contract fee of Yaoxing Island is about 31,000 taels of silver and the annual output of open vein leaves can be sold for about 50,000 taels of silver. This seems to be a profitable business. There should be a lot of people competing for it, right? Zhang Shibin saw Yang Zhao muttering to himself and couldn't help but remind her. Sister, don't look at the paper saying that you can make 50,000 taels of silver. In fact, it's good to make 5,000 silver a year. Oh senior, why don't you tell me more? Yang Zhao picked up the wine pot and poured him another glass of wine. Zhang Shibin drank it beautifully. You will only pour me a glass of wine when you need something from me. Then, he began to instruct Yang Zhao. Although Yaoxing Island is large in area, it is isolated overseas. There are no other people except the laborers who make a living by planting open vein leaves. So it is very inconvenient to eat, live and travel on the island. Moreover, because the continent under the feet of the Great Zhao is moving all day long, many of the trade routes on the sea are not fixed, which has caused the cost of living on the island to further increase. And there are many kinds of monsters in the ocean. Of course, there are also those who want to rob the Kame sea field. So for the sake of safety, the sea field must arrange various kinds of defensive formations. The best way is naturally to recruit a few Yuanying period monks to sit there. Of course, Yuanying period monks generally don't take this job, thinking it's embarrassing, so this job fell into the hands of the Great Zhao army stationed nearby. Zhang Shibin gave Yang Zhao a look that everyone understood. Basically, for each sea field, most of the profits each year have to be supplied to the nearby army, and then the maintenance costs of the formations, and the least cost, belongs to the wages of those workers who plant Kame leaves. The court has already calculated all this. It won't let you make much profit, so if you don't manage it well, you will lose money. Do you really want such a business? Yang Zhao stared at the information of Yaoxing Island and nodded. I don't expect to be rich. It's good to have such a long-term business to support me. Okay, the money is yours anyway. You can make your own decision. Zhang Shibin didn't persuade him anymore and slowly sipped the wine while waiting for Yang Zhao. After she had read all the information, he turned around and asked, have you decided which sea field you want? Yang Zhao took out the 2 papers of Yaoxing Island and Hesu Island separately. I want the biggest of the 2. Zhang Shibin took a look, nodded and said nothing more. Okay, then prepare more money in 3 days, and I will take you to try and see if you can rent this one. After the 2 people agreed, they went home. When they got to the house, Yang Zhao took photos of the stack of papers one by one and sent them to Guo Fumin Kayang. Yang Zhao, I've chosen the 2 largest ones. What do you think? Guo Fumin Kayang, there are people on their island who specialize in growing open vein leaves, right? If there are no experts in this area, we probably won't be able to support them in the first year. In that case, we might as well pick a small one to start with. Yang Zhao, there are laborers on the island who make a living by growing open vein leaves. We can pay them more when the time comes. There will always be people who will stay for the money. Guo Fumin Kiang, as long as there are experts in this area, money is not a problem. Let's pick the largest sea field. It seems that Guo Fumin Kiang and Yang Zhao have the same intention to choose. After finishing the business, Yang Zhao talked about personal matters with Guo Fumin Qiang. Yang Zhao, I have a private matter to trouble you. I have a few soul gathering stones in my hand. It is said that they can prolong one's life. Yang Zhao, I'll send them to you. Please check if there is any danger. If not, give 2 to my parents and 1 to my brother. How about you keep the rest for a search? Guo Fumin Qiang. Okay, I will keep a close eye on it for you. I won't hand over dangerous things to your parents. After the discussion, Yang Zhao put the small bag containing the soul gathering stones under the Dao card. She made a seal with both hands. The sky and the earth are boundless, and the universe is easy to turn. In the end, the bag disappeared. More than an hour later, there was a universe bag on the ground. It was the one that Yang Zhao lent to Guo Fumin Qiang and others. Yang Zhao opened the universe bag and flipped it over. There were more than 60,000 taels of silver in 3 small boxes and 3 large boxes in it. The large box contained 3 sets of well-made Ming Dynasty hanfu, even embroidered shoes. One was red on top and green on the bottom, one was white on bottom and dark blue, and one was light yellow on bottom and dark green. 3 small boxes contained a bunch of matching hairpins and jewelry. It seemed that they had matched them, so that Yang Zhao could wear them as a set. She tried the jewelry inside, and found that she didn't know how to use them at all. 3 days later, Yang Zhao tied her hair into a bun, picked out 2 simple items from the box, and went out wearing the red top and green bottom hanfu. When Zhang Shibin saw her coming, his eyes lit up. This dress is pretty. Young girls should dress up well. Yang Zhao greeted and smiled shyly, just to avoid showing shyness. Okay, let's go. The 2 got on the luxurious animal carriage that had been prepared long ago and stopped at the gate of a government office. There was already a long line of cars outside the government office, and Zhang Shibin's car couldn't squeeze in at all. The 2 got off the car and walked in on foot. When the Yamen runners inside saw someone, they came in and stopped them. Zhang Shibin took out an invitation from his pocket and handed it over. I'm from the Zhang family in Shangying. The Yamen runner carefully checked the invitation and then returned it. He called over a young man of 15 or 16 years old. You 2 just follow him. He will take you to the place. Zhang Shibin stuffed a piece of silver into the mansion. Thank you very much, brother. The 2 followed the young man into the Yamen. The Yamen was quite large. The 3 walked for a while and stopped in front of a hall. The young man stretched out his hand and pointed inside. You 2 can just go in directly. The seats have been arranged inside. Thank you, brother. Zhang Shibin stuffed another piece of silver into the young man. The young man took the silver and walked away with a smile. Then Zhang Shibin strode forward and Yang Zhao followed behind him and entered the hall. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.